Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube.
Chapter 1. The easiest favor I ever agreed to. I still do not like houses with tree lines behind them. That probably sounds childish coming from a man my age, and if you had asked me 10 years ago, I would have said the same thing. I would have told you a backyard was a backyard, a row of woods was just a row of woods, and people who let their imaginations run wild every time they saw dark trees at dusk were the kind of people who scared themselves for entertainment. I was not built that way. I had spent enough years dealing with real-life messes, ambulance calls, broken marriages in one-bedroom apartments, old men bleeding through dish towels because they thought a chainsaw was something you could eyeball, kids who swallowed what they should not have swallowed, drunks, overdoses, winter wrecks on black ice. To know that reality usually did a perfectly good job of being ugly without anyone needing to add monsters to it. That was before I agreed to watch my cousin Dana's house for 3 nights, while she and her husband drove out to Ohio for a funeral. Even now, when I tell this story, I catch myself wanting to sand down the edges of it, make it smaller, make it sound like stress or lack of sleep or one bad animal and a worse night. But that is not how it felt then, and it is not how it feels now, years later, when I still check the shape of a backyard before I let my eyes settle on a house. If there is a fence and then woods behind it, real woods, not a decorative strip of trees, but the kind that go black early and hold on to cold, I notice. I always notice. Dana was older than me by 6 years, close enough that cousin never really covered it. When we were kids, she had been the one who let me sit on the hood of her first car and drink warm Coke from a can while she smoked and told me which adults in the family were worth listening to and which ones just liked the sound of their own voice. By the time all this happened, she was in her early 40s, living out in a development east of Pittsburgh with her husband Eric and their son Noah. Nice house, decent district, the kind of place people moved when they wanted enough space to pretend they were out in the country without giving up grocery delivery and decent cell service. I had watched Noah before. Not often, but enough that he knew me, and enough that Dana trusted me. That was the reason she called. Eric's aunt had died suddenly, and the funeral was out near Dayton. They did not want to drag Noah through the whole thing, especially not during the school week. And on top of that, they had Marlo. Marlo was old even then. Old in the way hunting dogs get old, where the muzzle goes white before the rest of them does, and the body starts to betray the spirit one joint at a time. He was a hound mix, mostly coonhound, I think, with something broader in the chest and head. He had those deep, damp eyes dogs get when they have lived with one family long enough to absorb its moods. He was gentle, patient with Noah, greedy around food, and dramatic about stairs. The basic arrangement was simple. I would stay at the house, get Noah up for school, make sure he did his homework, feed the dog, lock up at night, and leave once Dana and Eric got back the following evening. It was not a major ask. At the time, I was between jobs in the official sense and overscheduled in the unofficial one, picking up shifts where I could, helping a friend rehab a duplex he had bought too optimistically, trying not to think too hard about the stretch of life I had somehow landed in. So when Dana called, already sounding tired and apologetic, I told her yes before she even got through the full explanation. I remember that drive better than I should. I left Pittsburgh later than I meant to, which put me on the road in that awkward part of late afternoon, when the day has not ended, but the light already feels like it has started withdrawing from things. I stopped at a Sheetz on the edge of town for gas and coffee, and the coffee tasted exactly like gas station coffee always tastes. Burned at the bottom, weirdly thin at the top, hot enough to make you forgive it for the first 3 swallows. The air had that November dampness to it. Not rain exactly, just moisture sitting in the cold like it had nowhere else to go. The pavement around the pumps was dark with it. Somebody in a camo jacket was filling up a pickup 2 islands over, and I remember there was a rack of firewood bundles stacked crooked by the door, each one wrapped in plastic that reflected the parking lot lights like skin. Once I got off the bigger roads, traffic thinned fast. Western Pennsylvania has a way of changing on you in layers.
First, the city lets go of you, a little at a time. Strip malls, pharmacies, chain restaurants, low office buildings, all of it flattening out into quieter stretches where the houses sit farther apart and the gas stations get older looking. Then the roads narrow and bend. You start seeing more deer crossing signs than school zone signs. The shoulders go damp and soft, lined with leaves gone black from rot and runoff. Mailboxes lean. There are little churches with white siding and fellowship hall signs out front. Then developments begin to appear in pockets, all of them variations on the same promise. Peace, privacy, square footage, maybe a pond no one really uses. Half-acre lots, split levels, colonials, basketball hoops over driveways, inflatable holiday decorations already half deflated by cold. And beyond the last row of houses, almost without warning, the land goes back to belonging to itself. That was what Dana's place backed up to. The farther I drove, the more the woods seemed to collect themselves. The trees were mostly bare by then, the branches thin and black against a sky the color of old dishwater. Here and there, a stubborn cluster of brown leaves still clung to an oak, trembling in the windless cold. The road into Dana's neighborhood wound past one of those little retention ponds with geese on it and a decorative stone sign at the entrance that sounded more expensive than the place actually was. The houses were spaced comfortably apart, not lavish, just roomy. Vinyl siding, 2-car garages, porches with chairs no one was using anymore because the season had turned. You could tell people decorated for Christmas early there. A few had already put lights up along the gutters, though none were turned on yet. By the time I pulled into Dana's driveway, dusk had thickened enough that the porch light had come on automatically. What I remember first is how normal it all looked. That matters, I think. It matters because if the house had looked wrong from the start, if there had been broken shutters or a dead yard, or some obvious sign that I was stepping into one of those stories people later called doomed, I might have distrusted my own memory less. But there was nothing like that. There was a porch light throwing a soft gold circle over the concrete. There were 2 little pairs of shoes by the mudroom bench just inside the side entry, one of them Noah's, with dried mud caked around the soles. There was a minivan in the driveway with cracker crumbs in the back seat and an overdue inspection sticker. There was a cartoon paused on the family room television, some loud colored thing with big-eyed animals frozen mid-expression. The house smelled like laundry detergent, dog, and whatever casserole Dana had shoved into the fridge for me with a note that said, heat, 35 minutes /375. Inside, everything was warm in the practical family sense. Not spotless. Lived in. There was a folded school worksheet on the kitchen island with Noah's handwriting all over it. A laundry basket sat halfway up the stairs, like someone had meant to carry it the rest of the way and gotten distracted. A couple of magnets on the fridge held up a soccer schedule, a dentist appointment reminder, and a crayon drawing that I later realized showed the backyard with way too many dark marks among the trees. I did not notice that last part then. From the kitchen, you could see straight out into the backyard. There was a deck, a stretch of patchy late-season grass, and a wooden privacy fence running along the rear boundary where the lot stopped pretending to be suburban and the woods took over.
Even before the light fully went, those woods looked darker than they should have. That was my first real impression of them. Not spooky, just premature. Like the day behind the fence was ending faster than the day in front of it. The trees stood dense and close together once the land dipped beyond the property line. And though there were no leaves to speak of, the sheer layering of trunks and undergrowth made the space behind them feel solid. It was not the kind of backyard where you looked out and saw distance. It was the kind where the world stopped at the fence and then began again in shadow. The glass doors at the back of the kitchen reflected the room almost perfectly by then. Not fully dark outside yet, but close enough that when I glanced toward them, I caught the kitchen first. My own shape, the ceiling lights, the magnets on the fridge, the fruit bowl on the counter, and only then the yard beyond it, dim and flat behind the reflection. After dark, I knew, those doors would turn into mirrors with depth behind them. You would see yourself and the room around you, and any detail outside would have to push through that first. Dana came in from the garage carrying one of those black zip garment bags people use for funerals, and Eric was right behind her with an overnight bag and Noah's backpack. They were already in that pre-departure mood people get when their minds are half on the road and half on the things they are afraid they are forgetting. Dana kissed my cheek, thanked me twice, and immediately started giving me instructions I had mostly heard before. School lunch stuff. Noah's inhaler in the top kitchen drawer. Marlowe's pills wrapped in deli meat after dinner. Alarm code. Noah's bus time if, for some reason, they got delayed. Noah came padding in wearing socks and a sweatshirt too big for him, carrying a stuffed shark by one fin. He gave me a shy hello and then went straight to the fridge for a juice box. Marlowe followed him in the slow, joint-stiff way old dogs move when they still think they are house managers. He came over to me long enough to let me scratch behind his ears, then circled once on the kitchen rug and lay down with a sigh that seemed to come from his ribs. Nothing in that room felt like horror. That is the part I keep coming back to. The warmth. The hum of the refrigerator. The cartoon still paused in the next room. The easy clutter of family life. Dana asking if I wanted the casserole tonight or tomorrow. Eric looking for his car keys, even though they were already in his hand. Noah trying to get the straw into the juice box on the first try, and failing. Then Marlowe lifted his head. He did it slowly, but not lazily. His whole body changed around the motion. 1 second he was settled, heavy with age, his chin nearly on the rug. The next, his head was up and angled toward the back doors. Ears not perked exactly, but tightened, as if listening hurt. I remember the way his eyes fixed there, not darting, not curious, just locked. Nobody had mentioned anything strange yet. Nobody had said a word about the yard, or the fence, or the woods going dark too early. But Marlowe was staring at the glass like there was someone on the other side of it. Chapter 1. The note on the fridge. Dana noticed Marlowe before I did. Noticed him the way people notice something they have already been bracing for. Her eyes flicked to the glass, then to the dog, then to Noah, all in one quick, practiced motion. And just as quickly she bent down and asked Noah if he had packed his tablet charger. It was such an ordinary question that, if I had not been looking straight at her, I probably would have missed the strain behind it. Marlowe did not bark. That was the first thing that stuck with me. Most dogs, when something catches their attention outside after dark, do at least one of the expected things. They bark to announce it. They run to the door. They wag if it is familiar, tense if it is not. Marlowe did none of that. He kept his head up, eyes fixed, throat working around a sound so low it was almost below hearing. Not a growl meant to threaten, more like a vibration, a warning his body was making for itself. Dana snapped her fingers once, lightly. "Hey, old man," she said, smiling too brightly. "Relax." Marlowe did not even glance at her. Eric crossed the kitchen behind me to set his duffel by the mudroom bench, and as he passed the back doors, I saw him cut one fast look through the blinds. Not a casual check of the yard, more like confirming something was not there. Then he kept moving as if the action had meant nothing at all. I remember thinking only that they were stressed and in a hurry. That is the lie the beginning tells you when it wants you calm. Dana started in on the routine again, slower this time, like she wanted to make sure I really had it. "Noah's usually in bed by 8:30 on a school night," she said. "He'll try to stretch it if you let him. Don't let him."
Noah rolled his eyes, but without much force behind it. He had one hand wrapped around the neck of the stuffed shark and the other around his juice box. He was one of those kids who seemed to take up very little space emotionally unless you knew him well. Quiet without being unfriendly. Watchful. The kind of boy who heard everything adults said when they thought he was not paying attention. "Marlowe eats at 6, Dana went on, "and again in the morning. His pills are in that little blue organizer by the sink. One in a piece of turkey after dinner, one with breakfast." "Cheese works better," Eric said. "Turkey's already sliced." "Yeah, but he spits the pill out with turkey sometimes." Dana shot him a look that was not really about dog medication. He stopped talking. I leaned back against the counter and nodded along. "Bed by 8:30, dog at 6, morning pill, evening pill. Alarm code?" Eric gave it to me.
Then the lock on the side door if I wanted to use that instead of the front. Then where the flashlight was kept if the power went out. Then the emergency contacts, Dana's phone, Eric's phone, the number for the next door neighbors if I couldn't reach them, pediatrician on the whiteboard, poison control on the side of the fridge, though hopefully I wouldn't need that one. All of it was practical, familiar, the kind of handoff people do every day without a second thought. That was when I noticed the note. It was half covered by a school lunch menu and pinned to the refrigerator with a Steelers helmet magnet and one shaped like a little apple. Just lined paper torn from a legal pad, written in Dana's rushed, slanted handwriting. At first glance, it looked like exactly what you would expect. Reminders so the person doing you a favor did not have to text every 20 minutes. I stepped closer to read it while Dana kept talking. Noah lunch money in his backpack. Gym shoes in mudroom. Inhaler top drawer kitchen. Bus 712. No soda after dinner. Marlowe. Feed 6 p.m/6 a.m. Blue pill after food. Don't let him stay out too long. If it's cold, if he scratches at laundry room door, let him in right away. House, arm side door before bed. Kitchen light over sink stays on. Trash goes in garage can. If alarm chirps, just hit off, then arm again. At that point, it was still perfectly normal. Then the last 3 lines. Don't let Marlowe stay out too long after dark. If Noah sleepwalks, guide him back gently. If you hear tapping on the back glass, do not pull the blinds open too fast. I read that last line twice. Not because I thought I had misunderstood it, because I wanted the second reading to make it less strange. "Dana?" I said, tapping the paper with one finger. "What's this one about?" She turned, saw where I was pointing, and laughed. It was a good laugh in the technical sense. The sound came out at the right volume. It even had a little eye roll attached to it. But there was no looseness in it, no ease. "Oh, that," she said. "Nothing dramatic. Deer come close sometimes. Or raccoons, I guess. We had one smack into the glass last month and it scared the life out of me. I just mean, don't go yanking the blinds open like somebody's breaking in. You'll see your own reflection and freak yourself out. Or it's a branch, Eric said. There were no branches near the doors. I had already noticed that from the kitchen. The yard behind the deck was open all the way to the fence. Beyond that, the woods began, but nothing overhung the house itself. That thought came and went quickly. I did not hold on to it. At the time, it seemed rude to interrogate a joke. Dana took a pen from the junk drawer and added a question mark after one of the school reminders, pretending to revise the list so she would not have to look at me. Seriously, she said, animals get bold out here, that's all. Her husband did not laugh with her. He was standing at the sink by then, not doing anything obvious, just facing the darkening yard with one hand resting on the counter. A second later, he reached out and thumbed the lock on the sliding door. Click. Then, after a pause that was a beat too long to be unconscious, he checked it again. Click. He must have felt me looking, because he turned and said, "The latch sticks sometimes." I said. Noah was still standing by the island. He had not laughed either. He looked from his mother to the note to me, then down at the shark in his hand. Kids hear the tone under things long before they understand the details. That much I knew from life in general, not anything that had happened yet. What I did not know then was how much tone Noah had already been living with in that house. Dana glanced at the clock over the stove and exhaled. Okay, we really have to go. That kicked everybody back into motion. Bags got moved. Noah's coat got zipped. Eric found his keys again. Dana started listing out food options for me and Noah. Mac and cheese, casserole, pizza if I wanted to order in. I nodded and let the ordinary flood back over the room. I almost forgot the note until Noah spoke. "Are you sleeping down here?" he asked me. He said it quietly, but everything else in the kitchen had thinned enough that the question landed cleanly. I looked over at him. Yeah, probably the couch, unless I get ambitious and use the guest room. He thought about that for a second. Downstairs near the kitchen? Yeah. His fingers tightened slightly on the stuffed shark. Will you keep the blinds shut? That was the first moment the night turned in my memory, even if nothing had happened yet. There are some questions children ask that are obviously practical. Can I stay up later? Did you bring your charger? Are pancakes breakfast or dinner? Then there are the questions that come out too carefully. Questions shaped around a fear they have already tested in private. Noah's sounded like the second kind. Dana answered before I could. Buddy, don't start. I just asked. I know, but you know the rule. We don't work ourselves up before a trip. That phrase caught my attention too. The rule. Not a rule for tonight, a standing rule. I crouched a little so I was closer to his eye level. I can keep them shut if you want. He nodded once, too fast, relief showing on his face before he could hide it. Okay, he said. He did not say thank you. That told me more than if he had. He was not making a preference known. He was trying to secure something. Dana came over and smoothed his hair back from his forehead. He gets weird about windows sometimes, she said to me, still in that breezy tone that had too much effort in it. He went through a phase after watching some dumb Halloween thing with his friends. Noah started to say something, then stopped. Eric looked at him sharply enough to register as a warning. Not harsh, just immediate. Noah lowered his eyes. There it was again. That quiet family choreography around a subject no one wanted named in front of me. Looking back, that was the real note on the fridge, not the handwriting. the way they moved around it. Dana grabbed Noah's backpack and handed it to him. "Shoes on, come on." While he went to the mudroom bench, I looked again at the paper. There was another line lower down, half obscured by the lunch menu, like she had started to write something and then covered it. I could only make out 2 words. If he... I might have moved the lunch menu aside right then if Marlowe had not made that sound. It came from so deep in him it seemed to rise through the floor. Not a bark, not even really a growl in the normal sense. A low, steady, vibrating note that made every muscle in my shoulders tighten before I understood why. Marlowe was still lying on the rug, but every part of him had gone rigid around that sound. His eyes were fixed on the blackening glass. His lips had not peeled back. His tail was tucked in so close I could not see it from where I stood. The entire kitchen froze. It only lasted maybe a second, maybe 2, but it was long enough. Long enough for me to notice that Dana did not look confused, just scared. Long enough for me to notice that Eric's face went blank in the way people's faces do when they are controlling a reaction instead of having one. Long enough for Noah to stop halfway into his sneaker and look toward the doors without surprise. Dana moved first. She clapped her hands once and said much too brightly, "Okay, who wants to be my big helper and make sure I didn't forget the overnight bag in the hall closet?" Noah turned toward her automatically. She was good at redirecting him. Maybe she had practice. Marlowe's sound died in his chest, but did not resolve into anything else. He stayed staring. I took one step toward the back doors before I fully thought about it, and Eric said, "He does that sometimes." The words were easy. The tone was not. "At what?" I asked. "Animals outside. Cats, probably. Deer." Again with deer. Maybe that should have meant more to me then. It did not. Not fully. Plenty of people who lived against woods had deer in their yards every week. It was not strange by itself. What made it strange was the way the explanation kept arriving before I had accused anything of needing one. Dana came back into the kitchen holding nothing at all and said to Noah, "Did you brush your teeth, or were you hoping I forgot that too?" Noah looked toward me once more before he went down the hall to the bathroom. He did not seem embarrassed. He seemed resigned. That bothered me more than if he had looked frightened. When he was out of earshot, I leaned slightly toward Dana and said, quieter, "Everything okay out there?" "Yes," she said immediately. Then, because the answer had come too fast, she softened it. "Yeah, it's fine. He just gets worked up. Marlowe too, honestly. They feed off each other." "Uh-huh." "It's a dark backyard," she said with a shrug. "You know how kids are." I did know how kids were. I also knew how adults were when they were hoping a short explanation would keep a longer conversation from happening. I could have pressed. I did not. They were already late, funeral clothes packed, child half-dressed, dog old and strange, November dark coming down fast behind the house. It felt like bad timing to challenge somebody over what still might have been nothing more than family nerves wrapped around a set of dumb little habits. That is how people stay in stories longer than they should. Not because they are fools, because every single strange thing arrives attached to a reasonable excuse. By the time Noah came back, shoes on and teeth brushed, the room had smoothed itself over again. Dana had her purse. Eric had the car keys. I had the alarm code written in my phone and the casserole directions committed to memory. Noah gave me a quick one-armed hug like he was doing it because he knew he should. Marlowe had put his head back down, though he had not stopped watching the glass. Dana kissed Noah's forehead, then mine again, then moved toward the mudroom door with that hurried sorrow people get when family obligation is pulling them in one direction and guilt in another. Eric paused by the slider one last time. He checked the lock again. I saw him do it. Quietly. Almost neatly. No comment, no joke, no explanation this time. Just thumb to latch, eyes on the reflection in the glass more than the yard beyond it. Then they were in the mudroom, then the garage, and then I heard the minivan doors shutting out there and the muted start of the engine. Noah had already gone to the family room, maybe to unpause his cartoon, maybe just to put noise back into the house. I followed Dana as far as the side entry to wave them off. She turned back once, hand on the door frame, as if she had forgotten something. For a second, I thought it would be one of the normal things, permission slips, bedtime snacks, which neighbor borrowed the ladder. Instead, she looked past me into the kitchen, toward the dark outline of the back of the house, and said, very quietly, "If he starts talking in his sleep, don't answer him right away." I just stared at her. The sentence hung between us long enough for her to realize she had actually said it out loud. Then she blinked, gave a short laugh that sounded dry and accidental, and shook her head. "I mean Noah," she said. "Sleepwalking, sleep-talking. He does that sometimes. You know, kids." She waved one hand like she could erase the whole thing in the air. Then she was gone. The mudroom door closed. The garage door rumbled. A few seconds later, the minivan backed down the driveway and the headlights washed over the front hall window before turning away toward the street. I stood there longer than I meant to, listening to the engine fade. When I went back into the kitchen, the first thing I saw was Marlowe. He was still on the rug, still silent, and still staring at the back doors like the house had just gotten emptier in a way he did not trust at all. Chapter 1. First night, first wrong thing. Once Dana and Eric were gone, the house seemed to exhale and tighten at the same time. That is the best way I can put it. It was not that the place became frightening the second their taillights disappeared. It stayed ordinary in all the visible ways. The kitchen lights were still warm. The cartoon Noah had been watching was still paused in the family room until he unpaused it and let the noise fill the house again. The casserole was still in the fridge with Dana's handwriting on the foil lid. There were still socks in the hallway, crayons under the coffee table, a half-finished spelling sheet on the counter. Normal things, domestic things. But once it was just me, Noah, and the dog, the normal parts started feeling thinner somehow, like a layer of paint over wood that had already begun to rot underneath. I told myself that was only because I was staying in somebody else's house. That feeling is common enough. Every house has its own sounds, its own way of settling. Even clean homes smell different at night than they do in the daytime. Especially in late fall, when the heat is on and the windows have been shut for weeks. Dana's place had that mixture of detergent, old upholstery, dog fur, and food trapped in drywall that most lived-in American homes have once the sun goes down. Familiar, mostly. Safe, if you wanted it to be. Noah asked for macaroni instead of casserole, so I made him macaroni. That part is so embarrassingly normal I almost left it out the first time I ever told this story to somebody. But the ordinary details matter, because horror does not feel real if it begins in the wrong register. He sat at the island in socks and that oversized sweatshirt, swinging one foot against the cabinet base while he ate from a plastic bowl with cartoon sharks on it. He asked if he could have one brownie afterward. I said yes. He asked if 2 counted as one big one. I said no. He accepted the ruling with a seriousness that made me laugh despite the way the house had started to get under my skin. Marlowe ate too, slower than Noah, making those wet, patient sounds old dogs make over kibble softened with a little warm water. He took his pill and turkey just fine, contrary to Eric's warning, then padded over to the back door and stood there without scratching. He only stood there. I got up from the couch and asked, "You need out?" His tail gave one uncertain movement, not really a wag. The football recap on TV was turned low enough that the voices sounded distant and underwater. Somewhere in the kitchen, the dishwasher had started its cycle, the soft wash and hum of it making the room feel smaller. Noah had drifted to the family room rug with his shark and was watching TV in the loose-limbed way kids do when bedtime is coming, but they are pretending it is not. I opened the slider and the cold came in fast. Marlowe stepped onto the deck and stopped. He did not go bounding down the steps or even trot to the edge like a dog with business to do. He moved exactly 3 paces, nose lifted, shoulders stiff, and stood there sniffing into the dark. I leaned one shoulder against the frame and waited. The yard beyond him was lit only by the weak wash of the kitchen behind me and the small motion light mounted at the back corner of the house. It covered the deck and the first patch of grass, not much more. Beyond that, the yard flattened into darkness all the way to the fence. Behind the fence, the woods had gone nearly black. Marlowe did a quick, almost embarrassed piss right there beside the deck stairs, then turned around and hurried back in so fast his nails skidded on the threshold. I remember laughing a little under my breath. "Getting delicate in your old age, huh?" He brushed past me without looking up. That should have settled it in my mind. Cold dog, old bones, the kind of thing 100 dogs do every winter. I slid the door shut, thumbed the lock, pulled the blind fully closed, and told myself that was that. The rest of the evening passed in the kind of quiet rhythm that makes later events feel even less possible. I got Noah through his bedtime routine with no drama at all. Teeth brushed, bathroom, 1 glass of water, 1 complaint that he was not tired. Then, 30 seconds after I tucked him in, the easy surrender children sometimes give sleep when they know fighting it is useless. His room was at the back of the 2nd floor, facing the yard. That registered with me because of what he had asked earlier about the blinds, so before I turned off his light, I checked them. Closed tight. I even tugged the cord once to make sure. He watched me do it. "Happy?" I asked. He gave a small shrug from under the blanket. "Can you leave the hall light on?" "Sure." I left his door cracked and the hall light spilling a stripe across the floorboards. Back downstairs, I rinsed dishes, checked the locks once more, and settled on the couch with the TV still turned low. Some sports guys were talking over highlights from games I barely cared about. The dishwasher kept up its steady internal weather. The kitchen sink light stayed on just like Dana's note said. Marlowe circled twice near the couch and lay down with one long groan, though even then he did not choose his usual sprawl. He folded himself in tight, facing the kitchen. I must have checked the back blinds 6 times in the first hour and told myself each time I was being stupid. Nothing moved out there. Nothing tapped. Nothing scraped. The glass only reflected the room back at me. Couch, television glow, my own outline when I shifted, the island stools, the dim yellow pool over the sink. Every now and then, if I looked from an angle, I could make out the fence beyond the reflection and the darker wall of woods behind it, but not much more. By 11:30, the game recap had slid into one of those late local news programs where everything sounds more urgent than it is. I muted it. The silence that followed was not full silence. The dishwasher still running, the furnace ticking on, a settling creak somewhere above. But it was enough to let the house become itself again. I dozed, not all the way under, just that shallow drift where you still know you were on a couch and not in bed. One shoe half off, neck bent wrong. What woke me was not a crash or a scream or anything dramatic. It was the sense of movement overhead, a floorboard, then another. Slow enough that for a second I thought it might have been the house itself shifting in the cold. Then I remembered Noah. Dana's last-minute warning came back to me in that exact voice. If he starts talking in his sleep, don't answer him right away. I sat up and listened. The movement came again from upstairs, soft and unhurried. A child's weight, not an adult's. I stood, every joint cracking louder than I wanted in the quiet, and headed for the stairs. Marlowe lifted his head but did not follow me. That too stays with me now. Most dogs in a family house will trail a person who gets up at midnight. Marlowe only watched me go. The hall upstairs was dim except for the nightlight glow from the bathroom and the strip of warm light still burning in the outlet fixture near the baseboard. Noah was standing halfway between his room and the top of the stairs. His eyes were half open. Not wide, not awake. Just enough slit there to show pale, reflected light over the irises. His arms hung loose at his sides. The sweatshirt he had slept in was twisted at one shoulder. For one awful second, in that half-lit hallway, he did not look like a child I knew. He looked like a figure waiting to be told what to do next. "Noah," I said quietly. He did not look at me. He was facing the hall window on the landing, the one that looked down the side of the house toward the backyard. When he spoke, his voice was small and flat and nowhere near awake. "Don't let it see me in the window." I felt a cold line go down my back. Not panic, not yet. Just that clean, involuntary chill your body gives you when something lands in the wrong place. "Okay, buddy," I said. "Come on, back to bed." He turned when I put a hand lightly on his shoulder, obedient in the way sleepwalkers often are if you do not startle them. He let me guide him back into his room. His bed was still warm where he had climbed out. I tucked him in again, and he was already sinking deeper by the time I pulled the blanket up. "You're okay," I said, mostly because I did not know what else to say. He mumbled something against the pillow I could not make out. I stood there another few seconds, waiting to see if he would sit back up. He did not, just breathed. Child breathing. Slow. Normal. The kind of sound that should have settled me. It almost did. On the way back toward the stairs, I passed the landing window. That was where I smelled it. The window itself was locked. I checked that after the fact, but standing near it, I caught a smell so abrupt and specific that it made me stop mid-step and lean back a little, as if I had stepped near roadkill. Wet fur, mud, and something under both of those, sharper and thinner. A metallic tang that reminded me of blood diluted in rainwater. Not overpowering, not enough to stink up the whole landing. Just a concentrated little pocket of it, as though something damp had been very close to that glass not long before. I looked out. All I could see at first was my own dim reflection and the yard beyond it in broken layers, the fence a darker band in the dark. I listened, but the house had gone still again. I went back downstairs, more awake than I had been a minute earlier. From the bottom step, I could see into the kitchen, and that was when I noticed one of the back blinds moving. Not swinging, just shifting the slightest bit, one slat tapping softly against another, then settling, as if it had recently been disturbed and had not quite come to rest. The slider was locked. I could see the latch in place. I stood there with the stupidest thought in the world in my head. Maybe the vent kicked on. But no vent was blowing that way, and the rest of the blinds were still. I crossed the kitchen without turning on any more lights, grabbed the flashlight from the drawer by the junk mail, and unlocked the door. The cold touched my face through the opening before I had even made it wider than an inch. I put the flashlight through first, then stepped 1 foot onto the deck. Nothing on the deck. Nothing immediately below the deck either. The beam swept out over the yard, catching the flat shine of wet grass and the fence beyond. When the light hit the ground near the back fence, I saw the tracks. At first glance, deer. That was the shape my brain reached for because it was the easiest available thing. Split hoof impressions in the mud, dark and deep. But I crouched a little and moved the beam along them, and the easy explanation started slipping. There were 4, then another 4, then another. They were set too evenly, too deliberate. The spacing between them did not look like the scattered, variable placement of an animal crossing soft ground. They looked measured somehow, as if whatever made them had placed its weight carefully, pausing between each step. And they sank deeper than I thought ordinary deer prints should in that kind of yard. Then I lifted the light to the fence. Along the top rail, just right of center, ran a faint streak where the damp wood looked brushed or dragged by something heavy. Not broken, not splittered, just a line where the moisture had been disturbed and dark material had smeared across it. I had enough air in my lungs to call out right then if I had wanted to. I did not. I do not know why. Pride, maybe. Maybe I did not want to hear my own voice outside that house at that hour. Maybe some part of me already understood that attention moved both ways. I shifted the beam farther right, toward the corner where the fence met the darker mass of brush. That was when I heard it. One soft knock. Not on the glass behind me. Not on the wood under my hand. Somewhere out beyond the edge of the flashlight, from the dark near the fence line or just past it. A single, patient tap. My whole body reacted before my mind caught up. I backed through the slider so fast my hip clipped the frame. I slammed the door shut, locked it, then locked it again even though there was only one lock to set. The sound of the latch hitting home was louder than it should have been in the kitchen. Marlowe was up now, standing stiff near the laundry room entrance, staring at me, and then at the glass, and then back at me like I had finally caught up to something he already knew. I pulled the blinds tight, checked the latch once more, and stood there, listening. Nothing else came. No second knock, no scrape, no breathing on the glass. Just the dishwasher churning through the last of its cycle and the furnace ticking somewhere in the walls. The kind of silence that makes you feel ridiculous 5 minutes after it scares you. I stayed up another half hour anyway, every light on downstairs now, flashlight still in hand. Then I told myself what anybody would tell himself. Weird yard, deer, imagination, unfamiliar house, overtired kid, old dog, late hour. I even believed some of it, enough to go back upstairs one more time and make sure Noah was really asleep. The hall was unchanged, soft nightlight glow, house smell. No more trace of that metallic odor near the landing window, or maybe my nose had simply adjusted. I moved quietly to Noah's room and pushed the door open with 2 fingers. He was asleep, fully this time as far as I could tell. Deep on his side, one hand under his cheek, blanket kicked halfway off. The stuffed shark was on the floor beside the bed. A child in a room. Nothing uncanny in that by itself. Then I noticed the blinds. They were open. Not wide, just enough to leave a black slice of window exposed between the slats. I knew I had closed them earlier. I knew it as surely as I knew my own name. I had tugged the cord myself. I crossed the room slowly, not wanting to wake him, and reached for the pole. The glass reflected the room behind me first. Bed, dresser, my own shape. Then, beyond my reflection, the yard. And in that dark yard, for 1 second only, I saw a tall shape standing still near the fence line directly behind me. Not clear enough for details. Not enough to swear in court what it was. Just height. Stillness. A vertical wrongness where nothing that tall should have been. I spun so hard my shoulder struck the window frame. When I looked again, there was nothing there except the fence, the woods, and my own frightened reflection in the glass. Chapter 2. Morning light makes bad things look stupid. Morning made everything I had felt the night before seem thinner, cheaper, almost embarrassing. That is one of the oldest tricks fear plays on you. It does not survive sunrise with the same dignity. In darkness, every silence feels loaded. Every reflection looks like it might be hiding depth behind it. But once daylight comes in through ordinary windows and lays itself flat across countertops and rugs and cereal bowls, the mind starts filing things back into categories it can live with. Shadows become corners again. Sounds become pipes. A bad smell becomes damp leaves or an old dog. A shape in a window becomes exactly what you knew it was all along. Your own nerves waiting for something to attach themselves to. I woke on Dana's couch with one shoe still on and a stiff neck. And for a few seconds, I did not even remember why I had fallen asleep with the kitchen light burning and the flashlight on the coffee table within reach. The television had gone dark sometime in the night. The dishwasher had finished and sat cooling in the kitchen with that faint, wet machine smell they all have the morning after a cycle. Pale daylight was pushing around the edges of the blinds. Somewhere upstairs, I heard plumbing knock once and then settle. Then it all came back in a rush that instantly felt overblown. The hallway. Noah standing there half asleep, don't let it see me in the window. The smell at the landing. The tracks. The knock. The shape in the glass. Sitting up in daylight, I could already feel my own mind trying to tidy it. I had been in a strange house. I was tired. The kid talked in his sleep because kids do that. The dog was old and weird. The yard backed up to woods, so of course there were tracks. If there was a shape in the reflection at all, it had probably been a fence post or the broken overlap of my own outline on the glass. That was how the thinking went, and it went fast, because the human brain loves any explanation that allows breakfast. I stood, stretched the crick out of my back, and pulled the blinds open. The yard looked almost insultingly normal. There was frost silvering the deck boards in a skin so thin it seemed to breathe off the wood as the early sun touched it. The grass beyond the deck was pale and stiff, every blade edged white. The fence looked like a fence. Just damp, weathered wood with a little bowing here and there from years of seasons. The woods behind it had lost all the depth they held at night, and stood there exposed and bony in morning light, all gray trunks and leafless limbs and brown undergrowth collapsed into itself. You could see between the trees much farther than you could after dark, enough to remind yourself that they were only woods, nothing mystical, nothing bottomless, just a tract of Pennsylvania forest behind a suburban lot. I actually laughed once under my breath. Not because it was funny, because the contrast made me feel foolish in exactly the way dawn sometimes does after a long, anxious night. It was the kind of laugh you give yourself when you realize you let your nerves get ahead of your judgment. Marlowe was awake by then, standing in the doorway between the family room and kitchen, watching me with the solemn, damp-eyed expression old dogs wear when they know breakfast should have happened already. I fed him first, then put on coffee. The machine coughed and dripped and filled the kitchen with that bitter, ordinary smell that solves more problems in America than it gets credit for. While it brewed, I stood at the sink and watched the frost begin to vanish from the far side of the yard in faint threads of steam where the sun found it first. Nothing moved out there except a few small birds hopping near the fence line. No giant silhouettes, no tapping, no wet breathing against the glass, just a backyard in late autumn. I poured coffee into one of Dana's oversized chipped mugs and took it black, standing there in my socks and yesterday's shirt, thinking that if I inspected the yard and found a few ordinary deer prints, I could file the whole night under bad sleep and be done with it. That was honestly what I wanted. I opened the slider and the cold hit me harder than it had the night before, because it was clean now, daylight cold, not dark cold. Marlowe came up behind me and stopped with his front paws right at the threshold. "Come on," I said, glancing down. He did not move. He was not trembling exactly, but every line of him angled backward. His nose worked once toward the yard, then he looked away and licked his mouth. I stepped out onto the deck with my coffee and looked back at him. "You were in here all night. You've got to go sometime." Still nothing. I had the laugh again, softer this time. "All right, fine. Be dramatic." I left him there and walked into the yard alone. The grass was wet enough to soak through the sides of my socks where they slipped above my shoes, and the cold bit immediately through the canvas. The deck steps had a slick film on them. The farther I crossed the yard, the more exposed I felt in a way that still seemed faintly ridiculous under the sun. A grown man in a backyard in broad morning light should not feel watched. But I did. Not strongly, just enough to notice. The first tracks were exactly where I had seen them the night before, only clearer. They were larger than I expected. That sounds like a minor detail, but it was the first real snag in the neat explanation I had prepared for myself. I had seen deer all my life. Pennsylvania is lousy with them. I knew generally what a hoofprint looked like in mud, what size to expect, how scattered they tended to be when an animal crossed a yard without much concern for neatness. These were not impossible. That is important. If they had been cartoonishly huge, or shaped wrong in some theatrical way, I might have distrusted my memory less later. But they were close enough to deer to let the mind reach for that first, and wrong enough in size and spacing that the reach did not quite hold. I crouched near the nearest set and put 2 fingers next to the print for reference. Too big for any deer I had personally seen, that close in a suburban neighborhood. Maybe not for a very large buck in ideal conditions, I told myself. Maybe the mud had spread the shape. Maybe the freeze and thaw had softened the edges. There were always maybes available. I took all of them. Then I followed the line of impressions toward the fence. There, the top rail dipped down slightly at one point, pressed lower than the rest. Not cracked, not snapped, just compressed in a way that made it look as though something with serious weight had leaned or landed on it. The wood still held the damp discoloration along the grain, where I had noticed the darker streak the night before. In sunlight, it looked less sinister and more mundane. Mud, maybe. Wet leaf stain. Even the almost black patch near the center of the rail could have been sap or grime. I reached out and touched it with one knuckle. It was dry. I rubbed my thumb against it. The material flaked a little, leaving a brown-black residue on my skin. Still not enough to tell me anything. Mud dries. Sap dries. Half the ugly things in the world dry to that color. Then I saw the fence post. It stood just to the right of the depressed section, one of the thicker uprights anchored in concrete. About chest high on the outside-facing edge, higher than I would have expected from a dog, raccoon, or normal deer rubbing. There was a broad, scraped patch where the weathered gray surface had been stripped away. Fresh, pale wood showed beneath it in ragged strokes, like something coarse had rasped against it hard enough to take the finish off. Not claw marks, not clean cuts, more like abrasion from antler or bone or something equally unforgiving. I straightened up slowly. The morning no longer felt as stupid. I leaned closer to the top rail, and that was when I saw the dark material was not just dried smear. A splinter stood up from the rail near where the wood had bowed, and caught in that splinter was hair. Only a few strands, coarse, dark at first glance, though when I pinched one gently between my fingers and lifted it into the light, there was gray in it too. Not long enough for human hair, not soft enough for dog fur, more like guard hair from some larger animal, stiff and thick and slightly oily at the base. I let it go immediately. That was the moment the yard changed back. Not into a nightmare, not all at once, but back into something I could no longer reduce to embarrassment and coffee and poor sleep. There was simply too much evidence for last night to have been nothing. Not evidence of what, exactly, but evidence that something heavy had been at that fence, high enough and strong enough to mark it in ways that did not match the easy explanations I had been feeding myself since waking. I looked back at the house. From out in the yard, the windows reflected the bright morning so strongly I could barely see into them. The slider was a sheet of white sky with the shape of the roofline floating on it. For a second, I caught my own figure in the glass, small and dark against all that brightness, and thought of how the doors had looked the night before. Mirror first, yard second. Marlowe was still inside. He had not moved off the threshold. He stood there with his front paws planted just short of the open door, head low, eyes on me. When I jerked my chin and called him out again, he took one step forward, lowered his nose toward the deck boards, then backed up so abruptly his nails clicked against the kitchen tile. "All right," I muttered. "All right." There are things dogs do that make you feel foolish, and things dogs do that make you listen whether you want to or not. This was the second kind. I came back in with wet shoes and cold fingers, locking the slider behind me out of instinct now rather than courtesy. Marlowe avoided the open view of the yard the way an old man might avoid a window during a thunderstorm, without drama, but with decision. He went to his bed near the laundry room and sat heavily, facing the kitchen but not the glass. By then, I heard Noah moving upstairs. He came down 10 minutes later in flannel pajama pants and one sock half rolled under his heel, hair crushed flat on one side from sleep. He looked younger in the morning, less watchful at first glance, just a boy with a sweatshirt wrinkled from bed and pillow creases still in one cheek. "Morning," I said. "Cereal or eggs?" He yawned into his wrist. "Cereal." I set a bowl on the island, got the milk out, and poured coffee into a travel mug for myself, because standing still did not suit me anymore. He climbed onto the stool, spoon already in hand, and for a minute or two, It was so ordinary again that I almost convinced myself not to say anything about the yard. Let the kid eat. Keep the morning normal. Wait until Dana was back and ask her directly. Then Noah looked toward the slider, not at me, and asked in a perfectly casual voice, "Did it tap last night or just stand there?" I stopped with the milk carton still in my hand. "What?" He shrugged and took a bite of cereal. "Sometimes it taps," he said. "Sometimes it just stands there." He said it the way a child might explain rain versus snow, not trying to frighten me, not checking whether I believed him, just naming two versions of the same thing. I set the milk down very carefully. "What do you mean, sometimes?" His spoon clicked softly against the bowl. "At the glass, or by the fence." The kitchen got very quiet around those words. Not silent. Fridge humming, cereal settling in milk, distant tick of the cooling dishwasher. But quiet in the way rooms do when the thing everyone has been stepping around finally appears in the middle of them. I pulled out the stool across from him and sat. "Noah," I said, keeping my voice as even as I could, "how often does that happen?" He looked at me then, not confused exactly, but surprised I was asking like I did not already know. "I don't know," he said. "Not every night." "Why didn't your mom say something?" He lowered his eyes to the cereal. "She doesn't like when I talk about it." That answer brought a flash of anger up through me so quickly I had to look away for a second. Not at Noah, at his parents, at the memory of Dana laughing at the note on the fridge, at Eric checking the lock twice and saying nothing, at the careful way both of them had redirected every hint of this into deer and branches and kids get weird about windows. They had left me with a child who clearly had an established vocabulary for whatever lived at that fence line, and they had done it under the cover of domestic routine and one half-joking note magneted to the fridge. I stood before I said anything sharp enough for Noah to hear. "You finished breakfast," I told him. "I'm going to call your mom." Dana picked up on the third ring. Her voice had that compressed quality people get when they are trying to sound normal in an emotionally inappropriate setting. Too soft for cheerfulness, too careful for honesty. I could hear road noise under it. "Hey," she said. "Everything okay?" I moved a little farther into the kitchen, keeping my back to Noah, though I could still see him reflected faintly in the microwave door. "Depends what your definition of okay is." A pause. "What happened?" I kept my tone casual on purpose. "I took a walk in the yard this morning, saw the fence, saw the tracks." Another pause, longer this time. "Probably deer." "No," I said. "Too big. And don't do that." "Do what?" "That thing where you already know what I'm talking about and try to hand me the smallest answer first." The road noise got louder for a second, then quieter. Maybe she was turning. Maybe she was covering the phone. When she came back, her voice was lower. "I didn't want to scare you before we left." "That wasn't your call to make." "I know." She said it fast, and for 1 second I heard genuine shame there. Then the guard came back down over it. "It hasn't ever," she began, then stopped herself. "It's usually nothing. Sounds, mostly." Marlo gets worked up. Noah gets worked up because Marlo does. "Dana." I heard her take a breath. "What did Noah say?" That question told me everything I needed to know. Not what happened. Not, are you both all right? Not, what did you see? She went straight to what Noah might have told me. What version of the family secret had crossed the room now that she was not there to direct traffic around it? He asked if it tapped or stood there, I said. The silence on the other end of the line was so complete, I checked the screen to make sure the call had not dropped. When she spoke again, her voice had gone very flat. "Keep him away from the back windows today." That did not sound like a woman calming down a nervous relative. It sounded like a woman giving instructions she had used before. I looked up then, still holding the phone to my ear, and saw Noah standing by the kitchen window. I had not heard him get off the stool. He was not pressed to the glass, or acting theatrical, or craning for a better look. He was just standing there, a few feet back, one hand hanging at his side, staring out across the yard with that blank, practiced stillness children have when they recognize a pattern adults keep insisting is not there. And in that stillness, more than the tracks, more than the hair in the fence, more than Dana's guarded voice in my ear, I felt the morning turn cold again. Chapter 2. What Noah says when his mother isn't listening. After I got off the phone with Dana, I stood in the kitchen for a moment longer than I needed to, holding the dead weight of the phone in my hand and looking at Noah's reflection in the window instead of at Noah himself. He was still facing the yard, not frozen in fear, not leaning forward for a better view. He had the stillness of a child who had already spent too much time watching adults decide which parts of the truth were acceptable to say out loud. That bothered me more than if he had been frightened. Fear in kids at least looks like fear. It asks for something. Reassurance, closeness, a light left on. What Noah had was something quieter and older feeling than that. Familiarity. I slipped the phone into my pocket and forced some normalness back into my voice. "Hey," I said. "You want to help me make grilled cheese for lunch later? Or are you in a dinosaur-shaped nuggets mood?" That got a reaction, small but real. He turned from the window and blinked, as if surfacing from somewhere farther away than the yard. "Grilled cheese," he said. "Tomato soup too?" He made a face. "Maybe." It was enough. Enough to pull him back toward being 8 years old instead of whatever he had become in relation to that fence line. The morning moved on because mornings do, even in houses where something has gone wrong. Cartoons were replaced by one of those YouTube channels where men build impossible structures out of Legos and test them with toy cars. Noah sat cross-legged on the family room rug and explained rules to me about pieces I had never heard of. I rinsed out the cereal bowl, refilled my coffee, and tried not to look at the yard every time the room felt quiet. Marlowe stayed where he could see the kitchen, but not the doors. Every now and then he would lift his head and look toward the glass, not with interest, but with the kind of weary resignation that said he was keeping track of something whether he wanted to or not. By 11, the house felt stable again on the surface. Not safe, I would not use that word, but inhabitable. Daylight does that. It lays enough reason over things that you can move through them. I asked Noah if he wanted to play cards before lunch, and he said yes. We sat at the kitchen table with a deck that was missing 2 queens and a card tray, from some old board game holding pretzels between us. He cheated twice, in ways so obvious I let them pass, because I could tell he wanted the game more than the winning. Children talk best when you stop aiming questions at them like interview lights. That had been true in ambulances, in waiting rooms, in front seat rides home after sports practices, and it was true there too. You did not look directly at the thing they were circling. You let the room stay loose enough that they could approach it from the side. So I did not start with the yard. I started with school, with what cartoon he liked, with whether he thought the dog had always been old, or if that just happened one year all at once. He answered in short little pieces at first, then more. He told me his teacher had a class snake named Julius, who never moved unless you looked away. He told me Marlowe used to be able to jump into the back of Eric's truck without help. He told me his least favorite thing at school was that everybody smelled weird after gym. Then, while sorting his cards by suit, he said without looking up, "Sometimes it stands by the fence." The words slid into the room so plainly that for a second I almost answered them, as if he had said something about the weather. I set down the hand I was holding. "What does?" He gave me a quick glance, and I could tell from that alone he thought I was making this more difficult than it needed to be. "The thing," he said, "at night." The way he said it, no drama, no whisper, no performance, made it worse. There is something uniquely unsettling about a child naming a horror the way he might name a neighbor's dog or a streetlight that flickers sometimes. Not mythologizing it, not even claiming much about it, just placing it in the family geography. I kept my tone level. "And sometimes it stands by the fence?" He nodded. "Sometimes it's farther back," he added, "and you only see its eyes." The kitchen suddenly felt too open behind me. I looked past him toward the sink and the closed blinds over the slider. In daylight, they were only blinds again. White vinyl, dust caught at the edges, one slat bent a little where somebody had twisted it too hard. But once he said eyes, I could not help imagining the previous night from the opposite angle. Whatever I had, or thought I had, seen beyond the glass, looking in at the room where we now sat eating pretzels and pretending to play cards. I said, "Your mom knows about this?" He drew a card from the top of the deck, thought hard about it, then placed it face down on the table in a move that made no sense in any known card game. "Mom says not to look too long," he said, "because then I'll dream about it." I said nothing for a second. "And your dad?" Noah shrugged one shoulder. "Dad says deer don't do that," he said. "But then he keeps the blinds shut anyway." That line hit me harder than I can really explain. Not because it proved anything supernatural, it did not, but because it laid the family's whole arrangement bare in a child's language. The father insisting on the rational category, the mother constructing small household rules around fear, and the boy at the center of it, absorbing both versions at once. Deer don't do that. Keep the blinds shut anyway. I leaned back in my chair and looked at him carefully. "How long has this been going on?" He pressed his lips together the way kids do when they are trying to count time through seasons rather than years. "Since before second grade, I think." That was long enough to make my stomach tighten. "That's a long time." He looked down at the cards. "Not every night." Something about the way he said it carried comfort and dread in equal measure. Not every night. Mean, often enough to be part of life, rarely enough that people could go on pretending. I tried another angle. What does it actually look like? He was quiet for a while after that. I almost thought he would not answer. Then he put his cards down and reached for one of the toy bins shoved under the sideboard near the family room entrance. He dragged it over, plastic wheels inside knocking softly together. He rooted around until he found a deer figurine, the cheap kind you get in bulk farm animal sets, and set it on the table between us. "This first," he said. Then he found a spider with broken legs and a little action figure missing one arm. His hands moved with total seriousness now, not play for its own sake, but demonstration. "Sometimes it's like this," he said, tapping the deer and placing it near the salt shaker. "Just by the fence." He moved it back a few inches and tipped it so only the head showed above the edge of a placemat. sometimes farther back. Then you just see this part. He pointed to the eyes. I swallowed and let him continue. Once, he said, I saw it walk wrong. That phrase had been sitting under everything he had already told me, but hearing it plainly made the hair on my arms rise. What do you mean by wrong? He picked up the deer in one hand and the broken spider in the other. For a second, he seemed frustrated by the limits of plastic. Then he set both down and used his own hand instead, flattening it on the table and walking his fingers forward in a stiff little imitation. Like the front legs, he said, don't always work like front legs. He folded his first two fingers under and dragged his knuckles a little, then changed the motion halfway through so the hand rose up and balanced differently. Like it decides later, he said, speaking more slowly now because he wanted me to understand exactly how it wants to stand. There is no graceful way to hear an 8-year-old say something like that.
If he had been frightened, crying, exaggerating, I might have found some easier category for it. Imagination, nightmares, Halloween residue. But he was not performing fear. He was reporting mechanics. That was what made it deeply wrong. He spoke the way a child might explain that a certain stair always creaks, or the school bus door sticks when it rains. Front legs don't always work like front legs. It decides later how it wants to stand. I realized I had been holding my breath. Did you tell your parents that? He gave me a look that was far older than his face. Yes. And what did they say? Mom said I probably saw it moving from behind the trees. Did you believe her? No. That came instantly. I looked at the deer figurine still standing on the table. Its little molded face seemed ridiculous now. Toy simple, incapable of carrying anything of what he meant. I turned it over once in my fingers and put it down again. Why didn't they tell me? I asked, more to myself than to him. Noah's eyes dropped to the cards again. He picked one up, bent the corner, smoothed it out. Because then you probably wouldn't have stayed. The sentence landed so hard in the room that even Marlowe lifted his head. I did not answer right away because there was nothing useful in me to answer with. Anger rose again, but broader this time. Not hot, exactly. More like the feeling of discovering you have been maneuvered into a role without your consent. Dana and Eric had not only minimized what they knew, they had made a calculation. If they told me the full pattern, if there even was a full pattern, I might refuse. So they had trusted familiarity to carry me over the threshold for them. Blood relation, childcare logistics, a casserole in the fridge, a joking note on the door. All the machinery of domestic life used to move a man into a place he might otherwise have avoided. I got up under the pretense of checking lunch. Tomato soup too? I asked over my shoulder. Okay, Noah said. The mundane reply almost made me laugh. While the butter softened on the counter and the skillet heated, I found my eyes roaming the family room and kitchen with a new kind of attention. Once someone gives you the right context, a room changes. Not physically, not at first. But details stop being decoration and start becoming testimony. From the sink, I looked harder at the back slider. At first it was only a door. Then it was a door Dana had specifically written notes about. A door Eric had checked twice in 10 minutes. A door Noah had asked me to keep blinded. A door Marlowe refused to trust after dark. I walked over to it and crouched. There, low on the exterior trim where the frame met the deck, subtle enough that I had missed them entirely before, were scratches. Not fresh, that was clear. The wood around them had weathered again, the pale cuts dulled to gray. But they were there. 3 on one side, 2 lower down,
and another cluster near the base where something had repeatedly struck or scraped from outside. Not the random abrasion of lawn equipment or moving furniture. Too concentrated, too low, and too deliberate. I ran a fingertip over one. The groove caught my skin. Then I noticed the glass. One lower pane of the slider had a slightly different tint from the rest when the sunlight hit it sideways. Not much. The kind of variation most people would never register unless they were looking for reasons. But now I was looking. One pane newer than the other. Replaced at some point. Suddenly, the whole back of the house felt like a face with one healed scar you only see once someone tells you where to look. My gaze went from there, out into the yard, to the fence. And from that angle, I could also see where one section of the back fence slats did not perfectly match the weathering of the rest. A patch. Not brand new, but newer. 3 boards close together. A slightly different shade. Their screws brighter where rust had not fully taken them yet. Things that had meant nothing at arrival now gathered around one point. Lunch hissed in the skillet behind me. Bread browning. Butter smoking faintly. Tomato soup beginning to warm in a pot. The smells were so ordinary, so aggressively normal, that they almost made the room feel theatrical by contrast, like a set trying too hard to reassure me. I served Noah his sandwich cut diagonally because that mattered to him for reasons he could not explain. And we ate at the table while one of those Saturday rerun channels murmured in the background from the family room. He did not say much more. Neither did I. The conversation had already given me more than I knew what to do with. After lunch, while Noah was upstairs getting dressed, I started opening kitchen drawers. At first, I did it under the excuse of looking for batteries. Then, because I wanted to see what other household systems had been quietly built around this thing without being named. Spare keys, rubber bands, birthday candles, old takeout menus, school forms, medicine syringes, chip clips. The ordinary archaeology of American family life. I almost felt stupid doing it. Then, in the back of the 3rd drawer down beside the fridge, underneath a wad of takeout napkins and a crumpled packet of soy sauce, I found a small, white audio unit. At first, I thought it was an old cordless phone base. Then I recognized it for what it was. 1/2 of a baby monitor set. Audio only. Cheap plastic. Tiny speaker grill. Volume wheel on the side. The sort of thing people use when they have an infant in another room and want to hear the first change in breathing before it becomes crying. Noah was 8, far too old for that kind of monitor. I turned it over in my hand and saw that the battery compartment had been changed recently. The screws were bright, not oxidized. Not an old object forgotten in a junk drawer. A current one put away between uses. I stood there in the kitchen with the little monitor in my palm, listening to the house breathe around me, and understood with a slow, sick certainty that they had not only been closing blinds and checking locks, they had been listening for him at night. Chapter 2. The first time it lets me see it clearly. By late afternoon, I had talked myself into a plan, and the plan was simple enough that it almost passed for confidence. Keep the house bright. Keep Noah in sight. Keep the blinds mostly closed, but not so tightly that the room felt like a bunker. Feed the dog early. Get him outside before the yard crossed that invisible line between ordinary dusk and whatever it became after. Lock everything before dark. Stay ahead of it. Even then, I heard the flaw in my own thinking. Stay ahead of what? I still did not have a name for it. I did not even have a shape I could fully trust. I had a child's plain descriptions, a damaged fence, tracks too big and too careful, old scratches on the back trim, and the sour knowledge that Dana and Eric had been listening to Noah at night through a monitor they no longer had any normal reason to own. That was not enough for proof, but it was more than enough to turn the whole second half of that day into one long act of preparation disguised as babysitting. I made Noah stay downstairs with me, under the excuse that I wanted help with dinner. He did help, in the way children help, by asking if shredded cheese counted as cooking and whether frozen tater tots were technically a vegetable if they came from potatoes. I let him grate cheese into a bowl and line up the tots on a baking sheet in rows so neat they looked ceremonial. He seemed steadier when he had tasks. So did I. The house felt easier to manage when there was motion in it. Oven preheating, cabinet doors opening and closing, a fork dropped on the floor, the ordinary percussion of life refusing to go silent. I turned on more lights than I needed. Not every light in the house. I did not want to frighten Noah by making it obvious I was nervous. But I kept the kitchen bright, the family room lamp on, the little light over the sink burning even before sunset, and the hall light by the stairs glowing in anticipation of evening. The back of the house still reflected itself in the glass, but the reflections looked thicker now, more complete, as if I were building layers of myself and the room into a shield. That is the kind of irrational thought that comes before people start barricading doors in movies. I knew it was irrational, even while I was having it. Marlowe spent most of the afternoon moving from one place to another without ever settling for long. He would lie near the laundry room, get up 10 minutes later, and circle the kitchen island, then stand by the slider with his head low and turn away again before I even asked if he wanted out. He was not alert the way some dogs get when they hear an animal in the yard. He was burdened. That was the word that came to me. Burdened by awareness, as if he knew too well what part of the day we were getting closer to and wanted no part in escorting us into it. By a little after 5, the light had already started thinning. That is, late autumn in Pennsylvania. Afternoon does not so much become evening as surrender to it. The color drains first. Then the edges of things soften. Then anything beyond the reach of human-made light begins to gather itself. Through the slats of the blinds, the yard lost warmth by degrees, until even the grass looked gray. I fed Marlowe early. He ate, though not eagerly. Noah ate too, half watching one of those home renovation reruns that make every kitchen in America look either brand new or on the edge of demolition. I remember being unreasonably irritated by the voices on that show. Too loud, too cheerful, too confident that every ruined thing could be improved by tearing out cabinets and opening up a wall. I muted it and put on local news instead. Then I muted that too. Eventually, there was only the quiet clink of forks and the oven fan pushing warm air into the kitchen. I checked the time more often than I wanted to. At 6, I told myself I would take Marlowe out before it got fully dark. At 6:05, I still had not moved. At 6:10, Noah asked if he could have a root beer with dinner, and I told him no more sharply than I meant to. He looked down at his plate and said, "Okay," in a voice that made me feel immediately ashamed. "Sorry," I said. "Long day." He shrugged. "It's okay." Marlowe had gone to the slider again. This time, he stood there with one paw lifted slightly off the tile. Not scratching, not asking in any normal dog way, just waiting in a posture I understood as obligation rather than desire. I looked outside through the blinds. At first, nothing. The deck, the yard, the fence, the dark line of woods beyond. Evening, cold and uneventful. "All right," I said. mostly to myself. Now. We're doing it now. I took the flashlight from the drawer, even though there was still some light left in the sky. Noah noticed. "Are you going outside with him?" "Yeah." "Can I stay here?" The fact that he asked, instead of automatically following, told me everything. "Stay here," I said. "Don't open the blinds." He nodded quickly. I opened the slider and stepped out first. Marlowe followed because he had to, not because he wanted to. The deck boards gave a little under our weight, holding the day's cold in them. The air outside had sharpened. You could smell leaves, damp wood, distant chimney smoke from somewhere in the neighborhood. The kind of air that should have felt clean. For the first few seconds, nothing was wrong. That made what came next worse. Marlowe took 2 steps onto the deck and paused near the stairs. I scanned the yard, then the fence, then the woods. No movement. No eye shine. No shape at all. A normal yard at dusk. I even let myself think maybe too much had happened in the daylight. Maybe whatever pattern this house had fallen into with Dana and Eric did not automatically continue just because I knew about it now. Then the woods went quiet. I do not mean the way a place gets quieter as evening deepens. I mean the whole soundscape dropped out, as if somebody had taken a hand and closed it around the property. No road noise. No distant dog barking from another yard. No branch chatter. No insect static. Nothing. It was not a dramatic silence. That would almost have been easier. It was a complete one. Clean enough to notice all at once. Marlowe froze. Not merely stopped. Froze. Every line of him locked in place, as if whatever message had reached his body had arrived whole and final. His head angled toward the far fence line. His nostrils widened once. Then he did not move at all. I followed his gaze. Something stood near the back fence, a little left of center where the yard dipped slightly before the wood line. At first, my mind accepted it as a buck. That was the first and most natural category. A large buck, standing still. We were in Pennsylvania. It was dusk. The yard backed up to woods. That explanation arrived so fast it almost shielded me from the details. Then the details began to separate. It was too still. Not watchful still in the ordinary deer way, where small muscular adjustments keep happening even when the body holds. No ear flick. No shift in weight. No quick, nervous head movement. It held itself like an object arranged there to resemble a living thing. The head angle was wrong. Not wildly. Not enough to become impossible. Just wrong enough that I kept waiting for it to correct itself, and it never did. The muzzle dipped a little too far. The neck carried a little too high behind it, and the face seemed turned toward us without the body fully agreeing to the posture. I realized, with a hard little clench in my stomach, that even at that distance I could make out ribs. Not cleanly, not countable, just a faint, shadowed suggestion of them through the hide along its flank. Too pronounced for a healthy deer standing calm in a suburban yard. Its antlers were uneven. One side lifted in a normal branching sweep. The other side looked lower, denser, almost warped by extra tines in the wrong places, as if the rack had grown following one set of instructions and then changed its mind halfway through. I heard myself say, very softly, "Jesus." Marlowe made no sound at all. The thing stepped sideways. That is where whatever last defense my mind still had gave way. I had watched deer adjust position before. They do it with a particular lightness, a readiness to spring that remains in even the smallest movement. This was not that. This looked like something thinking through where a deer's body ought to go next, and then placing itself there. The motion was too smooth in one part and too deliberate in another, as if the idea of four-legged balance had to be corrected in real time. I stood there holding the flashlight and did not raise it. I do not know why. Maybe because some animal part of me knew that if I illuminated it fully, the encounter would stop being deniable forever. The buck, if that was what it was, lifted its head. Then it opened its mouth. I was expecting a snort, maybe a grunt, maybe some deer noise I had only heard in hunting videos and would not know until I heard it in person. What came out instead was stretched and low and wrong, in a way that did not fit any category I had ever stored in my head. It began like a canine sound deep in the chest, then dragged upward through something almost human in its strain, not becoming a voice, but passing too close to one. There was a wetness in it, a pulled length to it, like whatever was making the noise had to force it through a shape not made for that purpose. Every muscle in my shoulders locked. Beside me, Marlowe lost control of his bladder. The piss hit the deck boards in a sudden hot splash and ran in narrow streams between the grooves. He did not squat, did not even crouch. It simply happened out of him while he stood rigid and staring. From inside the house, Noah screamed. Not a startled yelp, a real, terrified scream from a child who recognized what he was seeing before I did. "Don't let it come close to the glass!" That snapped me loose. I grabbed the back of Marlowe's collar with one hand and half dragged, half hauled him toward the slider. He resisted for a second, not by pulling away, but by locking up in place like his feet had forgotten their instructions. I swore at him, at myself, at the whole yard, and got enough momentum into him to move. The flashlight beam flew crazily across the deck and the side of the house. The thing by the fence did not charge. That almost made it worse. It only watched. I got one hand on the door handle and shoved it open. Noah was standing 5 feet inside the kitchen, white-faced, one hand on the edge of the island. I yelled for him to get back. Marlowe stumbled past me onto the tile, nails skittering. I stepped in after him and reached for the door. That was when I looked back one more time. The thing had moved closer to the fence. Not by much. A yard or two, maybe. Enough that I could see the front of it more clearly through the thinning dark. Enough that I saw one of its forelimbs lift and settle on the top rail. Not like a hoof resting. Not like an animal bracing its weight the way deer sometimes do when jumping. It placed that front limb on the fence with an exploratory precision that reminded me, sickeningly, of a hand trying to remember how a hoof was supposed to land. The lower segment bent too subtly. The contact spread too strangely. For 1 second, the whole illusion of normal anatomy wavered there in plain view. I slammed the slider shut so hard the glass rattled in the frame. The sound of the lock sliding home seemed both far too small and the only thing in the world that mattered. Noah threw himself against my side hard enough to make me stagger. Marlowe backed all the way to the laundry room threshold and turned there, still staring, his breath coming in wet, rapid bursts. "Blinds," Noah said, voice cracking. "Close them! Close them!" I yanked the blinds shut, though they were already mostly together. My hands shook enough to tangle the cord. For one absurd second, I could not get the slats to line up, and the gap of dusk outside showed through like an eye. Then the blinds snapped fully closed. Noah was crying now, but trying not to, which somehow made it more upsetting. He kept looking toward the covered glass, the way people look at an emergency room door when they know bad news is behind it, but have not heard the words yet. "What did you see?" I asked him, not because I needed confirmation of my own eyes, but because I needed to hear something human. He swallowed. It was there already. I know. I told you it comes close. The accusation in that was accidental. That made it hit harder. I put a hand on the back of his head and kept it there until his breathing slowed enough to stop hitching. My own pulse did not settle. The kitchen had the suffocating brightness of places where terrible things have just almost happened, but not quite enough for the room to admit it. Light on the counters, magnets on the fridge, the smell of reheated dinner still hanging in the air. And behind the blind, just cloth and glass and whatever had chosen to stand at the fence and let me see it properly for the first time. I did not pull the blind again. Not then. Not when the house remained silent for the next 10 minutes. Not when I heard nothing move on the deck. Not when Marlowe finally lay down but kept his head up, eyes fixed on the covered door. The whole back of the house felt occupied without being entered. I called Dana. This time she answered on the first ring. "What happened?" she said immediately. No hello. The question came too fast for innocence. I turned so Noah would not see my face. I saw it. Silence. The kind that means not surprise, but calculation. "What did you see?" she asked at last. "A deer that isn't right," I said. "Or something trying very hard to be one. Big, thin, wrong in the legs, wrong in the face." It made a sound that wasn't any deer sound I've ever heard in my life. And it came up to the fence like it was checking distance. I heard her breathe in through her nose, then out. On the other end of the line there was road noise again, and Eric's voice, too muffled to make out the words. "So you have seen it before," I said. She did not answer immediately, which was answer enough. "Yes," she said finally. "We've seen something." My hand tightened around the phone. "Something?" "Don't start with me, please." "No, you don't get that. You do not get to leave me here with your son and your dog and then say something like this is a raccoon in the trash." Another silence. Lower now, tighter. "We've heard it," she said. "Seen it at the fence, sometimes farther back in the trees. Marlowe reacts. Noah..." She stopped. "Noah what?" "He notices things." I laughed once without humor. "That is a hell of a way to put it." "Listen to me." Her voice sharpened for the first time. It has never come over the fence. I looked at the blinds as if I could see through them by force. "Dana, it hasn't." The certainty in that statement did not comfort me. It sounded like a person repeating the strongest sentence she owned because everything weaker had already failed. "We keep the lights on," she said. "We keep Noah away from the back windows. We do not let Marlowe stay out after dark. And it has never come over." I closed my eyes. The image of that forelimb on the rail came back instantly. Not merely near the fence, using it, testing it. "Yeah," I said quietly. "Well?" On the other end of the line, she did not ask what I meant. Maybe she already knew. Maybe she heard it in my voice. Either way, when I looked at the sealed white blinds over the back door, all I could think about was how little wood there really was between standing at a fence and being on the other side of it. Chapter 3. The House Next Door and the Wrong Kind of Local Story. The next morning, I told myself I was not going next door for answers. That was the version of the decision I could live with. I told myself I was going over there for practical reasons, adult reasons, The sort of reasons men in quiet neighborhoods still use to speak to each other without embarrassment. Fencing, deer pressure, whether there had been stray dogs in the development lately. Maybe somebody had seen a large buck moving through the yards and could tell me I was letting one bad sighting swell into something worse than it was. I did not believe that explanation much, but it got my shoes on. Dana and Eric still were not back. There had been some problem leaving after the funeral. Family logistics, a late stop, too many people needing too many things. And Dana had called a little after 8 to tell me they were delayed again. Her voice had the careful calm of somebody trying not to sound guilty while sounding guilty anyway. Noah had heard enough of the call from the kitchen table to stop asking when his parents were coming home. That, in its own way, made me angrier. He was a kid already used to adults speaking around the edge of a problem instead of through it. By 9:30, the sky had gone the color of wet wool. Not raining, not bright, just a thick, low Pennsylvania overcast that flattened the neighborhood and brought the woods closer in some visual way that was hard to describe. Houses still looked like houses. Mailboxes, recycling bins, basketball hoops over garages, SUVs with school stickers on the back glass. Ordinary suburbia. But behind all of it, beyond every fence line, the woods sat there like a second thought no one had managed to pave over. I left Noah in the family room with a blanket and a movie and told him I was just going next door for a minute. "Why?" he asked. "To ask Mr. Keller something about the fence," I said. That much, at least, was true. Noah looked toward the back of the house before he looked at me. Just a quick flick of his eyes. Then he nodded. Marlo watched me go with the dull intensity of an old dog who suspects every departure is both temporary and a betrayal. He did not get up. He only shifted on his bed enough to keep the back door and the kitchen in view. The house next door sat on the other side of a stand of leafless shrubs and a sloping strip of dormant grass that turned slick when it rained. I had met the neighbor once before in passing, just long enough to get a name and the rough impression of him. Keller. Maybe late 60s. Maybe older. Lean, sun-browned in the permanent way some men get from decades of outdoor work. The kind of man whose posture tells you he still carries 50-pound bags correctly, even if he no longer has to. Not chatty. Not unfriendly. Just economical. His place looked exactly like the sort of place you trusted more than Dana's, because it was less curated. The porch had practical clutter on it instead of decorative clutter. A leaf blower leaning against the brick. 2 half-used bags of birdseed under a bench. A mud-streaked pair of work boots by the mat. A little stack of split wood under a tarp that had come loose on one corner. On the storm door, there was an old Steelers sticker, sun-faded, nearly white at the edges. Somebody had once tried to make the place charming with a fall wreath, then given up halfway through the season and left it to weather. It all helped. It grounded him before he even opened the door. Ordinary men with ordinary porches are easier to believe when they say extraordinary things. He answered after the second knock, wearing a thermal shirt under an old zip-up fleece and reading glasses low on his nose. "Mornin'," he said. "Sorry to bother you," I told him. "I'm Dana's cousin, watching Noah for her while they're out of town." "Yeah," he said. "I know who you are." Not hostile, just factual. Small neighborhoods watch each other whether they admit to it or not. I nodded toward the side of the backyard. "I wanted to ask you something about the fence back there. Deer, maybe? Or stray dogs? Something hit the top rail and left some marks." His expression did not change at first. "Did it?" he said. "Yeah." He opened the storm door and stepped onto the porch, not inviting me in, but not shutting me out either. Up close, I noticed his left hand was nicked and stained dark around the nails, like he had been pruning or working with soil. Behind him, the house smelled faintly of coffee and onions frying in butter. What kind of marks? That was the moment I had to decide how much to say. Too little and I would get nothing. Too much and I risked sounding like the kind of man who comes over in daylight to talk about nightmares. So I gave him the practical version. Big hoofprints in the mud, I said. Top rail pressed down. Hair caught in a splinter. Dog won't go into the yard at night. That last part made him look at me properly. Not startled, sharper than that. How old's the dog? Old enough to know better than me. He grunted once. I added, because I wanted to see where his line was. There was tapping on the back glass, too. That did it. Not a big reaction. Nothing movie-worthy, but the small muscles around his mouth tightened. His eyes cut once, quick and involuntary, toward Dana's house behind me. Then back to me. What kind of tapping? Single knocks, not branches, not anything loose in the wind. He was quiet. I could hear a wind chime somewhere farther up the street, thin and irregular in the gray air. A car passed at the front of the development and was gone again. Behind Dana's house, the woods looked darker than the sky. Keller took off his glasses and folded one earpiece in slowly. Did the boy see it at the window? He asked. There are questions that gather too many details at once. That was one of them. I did not answer immediately, and he took that for the answer it was. Hell, he said softly. I almost asked him right there what the thing was, but something about his face stopped me. Not fear exactly, more like irritation at inevitability. The look of a man hearing an old tool in the garage make that sound again after years of hoping it had finally rusted solid. What do you call it? I asked. He looked at me a long moment. I don't. That's not an answer. It's the one you get. The refusal annoyed me enough that some of my own fear turned into anger. Look, I said, keeping my voice lower than I felt. I've got a kid in that house whose parents clearly know more than they told me, and I saw something at the fence last night that sure as hell wasn't right. I'm not asking for folklore. I'm asking whether there's some large animal moving through here, or whether I should be getting Noah somewhere else before dark. At that, something in his posture eased a little. Not because I had reassured him, but because I had finally sounded practical enough for the conversation he was willing to have. He leaned one shoulder against the porch post and looked out toward the yards instead of at me. Don't call it a monster, he said. I didn't. No, but you're heading there. I waited. After a few seconds, he said, Some things learn houses. The sentence sat there between us in the morning chill with no effort made to dress it up. What does that mean? He shrugged one shoulder, not dismissively, more like a man who hated the truth of his own answer. It means a thing can pass through a place once and be nothing. Twice, maybe, and still be chance. But if it keeps coming back to one property, one set of windows, one fence line, then it's not just moving through, it's learned something. I heard myself ask, learned what? Where the light is, he said. Where the dog sleeps. Which room the kid's in. That sort of thing. I did not like how quickly that matched things I had already noticed. He glanced at me then, seeing it land. If it keeps coming back, he said, it's because someone inside notices it. That sentence chilled me in a deeper way than anything more dramatic could have. The porch around us was still full of ordinary suburban junk. The leaf blower, the birdseed bags, the peeling sticker. Somewhere inside his house, an old refrigerator kicked on. Everything visible insisted on normal life, which only made his words feel worse, not better. A crazy person could say crazy things in a spooky place and you could discount them. A practical old man on a cluttered porch saying them without flourish was harder to escape. I folded my arms against the cold. "You've seen it." He did not answer directly. Instead, he said, "If a dog won't go into the yard, listen to the dog." That was not folklore either. That was field advice. The kind a hunter or farmer gives you without making a speech about instinct. I said, "Marlowe won't step off the deck after dark." Keller nodded once, like a man hearing something confirm itself. We stood there long enough that I almost thought he would stop at that. Then he sighed through his nose, looked down the street one way and then the other, as though checking for an audience out of habit rather than necessity, and said, "Few years back, down at the end of the cul-de-sac, family had a lab. Good dog. Big yellow thing, always off leash, and never went farther than the mailbox. One morning, they found it under the swing set." He paused there, not for effect, to decide how much to make me see. "Opened up pretty bad," he said finally. "Not eaten proper, just opened." A cold current moved through my chest. He kept his eyes on the yards as he spoke, as if the stories belonged to the place more than to him. People said coyote. Then some said bear, though nobody around here had ever seen a bear that close to the development and still don't admit it now. Animal control came out, took notes. Nothing came of it. He shifted the glasses in his hand. Then there was the boy. I did not say anything. "Teenager," Keller went on. "Not Noah's age, older, 14 maybe. Over in the next phase of the neighborhood, years before Dana bought her place. Room at the back of the house facing the trees. Parents said he was there when they went to bed. Gone in the morning. No busted window, no door left open. Nothing out of place in the room except the blinds were up." He said it the way people in these places talk about local bad deaths, with enough detail to anchor the reality, not enough to make it indecent. I felt my mouth go dry. "Was he found?" Keller shook his head once. Then, before I could ask the obvious next question, he said, "And one winter, maybe 6 years ago now, I stepped out before sunrise to salt my front walk and found tracks on my roof." That made me look at him fully. "Tracks?" He nodded. "Snow came hard overnight. Good clean cover. Nobody else up yet. I look up and there they are, crossing the shingles from back pitch to front, then gone where the gutters would have dropped them to the porch overhang. Not cat, not raccoon. Too long between them, too much weight in the impressions." He finally looked at me then, and there was a deep, tired dislike in his face, not of me, but of the subject itself, of its persistence. "You understand what I'm saying?" he asked. I did, though not in any way that comforted me. He had not once said it was all the same thing. He had not used one clean label. He had not claimed to know origin or nature or intention. And that restraint made the pattern more obvious, not less. Torn dog under a swing set. Missing boy from a back-facing room. Tracks crossing a roof. Tapping on glass. A child told not to look too long. Adults in neighboring houses who all seemed to share the same exhausted grammar of avoidance. "Why does nobody say this out loud?" I asked. At that, he gave a short, humorless laugh. "Say what out loud? That there's something wrong in the woods behind a middle-income development outside Pittsburgh? He slipped his glasses back on. People say pieces. That's how these places work. One family has trouble with a dog. Another hears something at the fence. Another swears a deer stood too long in the yard. Nobody wants to be the one talking crazy at a zoning meeting. I almost smiled despite myself. That was the truest thing anyone had said all morning. Keller rubbed one hand over the porch railing.
And some of it, he added, you don't say, because saying it starts making it feel organized, like there are rules. I'm not sure there are rules, just habits. The overcast sky had lowered even more while we talked. The woods behind Dana's place looked less like scenery now and more like a held breath. I found myself wishing Dana had not bought a house backing up to them, wishing suburban ambition had ended 3 lots earlier and left her with nothing but another family's trampoline beyond the fence. Instead, I said, "What do I do? Today? Yes. You keep the boy away from the back windows after dark. You don't force the dog into the yard if he won't go. You keep the blinds shut. And if you hear anything that sounds like a person outside when there shouldn't be one, you use your head before your manners." That last line landed strangely. I filed it away without fully understanding why. I nodded once. He seemed to consider whether he had more to say, then apparently decided against it. The porch shifted beneath us in a little cold sigh of wood and old nails. I turned to go, then paused on the steps. "One more thing," I said. "Have you ever seen it up close?" For the first time, he hesitated, in a way that looked like fear rather than annoyance. Not long, just enough. Then he said, "Close enough," and left it there. I had one foot in the yard when he called after me, casual, as if he had almost forgotten an errand. "Has Noah started repeating voices from outside yet?" I stopped so hard, my heel skidded on wet concrete. When I turned back, Keller's face had not changed. He looked like a man asking whether I needed to borrow hedge trimmers. And somehow, that made the question far worse than if he had lowered his voice. Chapter 3: The Quiet History of the Fence Line. I went back to Dana's house, more unsettled by the conversation with Keller than I wanted to admit. Part of that was the content of what he had said. The dog under the swing set, the missing teenager, tracks on a roof. But a larger part of it was the way he had said all of it, without flourish, without leaning into mystery, without trying to win me over. He had spoken like a man describing recurring storm damage on a stretch of road everyone local knew to avoid in winter. Not interested in convincing me. Not interested in naming it either. Just handing over the shape of a problem in the smallest pieces that could still be useful. That kind of conversation sticks. On the walk back across the wet grass between the houses, I kept trying to put the whole thing into a form that would let me stay reasonable. Neighborhood superstition. A few unrelated incidents stitched together by boredom and fear. People are good at that. Especially in places like this, where most lives are orderly enough to leave room for pattern hunger. One dog gets torn up by some animal nobody sees clearly. A teenager runs away or gets taken by some ordinary kind of evil. Somebody finds odd tracks after a snow, and memory does the rest. Then years later, all the stories begin bending toward each other, because people like a shared fear almost as much as they hate one. That was the version I tried to carry back into the house. It lasted until I opened the mudroom door and saw Noah sitting on the floor just inside the family room with the television muted, staring at the blank black screen. He looked up when I came in, and the expression on his face was not exactly panic,
but it had that tightened quality children get when they have spent several minutes listening hard. "What is it?" I asked. He glanced toward the back of the house. "Nothing now." That was enough to knock whatever calm I had rebuilt back down to the studs. I checked the locks again. I checked the blinds. I checked the yard through 2 narrow slats of the family room window and saw nothing but gray daylight, the fence, and the dark line of woods behind it. Marlowe had moved from his bed to a position near the kitchen entrance where he could watch both the hall and the back of the house without having to face the glass directly. He lifted his head when I came through, then let it sink down again. His eyes tracked me the way old dogs' eyes do when they have fully delegated interpretation to the human, but still reserve the right to judge how well he is doing. I made Noah a sandwich he barely touched and told him to keep the television on if he wanted to. He did not ask why my voice sounded different. He was already too used to adult moods curdling around things they refused to explain. Then I did what people do when they are frightened and still wish to believe that enough information will turn fear back into management. I started looking things up. At first, I kept it modest. The neighborhood Facebook group. The sort of place where people post about lost cats, suspicious solicitors, and whether anybody else's power flickered during a storm. I sat at the kitchen island with Dana's laptop because it was already there and open, and because using my phone felt too narrow for the amount of nonsense I was likely to have to sift through. Noah stayed in the family room. Every now and then I glanced up and saw the changing colors of whatever he had put on reflected in the microwave door. The first searches gave me exactly what you would expect. Complaints about deer eating hostas. Photos of bears caught on motion cameras miles away. Arguments over whether coyotes had become bolder in the last 5 years or whether people were simply leaving out too much trash. A thread about a fox with mange that had everyone calling animal control every time they saw anything with a tail after dark. Enough noise to hide almost anything real inside it. I kept going. Subdivision name plus fence damage. Subdivision name plus animal. County name plus pets missing. Then variations with the nearby developments Keller had mentioned. Then the next township over. Once you start digging through local online history, you realize how much of American life gets logged in petty fragments. Worried mothers, irritated homeowners, old men with bad punctuation, people selling elliptical machines, people warning about teenagers cutting through yards, people posting from parked cars while something outside their windshield makes them uneasy. Nothing explicit emerged at first. That almost made it worse, because the pieces that did emerge had the quality of smoke without visible fire. A woman 2 streets over asking whether anyone else had something large in the backyard around 2 a.m., and getting 6 comments about deer before she stopped replying. A post from years back where someone mentioned finding the back gate open and 2 dogs gone. Then updated the thread the next day to say one came home and the other didn't. A short county blotter item about a break-in with no signs of forced entry and no property taken. A complaint filed under wildlife nuisance that described damage to deck railings and the phrase deer impact in a tone that sounded more administrative than convinced. I opened old local newspaper archives next. Small-town news sites have a way of burying the interesting thing under the language of paperwork. You do not find monsters there. You find missing persons reports, sheriff's statements, school board notes, and obituaries. But if you read enough of them in sequence, patterns start to form, whether you want them to or not. There was a boy, 10 years earlier, from the neighboring development Keller had mentioned. 14. Left in bed at night, gone by morning. The article was careful with the family's grief, dry on detail, optimistic in the absurd way early missing person reporting often is. Search efforts ongoing. Community asked to remain vigilant. No evidence of foul play at this time. Then later, updates thinner and thinner until there were none. I clicked through to old forum discussions about it and found a mess of armchair theories. Runaways, custody issues, online predators, a possible sinkhole, which would have been laughable if people had not sounded so certain. Buried among them was a single comment from someone claiming the blinds in the kids' room had been found all the way up, and muddy marks were on the sill. Dozens of replies told them not to spread rumors. The comment was later deleted. That only made it harder to ignore. I searched for the dog Keller had mentioned and found nothing direct. But a neighborhood app thread from years ago referenced a horrible incident with a Harrison's lab and asked that children avoid the cul-de-sac because animal remains were being handled. Again, no specifics. Again, enough. From there I went broader. County wildlife reports, state game commission notices, property maps. That was where another bad shape began to take form. The woods behind Dana's subdivision were not just a decorative buffer. They linked up behind several phases of development, then widened, ran downhill past a creek, and connected farther east to a much larger patchwork of state game lands and private timber acreage. On a map, it became obvious in a way it never feels obvious while standing at a kitchen window. The fenced yards with their grills and swing sets and soccer balls were just little bright interruptions along the edge of a much bigger body of dark ground. Whatever moved through those woods was not confined to one lot, one street, or one neighborhood rumor. It had room. That fact should have made the whole thing easier to rationalize. Large tracts mean animals. Deer, coyotes, feral dogs, even the occasional bear if conditions are wrong enough. That was the argument my mind wanted. But by then, I had read too many comments from too many different years that all bent around the same wrongness. The animal was too calm. It stood there like it was listening. The dog knew before we did. I found those, or versions of them, more than once. Not in one thread, which would have been easy to dismiss as people borrowing each other's phrasing, but scattered. A woman complaining that the deer in her yard would not run even when she flashed the porch light. A man describing one of the strangest coyotes he had ever seen because it just stood by the fence and stared toward the kitchen. A comment on a lost pet post saying their retriever had refused the yard all week before the cat vanished. Different names, different years, different attempts to force the experience into acceptable categories. Yet those same lines kept surfacing, like phrases people reached for when the available language failed. I copied several into a blank document without really knowing why. Maybe because writing them together made the pattern more visible. Maybe because part of me still wanted evidence in a form I could point at later and say, "Here, you see this too." Then I searched Dana's address directly. That felt invasive, even though I was already sitting in her kitchen after watching her son for 2 nights in a house she had not described honestly. Still, typing the exact street number into local search bars carried a different charge. Less like research, more like prying up a floorboard. At first, nothing. A tax assessment page, a real estate listing with bright, empty photos from before they moved in. An archived delivery complaint. Then, on one neighborhood app thread from about 3 years earlier, I found the address listed in a discussion titled something bland enough to be almost comic. Large animal jumping fences? The post itself was from a woman on the street behind Dana's. Anyone else seeing something big crossing yards after dark? Not a normal deer. Cleared our back fence with no trouble. Husband thinks buck. I know what a buck looks like. Most of the replies were useless. Deer can jump higher than you think. Probably spooked. Hunting season makes them weird. One guy attached a link about white-tailed deer capabilities, like he was settling a bar bet. Then came the replies that mattered. Saw one in the M Drive cul-de-sac just standing by the fence for 15 minutes. Our shepherd wouldn't go out after. Tell your kids not to look at it if it's at the back line. That last one had no replies at all. Farther down, buried in the thread, Dana's address appeared because someone had tagged houses that might want to keep an eye out. One reply beneath it, from a username I assumed was Eric's based on the initials, said, "Probably same buck that's been coming through here. We'll keep Marlowe in." No mention of Noah. No mention of tapping. No mention of voices or standing at windows or anything else I now suspected had already happened by then. Just enough acknowledgement to signal familiarity, without enough honesty to invite real conversation. That was the point where my frustration turned fully into anger. Not panic, not even fear, not for that minute. Anger. This had not been some quirky local nuisance the adults joked about over fences while they hauled in bird feeders and replaced chewed-up flower beds. People had already developed a whole neighborhood style for speaking around it. Big buck, weird coyote, calm animal, fence damage, keep the dog in, don't let the kids look too long. Everybody shaving the experience down to whatever version could still live in daylight and property values. Nobody naming the shared shape because naming it would make it communal, and making it communal would make it harder to dismiss the next time it came to somebody's back glass. I understood then why Keller had refused the word monster. Not because it was inaccurate necessarily, because that word would let everyone either laugh or panic. The truth sat in a narrower place than that, too real to mock, too ill-formed to handle cleanly. I kept scrolling. The thread had gone cold after a day or two, the way neighborhood concern always does once nobody has a fresh picture to upload. But attached near the end was a single image someone had posted, and then, apparently, never taken down. It was thumbnail small at first. I clicked it open. The quality was terrible. Night shot, digital zoom, fence top in the lower third of the frame, darkness behind it so dense the camera had turned most of it into grain. At first I thought it was useless. Then I saw the eyes. Just two pale reflections suspended above the line of the fence. Not bright like headlights, not dramatic, not glowing in any supernatural sense. Just caught light. But the spacing was wrong. Too far apart to sit comfortably inside the shape my brain kept trying to force around them. Too level, too deliberate. The kind of reflection that does not tell you what you are seeing so much as tell you, quietly and beyond argument, that the ordinary answers will not fit. I stared at that blurry photograph for a long time. Behind me, somewhere in the house, Noah laughed once at something on the television. The sound was so normal, it made the image on the screen feel even colder. Chapter 3. The Bone in the Grass. By early afternoon, I had reached the point where sitting still felt more foolish than moving. That happens in bad situations sometimes. Fear, if it has nowhere to go, starts curdling into irritation. I had spent enough hours inside that house, reading scraps of local rumor, old blotter items, neighborhood threads, and half-buried comments from people who all seemed determined to describe the same wrong thing in the safest possible language. It had left me with exactly what I should have expected. No certainty, no official explanation, and just enough pattern to make ignorance feel deliberate. I could not do anything useful with online fragments anymore, so I went back outside. I told Noah I was just checking the fence because one of the boards looked loose. He accepted that with the grave, premature patience of a child who knew adults only ever told part of the truth when the truth was bad enough. I told him to stay inside, keep the TV on, and not open the blinds. He said okay without argument. That might have been the worst part. A child should complain. He should bargain. He should ask why. Noah just nodded, as if we were following a routine we had already practiced. Marlo watched me from the kitchen. I had a pair of work gloves on this time, and one of Dana's old grocery bags tucked into my back pocket, for no better reason than that I had started feeling I might need something to carry things in. That thought alone irritated me. It felt like surrender to the logic of the place. But I took the bag anyway. Outside, the day had gone even flatter than it had in the morning. The sky was one solid layer of gray, so low and thick it seemed to press the light downward until everything in the yard looked a shade colder than it should have. The deck boards were dry on top now, but still held damp in the seams. The grass had that late-season weakness to it, not fully dead, but beyond growth. Blades collapsed in different directions from frost and foot traffic, and the slow giving up of November. At the far end, the wooden fence ran in a tired line that no longer read to me as a privacy feature. It looked like what it was, a thin domestic opinion imposed against a much older stretch of ground. I crossed the yard slowly, this time paying attention not just to the obvious marks, but to the whole arrangement of the space. Keller had been right. Once you started looking for repetition, the fence line changed. The grass near the rear center section lay flatter than the rest. Not trampled exactly, but compressed in two rough oval patches where something heavy had stood or settled with purpose. It was subtle enough that I might have missed it any other season. In summer, it would have been nothing. But in dormant grass under gray light, differences in pressure and direction revealed themselves. These patches looked used. I crouched near one and touched the flattened blades with my glove. Still springy at the roots. Not an old lawn scar, recent enough that the stems had not fully lifted. From there I moved right, toward the section where I had seen the top rail pressed down. Up close, another detail emerged. One slat just below the rail had a split near the top where the screw held it to the brace. The wood there did not break outward, as if something from inside the yard had struck it. It bent inward. A small thing, but clear once seen. Pressure from the outside forcing the slat slightly toward the yard before the wood gave enough to hold the shape. I ran my thumb over the cracked edge and felt the faint softness of damp splinters. Just above it, caught in the broken wood, were more hairs. Not many. 3 or 4 visible right away, maybe more if I looked hard. Coarse, dark gray strands threaded into the split as if they had been snagged while something passed close and hard. I pinched one through the glove and pulled gently. It resisted at first, then came free with a tiny, dry jerk. Thick guard hair again. Nothing domestic about it. Nothing like Marlo. The smell reached me next. It was not strong enough to announce itself from a distance. You had to lean close to the rail to catch it properly. Black-brown material stained the wood grain where I had first dismissed it as mud or sap. Some of it had dried into thin scales. Some had sunk into the grooves and left a darker, permanent-looking track. I bent nearer despite myself. Wet iron. That was the clearest part of it. Not fresh blood exactly, not bright, not warm, but the memory of it. metallic and animal and rankened by exposure. Under it was the smell of old hide, damp bark, and something sour enough to seem almost digestive. I straightened up too fast and swore under my breath. There is a point where evidence stops behaving like an abstraction and becomes bodily. It asks something of your stomach. That smear did that. So did the hair. So did the bent slat. All at once, the whole fence line felt less like a boundary something had crossed, and more like a place it had used with familiarity. I stepped back several paces and forced myself to look at the yard as a whole again. Deck, grass, fence, woods. Nothing moving. No visible shape. No eyes in daylight. A neighborhood where somewhere, no more than 100 yards away through the side yards and detached garages, people were unloading groceries and checking email and not speaking the same fear out loud. I turned to walk back toward the house. That was when I saw the pale thing in the grass near the edge of the deck. At first I thought it was a stick. It lay half hidden where the grass thinned under the deck's shadow line, a narrow length of off-white against the brown-green ground. The sort of thing you notice only because it interrupts texture. If I had not already been in a state to notice too much, I might have stepped over it. I moved closer. Even before I bent down, something in me knew it was not wood. The color was wrong. Too matte in some places, too smooth in others. One end tapered in a curve that organic wood seldom holds after weathering. I stopped about a foot away and stared at it for a second longer than I needed to. Then I crouched. It was bone. Not human. At least, I did not think so then and do not think so now. But not deer either. Not from the size and shape of it, too small. More like part of a foreleg or hind leg from a medium animal. Raccoon, fox, dog-sized or smaller. Clean in places where the surface shone pale and hard. Ragged in others where tearing had left fibers and red-brown residue packed into the broken end. A string of dried tendon still clung to one side, shrunk thin as rawhide and dirty at the edges with soil and old blood. For a moment, I just stayed crouched there, my body not yet caught up to what my eyes had accepted. The yard around me did not change. No wind rose. No branch snapped in the woods. That almost made it more obscene. Bone in the grass at the foot of a suburban deck should cause some visible disturbance in the world. Instead, the neighborhood remained itself. A lawnmower started somewhere distant. A crow crossed over the tree line and disappeared. The house behind me held the warmth of indoor air against the slider glass, as if none of this were possible 10 feet from a kitchen table. My first instinct was to leave it exactly where it lay. The second was stronger. Evidence, my mind said, though I had no idea evidence for whom. Police? Dana? Myself, later, when memory tried to do what memory always does and file away the sharper edges as exaggeration. I pulled the grocery bag from my back pocket and fumbled it open with gloved hands that suddenly did not feel coordinated enough for the task. The plastic crackled much too loudly in the still air. I slid one hand beneath the bone and lifted. It was lighter than I expected, and worse to touch. Not because it was soft, it was not. Mostly it had dried. But one strip near the tendon attachment still held a faint give, the remnant of tissue not fully gone, and the broken end had a greasy grit to it where dirt and residue had adhered. I nearly dropped it, managed not to. Slid it into the bag and twisted the plastic closed hard enough that it squealed. Only then did I realize Marlowe was at the slider. He had come to the threshold without my hearing him. He stood just inside the glass, nose low, staring at the bag in my hand. When I stepped onto the deck and cracked the door open enough to come through, he leaned forward on instinct and sniffed once at the air. Then he retched. Not a dramatic vomiting fit, one sudden, violent convulsion of the stomach that brought up a string of half-digested kibble and yellow foam onto the tile just inside the kitchen. He backed away from it immediately, trembling with the old dog humiliation of a body betraying itself. Jesus, Marlowe. I dropped the bagged bone onto the far end of the counter and knelt with paper towels, cleaning by reflex while my mind kept turning back to what had just happened. Dogs sniff awful things all the time, but they usually come at them with interest, even if disgust follows. Marlowe's reaction had been immediate revulsion. Recognition, maybe. That thought came without permission. I had just finished wiping the floor when I realized Noah was standing in the doorway to the kitchen. I had not heard him come in from the family room. His eyes were not on the mess on the tile. They were on the bag on the counter. He spoke in the same plain, steady voice he used when telling me where the cereal bowls were kept. It leaves things when it wants inside. Every muscle in my shoulders went tight. What? He looked at me, then back at the bag. It leaves things, he said again. Sometimes. Who told you that? The question came out sharper than I intended. He flinched, not from fear exactly, but from the force in my voice. I regretted it immediately, but not enough not to need the answer. Nobody, he said. Then how do you know? He held my gaze for a second, not defiant, just tired in that same way he had been tired all day, like I kept asking him to explain rules of a game everybody else had decided not to acknowledge. It did. That was the first time I felt something like real dread for him rather than merely around him. Not because I believed, in some clean supernatural sense, that a thing in the yard had spoken lessons into his mind. I still fought that interpretation even then. But there was no easy version of his answer. Either he was repeating something heard from somewhere in the house when the adults thought he was not listening, or he had built his own understanding from repeated contact with a pattern no child should have had to learn. Neither possibility sat anywhere near acceptable. I looked at the bag again. Has it left things before? He shrugged, but the shrug was not uncertainty. It was the posture of somebody deciding how much honesty the room could bear. Once by the sandbox, he said. Before Dad got rid of it. My mouth went dry. What was it? He rubbed one bare foot against the opposite ankle. A rabbit, I think, or part of one. Part of one. The kitchen suddenly smelled stronger to me. Bleach from the paper towels, old dog vomit, the faint iron tang leaking somehow even through the doubled grocery bag. I moved the bag to the sink and set a mixing bowl over it, as if that could make it less present. Why didn't anyone tell me this? He gave the only answer he had left for that sort of question. I don't know. But I did know, or close enough. Because saying it aloud to another adult would require letting the thing solidify into a reality the family had spent years managing by ritual instead. Keep the blinds shut. Keep the dog in. Don't answer too fast if the boy talks in his sleep. Throw the evidence away before it has time to become a story. I asked Noah if he wanted to help me with cookies, mostly because I needed us both doing something human and ordinary in that room again. He said yes. We made the kind that come pre-cut from a refrigerated tube and spread too wide in the oven no matter what temperature you use. The dough stuck under his fingernails. He laughed once when one of the shapes turned into a blob. I made deliberate talk about school and baseball cards and whether he thought sharks were cooler than dinosaurs or vice versa. He answered enough to let me know he was still in the room with me and not somewhere inside himself. But every so often, when he thought I wasn't looking, his eyes drifted toward the covered back door. The day dragged itself into evening. That in-between hour began again, where the light outside thinned before the clocks admitted it. I turned on the kitchen lights, then the family room lamp, then the little over-sink light, even though there was no reason yet. I did it quietly, one switch at a time, hoping not to make a show of my own nerves. Noah sat cross-legged in the living room with a blanket over his lap and crayons spread around him. He was drawing something blocky and dark that he folded in half the moment I came near, and I pretended not to notice. I made pasta for dinner and cleaned the counter while the water boiled. The motions soothed me more than the food mattered. Knife down, sauce jar open, stir, wipe, put things back where they belonged. Human order, kitchen order. The old instinct that if enough small tasks are completed correctly, larger disorder will remain at the door. Marlowe had not approached the slider once since the bone came inside. He kept himself nearer the hall now, as if wanting one route toward the front of the house that did not require crossing the kitchen. The blinds over the back door were fully shut. That did not stop me from checking them. I was rinsing the pot after dinner, standing with my back half turned to the family room, when I heard Noah speaking. At first, I assumed he was narrating to himself, the way kids do when they draw or build. His voice was low, almost conversational. I only half listened. Then one phrase surfaced clearly enough that I felt the skin at the back of my neck tighten. "No," he said softly. "He's here now." I turned off the faucet. The kitchen went abruptly quiet, except for the tick of the cooling burner. Noah was in the living room, kneeling on the rug near the back of the couch. He was not watching television. He was facing the closed blinds. From where I stood, I could see his head tilted slightly, the way people tilt when they are listening for an answer too quiet for anyone else to catch. I said his name once, not loudly, enough. He flinched so hard he nearly fell sideways, then whipped around to look at me with his face gone pale and guilty all at once. That would have been bad enough. But what stayed with me was this. Before he turned, before my voice broke the moment, I could have sworn he was not the only one engaged in that conversation. The blinds were closed. The room was sealed. And still the posture of him there, listening, pausing, answering softly toward the darkened glass, made the whole house feel, in one cold instant, less like shelter than an occupied place. Chapter 4. What Noah was talking to. I crossed the kitchen so fast I knocked my hip against the corner of the island, hard enough to feel the bruise blooming before I reached him. "Noah!" He turned at the sound of my voice and jerked back from the blind so violently that for a second I thought something on the other side had actually touched him. His face was pale in a way I had not seen before, not just frightened, but caught. Children know the difference between being found doing something forbidden and being interrupted in something they did not know how to stop. He looked like both at once. The living room lamp was on. The television was off. The blinds over the back glass were closed tight, the white slats faintly glowing with the last of the evening behind them. Noah had been kneeling on the rug with one hand braced on the couch cushion and his head tipped toward the glass at an angle that was almost intimate. "What are you doing?" I asked. Too sharp. I heard it as soon as it came out. His eyes darted toward the blinds and then back to me. "Nothing." That wasn't nothing. He swallowed. I could see the quick movement of it in his throat. "I was just talking." To who? He didn't answer. I moved past him and yanked one edge of the blinds aside with more force than I meant to. Outside, there was no visible figure at first. Just the deck, the last thin gray of evening caught on the rails, the yard beyond already surrendering itself to shape more than detail. The fence stood black against the darker woods. No buck-shaped silhouette, no pale eyes, no movement, not even branch stir. If anything had been there, it had stepped back into the dark too quickly for the eye to keep up. That should have comforted me. It did not. I let the blind fall back into place and crouched in front of Noah. His hands were in his lap now, clenched together so tightly the knuckles had gone pale. He was fully awake. That was what kept hitting me hardest. This was not hallway sleepwalking, not mumbled fragments from a child halfway in a dream. His pupils were focused. He was tracking my face.
Whatever had just happened, it had happened to a boy entirely conscious of it. "Tell me exactly what you were doing," I said, forcing my voice down into something steadier. He looked at the floor. "It was asking questions." A cold line went through me. "What questions?" He hesitated long enough that I thought he might lie. Then he said, very quietly, "Whether Marlowe still sleeps downstairs." Every muscle in my shoulders locked at once. For a second, the room seemed to narrow around us. Not physically, in the way rooms do when one sentence changes their purpose. The couch, the lamp, the crayons, the folded blanket, all of it remained exactly where it was. Yet suddenly, the living room no longer felt like a family room at all. It felt like a place where information had been requested from inside the walls of the house by something that had no right to know the layout. I said, "What do you mean, asking questions?" "It just asked." "Well, how?" He looked up then, and there was frustration in his face, along with the fear, as if I were being deliberately difficult. "With a voice." I had to choose my next words carefully. "Through the glass?" He shook his head. "No." My stomach dropped. "Then where?" He rubbed his palms against his pajama pants once, nervously, then said, "In my room first, then downstairs." I stared at him. "You heard it in your room?" He nodded. "And then down here." Another nod. I sat back on my heels for a second and looked toward the staircase. The house around us was too still. The kitchen light burned warm and ordinary over the sink. A pot I had washed earlier sat upside down on the drying mat. Marlowe was nowhere in sight at the moment, which made me realize with a fresh spike of unease that he had quietly removed himself from the back half of the first floor. "When did it start talking to you tonight?" I asked. "When I was drawing." "In your room?" "Yes." "What did it say first?" Noah's mouth tightened. "It said, 'Is he staying again?'" A pressure began building behind my eyes. I asked the next thing because I needed to know whether terror had already started changing the shape of ordinary sounds for him. Whether this was a child making patterns in creaks and wind and plumbing. "Did it sound like somebody you know?" He thought about it seriously before answering. "Not exactly." That word, exactly, did more damage than if he had said yes. "Did it sound like a man?" Another pause. "Sometimes." "Sometimes?" "Sometimes more like if somebody was trying to talk with something in their mouth." I closed my eyes for just a second. When I opened them again, Noah was watching me with the expression children get when they see adults finally react at the proper level to something they themselves have already understood for a while. "Did it ask anything else?" I said.
He nodded. What? If you still slept downstairs.
If the dog still sleeps by the laundry room. If I was alone. My pulse was beating hard enough now that I could feel it in my throat. Why didn't you come get me right away? He looked toward the blinds again. Because it said not to. That was the moment my fear crossed fully into action. Not just nerves, not just the ugly pressure of waiting for darkness to finish taking the yard. This was no longer a bad atmosphere in a strange house. No longer a family problem I had accidentally inherited for the weekend. Something was testing the house. Testing Noah. Testing for information with enough patience to begin upstairs and continue downstairs. Whether that meant a human being, a deeply wrong animal, or some shape of both no longer mattered in the practical sense. Whatever was out there had moved from presence to contact. I stood so abruptly the coffee table shuddered when my knee hit it. "Stay here," I said. Noah rose halfway from the rug. "Where are you going?" "Upstairs." He caught my sleeve. "Don't open my window." "I'm not opening anything." That was not entirely true, and I think he knew it. I took the stairs 2 at a time. Noah's room was exactly as I had left it earlier in the day. The bed unmade from his drawing session, stuffed shark half under the blanket, one sneaker on its side near the closet door. Nothing dramatic, no curtain moving, no obvious sign of intrusion. For one dizzy second, I thought I might find the whole thing smaller up here, less real under direct inspection, and I nearly welcomed the possibility that he had heard the house settling and built the rest in his own mind from too many nights of fear. Then I saw the window. The blinds were mostly down, but one side had shifted just enough that a strip of the glass showed. And the lower sash, which I knew I had checked myself the previous night and which I was nearly certain had been shut this afternoon, was cracked open, perhaps half an inch. Not much. Enough. I crossed the room slowly. The cold coming through that narrow break was faint but unmistakable. I put my fingers against the lock first. It was unlatched. Not broken, not forced, just sitting there in the open position, as if someone had pushed it over and raised the window with deliberate care. I lifted the blind higher. There were mud flecks on the sill, tiny ones, not much bigger than pepper grains, scattered along the painted wood and dried dark brown against the white. Beside them were 2 broader smears, low and curved, not clear prints of fingers or paws or anything useful enough to satisfy the mind, just marks left by something damp passing where it should not have been. The paint at one edge of the sill had a rubbed, dirty streak through it, and when I bent closer, the smell hit me all over again. Wet hide, blood, or the old metallic ghost of it. And under both, that sour animal warmth I had already learned to recognize before I had any name for it. I leaned out and looked down the side yard. Nothing. Only the narrow strip between the houses, the neighbors' trash cans, and farther back, the turn toward Dana's fenced yard, where the evening had already gone blue-black at the edges. I pulled my head back in immediately and shut the window hard enough that the glass rattled. Then I latched it. Then I checked it twice more. When I turned, I found Noah in the doorway. I had not heard him come up behind me. He was barefoot and small in the hall light, one hand gripping the doorframe. The look on his face was almost worse than panic. It was the look of somebody checking whether the thing he already knew had finally become visible to someone else. I forced myself to kneel so I was level with him again. "Did you open this?" I asked. He shook his head instantly. "Did you touch it at all?" "No." I believed him. That was the simple and terrible fact of it. I believed him before the sentence had fully left my mouth, not because I trusted children absolutely, but because the mud on the sill, the smell in the room, the strange care of the half-open window all matched too perfectly with what I had already been trying and failing to rationalize. I put both hands lightly on his shoulders. "Listen to me," I said. "You don't answer it again." He stared at me. "If you hear it, if you think you hear it, you come get me. Right away. I don't care what it sounds like. I don't care if it sounds like your mom or me or anybody. You come get me. Understand?" He nodded once, but his mouth trembled before he could make it stop. "Okay," he whispered. Something in me broke open a little at that. I had been frightened for myself, yes, and confused, and angry at Dana and Eric in a way that had only grown the more I learned. But kneeling there in that room, with the smell of wet blood still near the sill, and the boy trying hard not to cry in front of me, I stopped thinking in terms of getting through the night.
That phrase belonged to scary movies and rough weekends, and things a man tells himself when the problem is temporary. This was not temporary. The house itself felt compromised now, as though whatever had stood at the fence had found a way to press part of its intention inside. I got Noah downstairs and kept him in the kitchen while I checked every accessible window in the first floor, every lock, every blind cord, every flimsy domestic point of trust that had looked normal yesterday. None of it reassured me. A house is mostly agreements. Thin glass will stay unbroken. Latches will hold. Children will sleep in their rooms, and adults will control what enters the space. Once those agreements fail in your mind, even for good reason, walls become scenery. I called Dana again. This time I did not bother with casual. She answered with, "We're trying to get back as fast as we can." "That's not good enough," I said. Silence. Then more carefully. "What happened now?" I found Noah's bedroom window cracked open from the outside, or by something that wasn't him. There's mud on the sill. It smells like blood in there. And whatever this is has been talking to him while he's awake. I heard Eric say something in the background. Dana covered the phone, answered him, came back. "We are on our way." "Where are you?" "Just outside Wheeling." I knew enough geography in that moment to hate the answer instantly. Too far. Not impossible, but far enough that every mile still mattered. "No," I said. "I mean, how soon are you here?" Another pause. Longer this time. "Probably tomorrow afternoon." For a second, I honestly thought I had misheard her. "What?" "The roads are slow, and Eric has to stop and—" "No!" I stood up from the kitchen stool so hard it scraped backward over the floor. "No, Dana. That is not a tomorrow afternoon situation." "I know that." "Then act like it." Noah looked up from the table at my tone. I turned away from him and lowered my voice, but there was no pulling the words back now. "You left me in this house without telling me what it was really like. And now I'm telling you something opened your son's window and asked him where the dog sleeps. You do not get to tell me tomorrow afternoon." Her voice broke a little then, the first real crack in it I had heard. "There are things I can't do anything about from the highway." That stopped me colder than if she had argued. Because it was true. All the anger in me had nowhere useful to go. She could turn around, speed, pray, lie to family, skip sleep, and none of it would change the physical fact that distance existed and dusk was already gathering outside the back of her house. I looked through the kitchen toward the covered slider. The blinds hung motionless.
The yard behind them was already becoming that other place again. "Then listen carefully," I said.
I am not treating this like nerves anymore. I am not treating it like deer. I need you to tell me everything you haven't told me yet. On the other end of the line, Dana was quiet so long I could hear the tires under the car, and faintly, Noah's own voice from memory saying, "It asked whether the dog sleeps downstairs." When she finally answered, what she said was not enough. It was all she gave me anyway, and when the call ended, the fact remained where it had been all along, heavier now because it was fully acknowledged. I was trapped with that house for one more night than expected. Chapter 4. It knows the shape of the house. After the call with Dana, I stopped pretending the house was still a place you simply stayed inside and waited out. That sounds obvious now, but there is a difference between fear and strategy. Fear reacts. Strategy reorganizes. Up until that point, I had still been operating on the logic of discomfort. Keep the blinds shut, keep the dog in, keep Noah close, make it until morning, make it until Dana and Eric got back. But once I stood in Noah's room with mud flecks on the sill and that smell of wet hide and old blood in the paint, something in me shifted from uneasy guest to unwilling defender. I began with the locks. Every door, every reachable window, every latch, every stupid domestic point where a family trusts the world not to push too hard. The side mudroom door, the front deadbolt, the slider in the kitchen, the little double hung over the sink, the laundry room casement. I checked them all, then checked them again because I no longer trusted the first pass to be anything but ritual. I dragged one of the dining chairs closer to the slider, then another to the mudroom door. Not to barricade them fully, I was trying not to terrify Noah, but enough that anything opening inward would make noise. Then I went looking for bells. People think fear makes you cinematic. It doesn't. It makes you practical in embarrassing ways. I found a strip of Christmas ribbon in the junk drawer, then a few small metal bells from a craft bag Dana had probably used for some school project. I tied one around the mudroom handle, another to the slider latch, so that if either moved with force, even a little, something would ring. It was the sort of thing a person would later mock in daylight. At dusk, in that kitchen, it felt intelligent. Noah watched all of this from the island stool, without asking as many questions as he should have. That was its own kind of grief. I told him he was sleeping in his parents' room that night, not his own. He nodded immediately. No protest. No, why can't I just sleep in mine? No attachment to blankets or the stuffed shark or his own familiar room. Just a quick glance toward the staircase and a relieved, "Okay." I kept every downstairs light on, except the ones that would turn the glass into a brighter mirror than necessary. Kitchen, family room lamp, hall light, sink light, even the lamp by the entry table. Not enough to make the house look panicked from outside, I told myself. Just enough to deny the rooms any corners large enough for my imagination to fill first. Then I found Eric's handgun. I hated that part. He kept it in the top shelf of the hall closet in a little keypad lockbox I only knew about because he had mentioned it once months earlier during some family barbecue conversation about break-ins in another township. The code was taped inside the closet jamb beneath a strip of painter's tape, another domestic absurdity, security wrapped in convenience. I opened the box, took out the pistol, checked the magazine the way he had shown me once and I had hoped never to need, then stood there with the weight of it in my hand, feeling suddenly more ashamed than reassured. Guns always promise clarity. They rarely deliver. Still, I loaded it. Not because I wanted a showdown, not because I thought I could solve anything with it, but because the house no longer felt fully mine to navigate. and I needed one object in my hand that was not a flashlight or a phone. I tucked it into the back waistband of my jeans and instantly became aware of it in every movement after that. Heavy and alien and accusatory. Marlowe paced the whole time. That, more than the gun, more than the bells, made the house feel altered beyond repair. Old dogs are creatures of energy economy. They do not spend motion unless motion seems necessary. But Marlowe would not settle. He moved from the laundry room to the foot of the stairs, from the stairs to the kitchen threshold, from there to the front hall and back again, panting in short, damp bursts even though the house was warm. He was not looking for a place to lie down. He was checking routes. That was the sense of it. Routes, exits, lines of sight. He would stop, lift his head toward the back of the house, then move again before his body had even fully rested. By 6:30, the sky had gone the color of bruised metal. Rain still hadn't started, but the air outside carried that pressure that comes before it. Every room in the house felt brighter by contrast, lights pressing back against the windows while the yard beyond surrendered itself in layers. First, the grass flattened into one dark surface. Then the fence became a low, unbroken band. Then the woods ceased to be individually made of trees and turned into a single, depthless wall. I kept Noah at the kitchen table with markers and printer paper and told him he could stay up later than usual if he wanted. Not because I meant it as a treat, because I did not want him out of my sight. The first sound came a little after 7. Not a knock, not yet. Just something brushing the siding along the back of the house. A long, faint rasp, soft enough that if the dishwasher had been running or the television had been up, I might have missed it entirely. But I had turned everything unnecessary down by then, and the sound slid across the wall with the unmistakable intimacy of contact. Marlowe stopped pacing. He stood rigid in the kitchen entrance, one front paw half lifted, ears back. Noah looked at me. I said nothing. The sound did not repeat right away. That was part of how it worked, I would later realize. It did not batter. It sampled. A touch here, a weight, a movement elsewhere. It never gave you enough all at once to react cleanly. Then came a dull thud from the deck. Not loud enough to be dramatic. More like something heavy setting down its weight. I took the flashlight from the counter and motioned Noah behind me without making a show of it. He slid off the stool and came to stand near the fridge, clutching one uncapped marker in one hand. I went to the slider and stood just off center from the glass. My own reflection floated in the black pane. Kitchen light cutting me into pale face and dark torso. Beyond that, almost nothing. Then, very softly, one of the blind cords began to tick against the frame. Tick, tick, tick. Not swinging wildly, just moving enough to tap as though disturbed by air or vibration near the window. I held perfectly still, listening to that tiny sound. It stopped. I checked the deck through a narrow split in the blinds and saw nothing. At the front of the house, a car passed somewhere up the street, tires hissing over damp pavement. That ordinary sound, arriving from the safe direction, made the back of the house feel even more cut off. I moved Noah with me toward the front hall and checked the windows there. Nothing. Porch empty. Driveway empty. The world in front of the house remained exactly what suburbia promises. Mailboxes, passing headlights, harmless distance between lawns. Then the bells at the mudroom door rang. Just once. Sharp, metallic, impossibly small. I spun so fast the flashlight beam struck the ceiling first and jerked down across the wall. Noah gasped behind me. Marlowe barked one short, explosive bark and then stopped, as if even that much noise had felt reckless. By the time I got to the mudroom, there was silence again. The bell hung still from the interior handle. I stood to the side of the little curtained window beside the door and listened. Nothing from outside. No scrape, no breathing, no movement in the garage, no footfall on the concrete pad beyond. I should have left it there. Should have checked with the outside light first from a distance. Instead, I leaned in. Condensation had fogged the lower edge of the window from the difference between the heated house and the cooling evening. And across that fogged patch, from outside, lay the vague oval shadow of a head. Not detailed, not a face, just presence, high enough off the ground that my mind rejected dog immediately, and had not yet found a replacement before I was already moving. I jerked the curtain aside. Nothing. Empty concrete. Side yard. Garbage cans. Fading light. A strip of hedge and the dark beginning of the narrow passage between houses. My own pulse hit so hard in my throat it made me dizzy. For 1 second, I thought maybe I had finally crossed over into seeing fear where there was only temperature and shadow, and my own reflection layered wrong. Then the back deck took a heavy impact. The sound cracked through the house like someone dropping a body onto wet boards. I turned so violently my shoulder clipped the doorframe, and I was already running before I consciously decided to. The flashlight beams swung wild across the kitchen cabinets, the refrigerator, the floor. Noah screamed my name behind me. Marlowe was ahead of me somehow, then behind me again, unable to commit to a direction. I reached the kitchen, spun the beam toward the slider, and the face was already there. Even now, after everything that came later, that first near look remains one of the hardest things to hold still in memory. Not because I did not see it, because I saw too much at once and not enough in sequence. Antlers outside the frame first. One time so near the glass, it threw a hooked shadow across the blind slats. Then the eyes, pale in the beam, not glowing exactly, but catching light in a dead way, flat and wrong, too forward in the angle of the head. Then the mouth, already opening, too wide. That was the cleanest, ugliest fact of it. It opened too wide for deer anatomy, too wide for the length of muzzle it seemed to have, as if the flesh had more give in it than the skull beneath should have allowed. I saw wet black around the nostrils, a dark shine at the corners of the mouth, and something in the shape of the jaw that seemed both elongated and somehow improperly hinged. Then it was gone. Not by leaping away dramatically, more like a withdrawal so fast and smooth that my eyes lagged behind it. One instant the face occupied the far pane beyond the slats. The next, there was only my flashlight shaking over white blinds and my own reflection flashing back at me in broken strips. I nearly fired the gun right there, out of pure reflex and terror. And the only reason I didn't was because my hand had not yet reached for it. Thank God for that. Noah was crying out right now, standing backed against the fridge with both hands over his mouth. I crossed the kitchen in 3 steps and got between him and the door, though there was no clear logic in that posture. If the glass broke, flesh would not stop what came through it. Still, bodies try to keep promises the mind cannot fulfill. "It's okay," I said, and hated the stupidity of the sentence as soon as I heard it. Noah shook his head wildly. Marlowe was pressed so hard against the far wall by the laundry room that his body looked smaller than it was, old joints bent under him, eyes fixed on the slider. I forced myself to think. That was the harder part than fear. Fear was already present, total and efficient. Thinking had to be chosen over it. I drew the handgun then, not pointing it yet, just holding the weight of it low near my leg while I tried to understand what had just happened. Mudroom, side window, deck impact, face at the slider. Not random. That was the first coherent shape that formed. I had run to one side of the house and it had struck the other. I had been made to move room to room. A fresh sound came then, so soft I might not have registered it if everything in me had not been tuned to the edges of hearing. A faint brush along the family room wall, then another at the back corner of the house, then nothing. I did not chase it this time. I backed up instead, keeping Noah with me, guiding him toward the hall where the angles of the house at least reduced how much glass stood between us and whatever was circling outside. My flashlight moved with me, beam low, useless against walls and furniture, but impossible to turn off now. The bells by the mudroom door did not ring again. Nothing struck the deck for nearly a full minute. That was long enough for a worse understanding to settle in. It knew the shape of the house. Not in some mystical sense. Not that it understood architecture the way a person does. But it was moving around the exterior with deliberate awareness of where windows were, where people would run, what sounds would pull attention. It had gone from the siding to the deck, from the mudroom door to the slider, not blundering, not testing one point until it failed, but drawing me in a pattern. The appearances and impacts were coordinated. They belonged to intention. And once that became clear, the house changed again. Not merely from safe place to threatened place, but from shelter to map. A map something outside was already reading better than I was. Chapter 4. The voice outside the glass. By 11:30, the house had reached that special kind of exhaustion that comes after too many hours of bracing. Nothing else major had happened after the thing at the glass. That was part of what made the waiting so destructive. If it had attacked outright, if it had thrown itself against the doors, or shattered a pane, or forced the night into one clear emergency, then action would have replaced imagination. Instead, the house stayed upright around us and let dread do the long work. I kept Noah downstairs until he was nearly falling asleep against the arm of the couch, then took him up to Dana and Eric's room myself and made a bed for him there with extra blankets. I brought the stuffed shark in from his room. I left the bedside lamp on. I checked the attached bathroom, the closet, the windows, the lock on the bedroom door, even though an interior lock meant almost nothing to me by then. Marlowe would not come all the way into the room. He paced the upstairs landing, then lay down in the hallway outside the master bedroom, with his ribs moving too fast and his nose pointed toward the stairs. He looked like a dog waiting outside surgery, too frightened to leave, too frightened to come in. I sat on the floor for a while, with my back against the bed frame and the handgun on the carpet beside my leg, listening to Noah's breathing deepen. He was asleep fast, the way children sometimes are when terror has finally exhausted them past choice. Every now and then he twitched, but he did not speak. I watched the strip of light under the bedroom door and told myself I was keeping watch. Mostly I was trying not to listen too hard to the rest of the house. Eventually, practicality forced me back downstairs. I needed water. I needed to check the locks again, even though I knew exactly where every one of them was and whether they had been touched since my last round. I needed movement. Sitting in one room with sleeping breath and my own thoughts had become worse than action. The first floor was still bright in all the places I had left lit, but the brightness had flattened into something ugly by then. Not warm anymore. more like a department store after closing, light without comfort, too much of it reflecting off glass and polished surfaces, creating islands of visibility and oceans of what lay between. The blinds over the slider held their shape. The bells I had tied to the hardware hung motionless. I moved through the kitchen quietly, drank water straight from a glass without taking my eyes off the back of the house, then checked the front hall, the mudroom, the family room. Every few minutes the furnace clicked on, or the wood settled, or pipes made some harmless internal sound that still sent a current through me before sense could catch up. Fear had begun training my body faster than thought. Near midnight, everything went silent again. Not in the dramatic way it had earlier. No sudden thud or brush to announce the change. Just the gradual realization that the familiar little household sounds had all fallen away at once. No hum from the fridge seemed loud enough. No faint traffic from the road behind the subdivision. No shift in branches. Even the dog upstairs had stopped moving. I was standing near the kitchen island when the voice came from outside the back glass. "Can you let me in?" Soft, hoarse, almost Dana's. I did not move. For one suspended second, my whole body reacted to the tone before my mind rejected the content. The sentence had arrived in the exact register that would have gotten a domestic response any other night. Someone outside with their hands full, embarrassed, hoping not to wake the house. The kind of thing you answer before you have even decided to be cautious. Then the second half of the sentence came. I forgot my key. Dana was hours away. I stood there with one hand on the edge of the counter and felt every muscle in my back turn to wire. The voice had not been perfect. That was what made it catastrophic. If it had sounded like a theatrical imitation or some obvious human trick, I could have routed the fear toward one kind of danger. Intruder, prank, rural lunatic. But it was close enough to her voice to strike recognition first, and wrong enough in texture that recognition came back carrying revulsion. Like hearing a familiar song played on an instrument with strings made of tendon. I did not answer. The kitchen seemed to tilt around that silence. Then the voice came again, closer to the glass now, lower, less convincing because it was trying harder. "Can you let me in?" Not quite Dana anymore. The vowels stretched in the wrong places, the pauses too long. A throat trying to remember how to wear someone else. My hands had gone slick. I picked up the flashlight from the counter without ever taking my eyes off the blinds. Nothing visibly moved. The slats were still closed. The bells had not rung. Upstairs, Marlowe began barking in short, panicked bursts. Not the deep warning bark of a dog confronting a threat. These were sharp, broken barks full of strain, the sound of an animal that wants distance and cannot achieve it. The barking stopped, started again, then turned into a high, frantic whining I had never heard from him before. The voice at the glass changed. This time it came in Noah's voice, or close enough to it that for an instant the hair all along my arms lifted before reason kicked in. Younger, thinner, bethier, but flattened, emptied of the natural little movements children put into words without thinking. It sounded like Noah, if Noah had been copied from memory by something that had only ever listened through walls. "Can you open it?" Every part of me wanted to answer no, just to force human terms back into the room. I held my jaw shut so hard it hurt. Then, very slowly, one edge of the back blind lifted. Just one slat at first, then two. Not yanked, not disturbed by wind, but raised with the delicate upward pressure of something outside testing the angle. A narrow black seam opened between them. I could see nothing in it for a second except darkness and a fragment of my own kitchen reflected faintly. Then, one pale eye aligned with the gap. I snatched up the flashlight and hit it full force. What I caught there was less a whole face than a collection of violations. One antler tine close to the pane, tapping lightly against the glass in an almost thoughtful rhythm. The wet black shine of nostrils flared too near to human eye level. And below them, hanging from the corner of a mouth opened just a little too far, several dark, stringing strands that might have been saliva, might have been torn tissue, might have been both. The eye itself vanished the instant the beam struck it, but not because the thing recoiled in panic. It moved with a smooth, fast withdrawal that suggested control rather than startle. I shouted. Not words at first, just noise. Human noise to fill the kitchen and cut across whatever awful intimacy the mimicry had tried to build. Then words followed, useless and full of panic. "Get away from the door!" My hand was already on the gun by then. I did not decide to shoot in any rational sequence. The pressure in the room had reached that stupid, dangerous point where instinct outruns plan. I swung the muzzle down and fired into the floor near the doorframe. The blast inside the kitchen was catastrophic. For 1 second, the house ceased being a house and became only concussion, flash, shattered hearing. Noah screamed upstairs. Marlowe's barking exploded into chaos. The bells on the slider quivered from the shock, though they had not been touched. My ears rang so hard the world narrowed to one bright, painful line of sound. The bullet chewed a splintering crater through the wood floor a foot from the frame. And the thing outside retreated. I know it did, because I heard movement on the deck immediately after the shot. Not running, not crashing, just a rapid, heavy withdrawal across the boards, and then gone. Not gone in any comforting sense, not the way a threat exits a scene. Gone the way something steps back when it has learned enough from an experiment. I stood there, half deaf, gun still pointed at the floor, chest jerking with breath. The smell of spent powder mixed horribly with kitchen air and old food, and the lingering wet animal tang from the door. My hands shook so badly, I had to put the gun down on the counter before I dropped it. Noah was crying upstairs. That got me moving again. I ran to the master bedroom and found him sitting bolt upright in Dana's bed, blanket knotted in both fists, face streaked with tears before he even fully woke into them. Marlowe was at the doorway, barking down the hall, then stopping to look back into the room as if unable to decide whether he was warning us or begging us to move. "It's okay," I said again, and again the sentence felt like a lie too small to use. I checked the windows in the master bedroom, closed, latched. Nothing outside but my own pale reflection and the black drop of the yard beyond. I checked the ensuite bathroom. Nothing. The closet. Nothing. The upstairs hall. Silence. Absolute silence now. No voice, no footfall, no brush on siding. Only the ringing in my own ears, slowly receding enough to let the house become a house again in fragments. The vent whisper. Marlowe's panting. Noah trying and failing to regulate his breathing. "It's gone," I said, mostly because I needed one of us to speak a full sentence aloud. I sat with him until his crying downgraded to hiccuping breaths. He did not ask what had happened. That told me he already had his own version and did not need mine to worsen it. Several minutes later, when he had finally sagged back against the pillows and his eyelids were dragging, I heard movement upstairs. Not from the bedroom, from farther down the hall. A soft pressure on the runner, then another. My whole body turned to ice. I looked at Noah first, still in bed, blanket under his chin, eyes open but heavy. So it wasn't him. I stood, picked up the gun again, and went into the hall with the flashlight in my other hand. Marlowe backed away from the darkness beyond the circle of light, but did not leave me. His claws clicked once on the hardwood, then stopped. The upstairs hall looked exactly as it had all night. Family photos on one wall. Laundry basket not yet put away. Noah's door part open at the far end. Hall light burning yellow and harmless over all of it. No visible thing. No body. No shape. Then I lowered the beam and saw the muddy print on the runner outside Noah's room. Only one, and not clean enough to classify. That somehow made it worse. It looked like weight more than shape. An oblong press darkening the woven fabric, where something wet and filthy had stood just long enough to decide. Not a shoe print. Not the neat cloven punctuation of a deer track either. Just a blurred pressure mark, with one edge slightly split and the rest sinking into the nap of the runner, as if whatever made it had been uncertain what part of itself should touch the floor. I crouched without meaning to. The mark sat 3 feet from Noah's door, facing it. There is no way to describe the particular horror of a thing having paused outside a child's bedroom with purpose. Not passed by, not crossed the hallway randomly. Stood there, weighing distance, testing some private calculation. The muddy print did not tell me how it had gotten there. Window, hall, impossible entry, my own confusion, none of that mattered in the first instant. All it told me was intention. I checked every upstairs window again after that. Every latch, every blind, every sill. Nothing else obvious. No broken glass, no second print, no open panel. The house had resumed its talent for withholding mechanism while leaving the outcome behind. I did not sleep after that. I sat on the floor between the master bed and the door until the eastern edge of the blinds turned the faintest shade less black. Noah drifted in and out, never fully resting. Marlowe eventually lay down across the threshold like a collapsed barricade. But even in that position, he stayed half awake, ears twitching toward sounds I either could not hear or no longer trusted myself to interpret. It must have been sometime near dawn when Noah spoke again. I thought he was dreaming. His eyes were closed. "It said your name wrong," he whispered. I turned toward him immediately. "What?" His eyes opened only halfway. He was not fully awake, but he was not all the way asleep either. That uneasy border again. The place Dana had warned me about in the kitchen on the first night. Don't answer him right away. I waited anyway, heart hammering. Noah's voice came again, thin from the pillow. "It said your name wrong," he murmured. "But now it won't next time." Then he rolled deeper into the blanket and went still. By the time daylight began to unmake the room, I knew one thing with absolute certainty. Whatever had stood outside the glass the night before was no longer just watching the house. It was learning us. Chapter 5. The Last Ordinary Morning. Dawn came thin and colorless, the kind of morning that looks less like a beginning than a pause in something worse. I had not really slept. Not in any way that deserved the word. I had spent the last hours of the night half sitting against Dana's bed frame with the gun across my thigh, waking every time the house settled, Every time Marlowe shifted in the doorway. Every time Noah made some small sound in his sleep that might have become words if I had let myself listen too closely. By the time the blinds in the master bedroom began to pale at the edges, I felt scraped hollow and overused, like a nerve that had been left exposed too long. Morning did what it always does. It made the shape of the night look less impossible without making it less real. The bedroom became a bedroom again. The folded laundry chair in the corner, the framed beach photo over the dresser, the overfull hamper by the bathroom door. All of it returned to the category of household life. But the runner in the hall still held the muddy print outside Noah's room. And the memory of the voice outside the glass did not shrink under daylight the way shadows and bad dreams usually do. If anything, it seemed more obscene in the morning, because I had to look at it through the ordinary language of bedsheets, toothbrushes, and breakfast. My phone buzzed just after 7. Dana. I answered before the second vibration. "We're on our way," she said immediately. Her voice sounded frayed raw now, stripped of almost all the careful management I had heard in it the day before. There was road noise behind her again, and Eric saying something I could not make out. "How far?" I asked. "Couple hours, maybe a little more." I closed my eyes for 1 second. That was still too long. But it was not tomorrow afternoon. Some part of me, ugly and practical, seized on the improvement anyway. "You need to drive straight here," I said. "No stops unless you absolutely have to. You understand me?" "I do." I almost asked what changed. What had finally pushed them past the point of excuses and delay and family obligation? Then I realized I did not care. Whatever lie or compromise or guilt had governed their choices before had finally lost to what I had told them over the phone. Good. Let it. Noah was awake by then, but had not moved much from the bed. He looked smaller in the morning, exhausted in that glassy, over-alert way children get after bad nights. Marlowe still lay across the bedroom doorway, though not sleeping. His eyes tracked every shift of mine, every sound from downstairs, every little murmur from the house. When I clipped on his leash and tried to guide him down the stairs later, he planted his paws so hard at the landing that I thought for a second he might pull a joint. He did not want the first floor. Not because of me, not because of stiffness. Because the first floor meant the kitchen, and the kitchen meant the glass. I had to coax him down step by step, talking low and stupidly kind, the way people do with frightened animals when the words themselves are useless, but the tone still matters. Once we were down, he refused even the doorway to the kitchen. He stood in the hall, body angled away from the back of the house, and would only go as far as the laundry room threshold before bracing himself again. When I cracked the slider blinds enough to let in more light, he physically backed up. I gave up on getting him outside. That was how changed the morning already was. A day earlier, I could still have told myself his behavior was age, cold, nerves, some old dog peculiarity inflated by my own imagination. Now, every refusal in him felt diagnostic. He knew the house had been tested. He knew the thing outside had not fully left just because daylight had arrived. Noah would not go near any room with uncovered windows. He did not make a show of it. That was the hardest part. No dramatics, no pleas, no crying. He just moved around the geometry of the house differently now, keeping furniture between himself and the back, choosing seats from which the blinds were visible, but not his own reflection in them, glancing reflexively at any gap in the slats, the way people glance at stair edges after a fall. When I told him he could watch cartoons in the family room while I made breakfast, he shook his head. "Can I stay in the kitchen?" "Sure." That was all. So I made toast in a kitchen that no longer felt like a kitchen. The toaster clicked and filled the room with that dry, burnt wheat smell so common in American mornings it ought to have been comforting. I poured juice into one of Noah's plastic cups with the faded sharks on it. I put butter on toast and cut it diagonally, because he liked it better that way. I turned cartoons on anyway, low enough to be background noise, but bright enough to insist on ordinary life. Animated voices bounced around a room where nobody really listened. These gestures should have mattered. That is one of the crueler things about domestic ritual. You can still perform it perfectly long after it has lost the power to protect you. Toast, cartoons, juice. A hound pacing by the hall instead of begging for scraps. A child eating at the kitchen island with one shoulder turned unconsciously away from the back of the house. Me checking the blinds every 30 seconds while pretending not to. We were all already changed by the night. Even the light looked altered. Gray morning came through the side windows and front of the house in a flat, public way, but the back windows held a different tone, as though the yard beyond them had not really entered day yet. The fence line remained dark longer than it should have. The woods behind it seemed to absorb brightness rather than reflect it. After Noah ate half a piece of toast and abandoned the rest, I told him to stay inside with the TV and the dog while I checked the property one more time. "Don't open anything," I said. He looked at me the way kids do when they are too tired to point out that the warning is insulting because they already know better. "I won't." Outside, the yard looked damp and overused under the gray sky. The damage from the night stood out more clearly now that I knew where to look. The top of the fence had a larger break in it than before. Not a full collapse, not the dramatic splintering of a charge, but enough damage that one section of the upper rail had been pushed and cracked so the wood sat at a shallow downward angle. Fresh, pale fibers showed where the weathered gray surface had split. A few longer splinters hung outward like torn fingernails. Caught in those splinters were clumps of coarse, dark hair. Not a strand here and there this time. Clumps, twisted little catches of it, snagged and held by the torn wood where something had crossed too hard or too low. The hairs varied in length, some almost black, some gray-brown, all too thick and stiff for anything domestic. I stood there staring at them longer than I needed to, because some primitive part of the mind keeps hoping enough physical evidence will force reality into a sensible category. But hair, like tracks, only proves body, not meaning. I moved to the deck. That was where I found the print. It sat on the weathered boards near the slider, left of the threshold where no deer should have been able to stand without already being on the deck. Not hoof exactly, not foot exactly, just an ugly compromise between the two. The front of it split slightly, the way a cloven impression might, but the rear lengthened and flattened in a way that suggested a weight shift no hoof should make. It looked less like a clean track and more like the record of something testing how to distribute itself. The edges had dried dark in the grain overnight, preserving just enough detail to make classification impossible and disgust easy. I crouched and held my hand near it without touching. Too long for a deer, too narrow for a human shoe. No claw marks, no pad. And yet it carried the same private wrongness I had seen in the muddy print outside Noah's room. Not an impossible shape, just one assembled from familiar pieces in a sequence that did not belong together. The slider itself held smears too, high enough that I noticed them only when I straightened, faint arcs in the film of moisture and dust on the exterior pane. as though something wet had leaned there or passed close enough to leave a trace. Not fingerprints, not anything the police would have dusted on television. Just the kind of mark a body leaves when it presses against the edges of human spaces, without quite entering them. Marlowe whined once from inside the house. I looked back through the glass and saw him standing in the kitchen doorway, not even willing to approach the threshold. His whole body leaned away from the back door while his eyes stayed fixed on me. If I had gone farther into the yard, I think he would have followed only out of loyalty, and hated me for it. I should have gone back in then. Instead, I walked the full fence line. By that point, I was no longer examining damage so much as trying to understand pattern. Where it had favored crossing, where it had stood, which section of the yard it could see most clearly from the trees. The ground near the back center held the deepest wear, but once I moved all the way to the right side, where the fence met a denser tangle of brush on the neighboring property, I saw something I had missed before. On the outer side of the fence, visible only because the lot line dipped and the slats there had shrunk just enough with age to leave narrow sightlines, the leaves were compressed in an oval depression. Large. Not fresh in the sense of still moving, but not old either. A bed, almost. The leaves there had been pressed down repeatedly until their shine was gone and their wet brown surfaces had matted into each other. The shape was too long and too deep to be a deer simply pausing. Too close to the fence to be random bedding. It lay in exactly the place from which the back of the house was most visible through the slats and over the rail. Something had lain there for a long time, watching. I stood with one hand on the damp fence post and felt the whole property reassemble itself around that fact. The deck was not just where we stepped outside. The kitchen was not just where Noah ate toast. The family room was not just cartoons and crayons and folded blankets. From that depression in the leaves, each of those places aligned into a set of illuminated rectangles and predictable movements. Dog here, child there, adult crossing room to room, lights on timers of habit and fatigue. Somewhere behind me, from inside the house, Noah laughed faintly at the television. The sound came through the fence and the thin daylight and the dark pressure of the woods in a way that made my throat tighten unexpectedly. It was such a normal sound, such a vulnerable one. And standing there, with the sight of that bedded place just beyond the slats, I understood in a way I had not fully before that the thing at the fence line was not only approaching the house, it had been studying it. Chapter 5. It enters the yard. By late afternoon, the whole day had begun to tilt toward weather. The sky, which had stayed flat and gray most of the morning, thickened by degrees until the light itself seemed to sour. Not dark yet, not evening in the official sense, but drained. The kind of November light that makes houses look prematurely shut in and yards look already abandoned. Wind still hadn't fully arrived, but the air carried its promise. You could feel pressure gathering in the seams of the place. The woods behind the fence had gone from merely colorless to almost metallic in tone, each bare branch blackened against a sky that offered no real brightness in return. I kept waiting for Dana and Eric to pull into the driveway. That became the rhythm of the day. Check the front window, listen for tires, check my phone, reheat coffee I no longer wanted, count backward from whatever time it was and decide whether a couple hours had really meant a couple hours, or whether people under stress always lied to themselves on highways. I had started measuring time in terms of how many more daylight degrees we had left before the yard would belong fully to itself again. Noah spent most of the afternoon in the kitchen, or the front room. He never said outright that he was avoiding the back of the house. But children do not need to narrate survival habits for them to be visible. He positioned himself where he could still see me. He kept his blanket with him even though the heat was on. When he colored, he used the island instead of the family room rug. When he asked for another juice, he did not cross the kitchen until I was standing there too. Marlowe had degraded further from wary into miserable. He stayed mostly in the laundry room entrance, panting in short, distressed bursts, lifting his head at every little sound from the back of the house. Several times, he made that old dog effort to settle, folding down stiffly onto his chest, only to jerk upright seconds later as if the floor itself had become untrustworthy. At some point, his fear stopped looking like reaction and started looking like pain. I called Eric a little after 4. Dana had stopped answering texts except for clipped updates. Still driving, almost there, sorry, and I wanted a human voice that was less careful. Eric picked up on the third ring. "We're moving," he said before I even spoke. "Traffic's garbage." "How far?" 45 minutes if nobody dies in front of us." I looked through the front window while he said it. Empty street, wet sky, no headlights. "That's not good enough," I said. "I know." There was no defensiveness in him now, just strain. Guilt had finally done what honesty had not. I kept my voice lower than I felt. "Then listen. Whatever this thing was before, it's not staying at the fence anymore." He was quiet for a beat. "What happened?" "Nothing yet," I said. That's the problem. Because by then, the house had entered the worst kind of waiting. The kind after evidence, after voices, after prints and damage and physical proof, but before open rupture. It was like listening to a person breathe behind a door you know is unlocked, somewhere on the other side. I had one hand braced on the kitchen counter while I talked, the other gripping the phone hard enough that my knuckles ached. Noah sat at the island across from me, drawing in silence. Marlowe was a pale, shaking shape in the laundry room doorway. Then Marlowe screamed. There is no gentler word for it. Not barked, not yelped. He screamed from somewhere low in his chest and high in his throat at the same time. A raw, tearing sound I would not have believed an old dog could make until I heard it. It cut through the kitchen so violently that Noah dropped his marker and started crying before he even understood why. I turned toward the back of the house on instinct. The fence moved. Not the top branch sway or visual trick of bad light and nerves. It physically compressed downward at the center rear section, as if something with enormous weight had just settled onto it from the far side. The top rail dipped. One slat snapped with a pale flash of fresh wood. "Eric," I said, but I was already no longer talking to him. Because then it came over. For one suspended second, I saw only parts. Antlers first, rising above the fence line like the wrong kind of branch. Then a lean, dark mass folding over the top rail. Then the whole thing committed to the yard in one terrible, fluid failure of normal movement. It did not jump the way deer jump. That must be understood. There was power in it, yes, but not the clean, spring-loaded arc of an animal built honestly for that kind of motion. It came over in a way that made my skin crawl, because its body seemed to solve itself while moving. Hind legs hit the top line first. Then the weight pitched. Then those back legs took the landing wrong. Too narrow, almost crossing in a way that should have sent it down. For one impossible fraction of a second, it looked as if the whole body would collapse inward. Then it corrected. Not by recovering balance the way a frightened deer would, by deciding where the joints should be. Its front limbs folded and unfolded beneath it with a disturbing intelligence, too articulated in the wrong places, as though the idea of forelegs was being revised in motion. One antler snagged the fence rail on the way down and tore free a slat with a crack that made Noah scream. The slat spun once and dropped into the yard. The thing landed and stayed there. That may have been the worst detail of all. It did not bound off in panic. It did not crash and correct and flee the way any normal wild animal forced into close proximity with a lit house full of people should have done. It came down into Dana's yard with all the heavy certainty of something arriving where it meant to be. Not startled, not hurried, just home now. My phone fell from my hand and struck the floor hard enough to crack against the tile. Eric's voice came thin and distant from the speaker, but I could not make out the words. Marlowe hurled himself toward the back of the house with a violence I had not thought his old body still possessed. He hit the laundry room threshold, skidded on the tile, and slammed shoulder first into the lower cabinets because he had aimed for the slider while still attached to fear more than sense. He was barking now, but barking is too tidy a word. He was throwing his whole chest into sound, short explosive bursts that shredded into hoarse shrieks between them. "Noah, back!" I shouted. Too late. He had already come into the hall to see what I was looking at, and the moment his eyes found the yard, he began sobbing in those jagged child breaths that seemed to cut them from the inside. I moved toward him automatically, but my gaze kept snapping back to the glass because the thing was still there, still standing in the center right section of the yard where it had landed. The late light from the kitchen and the low sky outside flattened it into a shape too visible and too difficult to comprehend at once. It was too lean. That was the first clean, stable fact my mind could hold. Not lean like a winter animal under natural stress. Not even lean like something diseased in the common way. The hide looked stretched over a frame that had no right to wear it so tightly. Every underlying structure suggested too clearly beneath the fur. The shoulders rose high and sharp. The ribs showed in long, shallow ridges along the barrel of the body. The hindquarters seemed strong and wasted at the same time, as if all the wrong parts had been preserved. Its fur was dark with wetness. Rain had not started yet, not really, which meant the shine along its neck and one shoulder was not weather alone. Blood crossed my mind immediately. Then I hated myself for how plausible the thought felt. The hair along the chest and lower throat clung together in thin points, darker around the mouth, darker along one forelimb where something had streaked and dried there. It lifted its head and looked directly through the glass at us. No confusion, no prey animal twitch. It looked in as if there were no meaningful barrier between yard and kitchen except time. One side of its mouth was torn. The skin or hide or whatever passed for the edges of that muzzle had split back farther on the right side than on the left, exposing a crescent of dark gum and narrow teeth that did not fit any deer's mouth I had ever imagined. Not rows of human teeth, not canine teeth exactly, just too many visible lengths of pale enamel in places where herbivorous anatomy should not have allowed them. And something was caught in the antlers. That detail took a second to resolve because the eye kept trying to discard it as twig or vine or storm trash. A strip of reddish material, dull and tangled near one lower tine. For one sick instant, my brain read it as cloth. Child cloth. a sleeve or scarf or ribbon snagged there from somewhere I did not want to contemplate. Then the angle shifted, and it might have been dried vine after all. Might have been. That uncertainty did not comfort me. Behind me, Noah was crying so hard he had started hiccuping. I put one arm around him without taking my eyes off the thing in the yard. Marlowe was still hurling himself against the nearest line to the back of the house, unable to understand why he could not simply get at it. The creature moved then. Not toward us. It began to walk. Slowly. That was somehow more dreadful than a charge would have been. It turned from the center of the yard and started along the perimeter nearest the fence first, head low, body carrying itself with that same unresolved wrongness in the joints. Every few steps, the front limbs seemed to hesitate in their job, as though the body chose the next point of contact a split second after necessity demanded it. But the overall motion remained smooth, intentional, not wounded, not struggling. It walked the edge of the yard the way a man might walk the inside walls of an empty house he was considering buying, studying. The kitchen windows first, then the side of the house, then the angle toward the mudroom entry. It passed through the wash of one exterior light, and the beam laid its shape bare enough for me to see how the spine rose too visibly through the hide, and how one shoulder seemed set slightly higher than the other. The antlers rocked with each step, one side heavier, denser, more burdened with malformed branching than the other. At the corner of the house it paused, turned its head, looked at the mudroom window, then moved on. My whole body began understanding something before my mind could shape it. It was not pacing. It was counting. Doors, glass, corners, how the rooms aligned from outside, where the dog barked from, which spaces lit up when noise came from one side versus another. Noah made a broken sound and buried his face against my side. I pulled him back toward the front hall on instinct, half dragging Marlowe by the collar when he nearly lunged after us again. The dog fought me in panic. Not because he wanted to go out, I realized, but because proximity to the back of the house had become an agony he could not resolve into either attack or retreat. The thing kept walking, past the side wall now, out of direct view from the kitchen. Then, a moment later, visible again through the narrow angle of the family room front where the house jogged around. Each time it disappeared, my pulse surged. Each time it reappeared, the reappearance felt less like relief than confirmation. Still here, still learning, still in the yard. I snatched my phone off the floor with my free hand and heard Eric's voice burst back through the cracked speaker. "What happened? What happened?" "It came over," I said. I do not know if he understood the sentence at first. Over what? The fence. Silence. Then Dana in the background, sharper. What? It came over the fence, I said again, louder now because there was no point protecting Noah from words any longer when the yard itself had crossed into the house's meaning. It's in the yard. It's walking the house. That got no immediate answer. Maybe because they were both picturing what I meant, and neither had yet built an image large enough. I stood in the hall between the kitchen and the front room, child against one side, dog straining at the other, gun digging into the back of my waistband like a dare I still did not want to take. Outside, in the failing light before full dark and before rain, the thing continued its slow circuit of the house, not attacking, not fleeing, just measuring every place we trusted to keep it out. Chapter 5. The thing at the patio door. Once it was inside the yard, the house stopped feeling like shelter and started feeling like a problem to be solved under pressure. That was the cleanest way my mind could hold it. Not home, not family space, not even danger in the abstract. A problem with moving parts. Child upstairs, dog half out of his mind, multiple points of glass, one handgun I did not want, one thing outside that had crossed the only line Dana had ever spoken of, as if that line had meant nothing. I got Noah moving first. He was crying too hard to understand full sentences. So I took him by the arm and pushed rather than guided, keeping my body between him and the back of the house as much as I could. Marlowe careened around us in frantic loops, barking in those short, tearing bursts that had stopped sounding like warning and started sounding like pain. The kitchen had become impossible. Too much glass, too much open space, too much direct sightline to whatever walked beyond the deck. "Upstairs," I said. "Now." Noah stumbled on the first step because he kept trying to look back. I grabbed the back of his sweatshirt and hauled him up with me. Halfway to the landing, I realized Marlowe was not following. I turned and saw him below, planted at the base of the stairs, facing the back of the house with every line of him pulled taut. He wanted distance and could not bring himself to surrender the angle of defense. "Marlowe!" He did not move. Noah made a choked sound. I had no time to argue with the terrified old dog. I got Noah the rest of the way to the second floor, shoved him into Dana and Eric's room, then turned right back around. The whole upstairs felt too exposed suddenly, not because of visible threat, but because of the way the windows looked from above. Every back-facing room now seemed like an invitation. I slammed the master bedroom door halfway shut, left Noah there clutching the blanket and stuffed shark, and ran downstairs again. The creature was still outside. That was the first thing I saw through the angle of the family room as I came down. Still there, still moving slowly. No rush. No charge against the glass, no obvious attempt to batter its way in. It had drifted back toward the deck and the back of the house, in a line of movement so unhurried it made my own panic feel stupid and overbright by comparison. It moved like something touring a structure it intended to know intimately. Every delay in it was deliberate, every pause earned. I dragged the first dining chair to the slider, then another, then the narrow entry bench from the mudroom. The furniture scraped and banged and overturned one of the bells I had tied there. The sound rang thin and pathetic in the kitchen. I jammed chair legs against the lower frame of the patio door, not because I believed a chair would stop what I had already seen, but because helplessness makes carpenters out of frightened men. Brace this, block that. Give the body a task so it does not collapse under the fact that reason has already lost. The gun rode heavy at the back of my waistband. My phone was still cracked from the floor, but it worked well enough to dial 911. The line picked up after too many rings. 911, what is your emergency? The woman sounded both too calm and already irritated, which I suppose is the normal voice of emergency dispatch in this country. Calm because panic helps no one. Irritated because callers are often idiots, right up until they aren't. I told her my location first. Address, township, nearest cross street. Then I said, "There is something outside my cousin's house. Something large. It came over the back fence and it's circling the house." A beat of silence. "Is it a person, sir?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" "No, I don't know." I heard my own voice crack with anger and tried to flatten it. "I mean, I don't know what to call it. It's too big for a dog. It's not acting like a deer. It's in the yard and it's not leaving." "Do you see a weapon?"
The question was so ordinary that it almost made me laugh. "Yes," I said. "On me." "No, sir. On the subject." I looked through the narrow gap in the blinds. The creature had stopped near the grill on the deck. It lowered its head to the side shelf, sniffed along the metal with that black, wet nose, then moved on with the same eerie patience. "No," I said. "Not a weapon."
Do you believe someone is attempting to gain entry? Yes. How? I almost told her to come see for herself, but instead I said, "It's testing doors and windows." The static on the line thickened suddenly, a hiss and crackle that made her next words blur into weather. Storm interference. The coming rain finally touching the air hard enough to eat the signal. I moved toward the kitchen window, phone pressed tight to my ear. "Sir? Sir, I need—" "It's at the back of the house," I said. "I've got a child up here. I need someone here now." "We can send a unit to check the property, but if this is an animal—" "It is not just an animal." That silence again. Not disbelief exactly. Procedure. "Stay inside the residence," she said. "Secure all doors and windows. Officers are being notified." Being notified. I looked at the yard, at the thing moving through it under the deadening weight of the sky, and understood with a wave of disgust how thin official language becomes once it reaches the edge of something it does not have a box for. The line crackled again, then dropped. I tried calling back once and got nothing useful except delay. So I pocketed the phone and watched. The creature moved from the grill to Noah's plastic toys stacked in one corner of the deck storage bench. It lowered its head to the overturned sandbox shovel, then to the little rubber basketball half deflated by weather, then to the doormat at the slider, and finally to Marlowe's outdoor water bowl near the rail. Not random. Not sniffing in the loose, distracted way dogs investigate a space. It was cataloging. That realization came so cleanly, it made my skin go cold all over again. This was not just scent. It was rank. The grill where the adults stood. The toys where the child played. The doormat where the household smell collected. The dog bowl. It moved from object to object with method. It was learning scent hierarchy. The house stopped being abstract to it right there in front of me. It was becoming specific. Adult male, adult female, child, dog. Then it came to the glass. I backed up without meaning to. The slider held for now behind the chairs and bench I had braced against it, but all of that looked laughably domestic against the thing on the other side. It stopped inches from the patio door and stared in. Not with curiosity, with concentration. Its head was level with mine through the upper pane. Then, very slowly, it rose higher. Not all the way at first, just enough that the shoulders seemed to lift and the front end of the body elongated. The posture shifted in stages, like an idea being assembled rather than one motion flowing naturally from the next. The hind legs held. The torso climbed. One forelimb drew in, bent at the wrong sequence of joints, then extended to catch balance against the deck rail. Higher still, until it was fully upright, taller than a man. That is the truth of it. Taller than any person I knew, even allowing for the slight height added by the deck boards and my own panic. Tall enough that the antlers came near the upper frame. Tall enough that the proportions stopped resembling a deer forced onto hind legs and became instead some other thing that merely still wore deer parts. The antlers scraped the top of the frame with a dry, ugly drag. The sound shot through me worse than if it had hammered the glass. One forelimb came up and pressed flat to the pane. The hoof, or what I had been calling a hoof because no better term existed, did not behave like a hoof under pressure. It spread. Not with fingers, not in any clean or human way, but with a yielding flattening at the front that suggested hidden flexibility where there should have been none. The dark split in it widened slightly against the glass. Weight transferred into the contact and held. I could see the pale inner skin around the torn side of its mouth now, stretched wetly over gum and those narrow, wrong-looking teeth. I could smell something too, faint even through the door and the kitchen air. Blood and wet hide, and a rank sweetness like old meat left too long in heat. Then it spoke. Not in Dana's voice this time. Closer to Eric's. Lower. Rougher. The shape of a man's words dragged through a throat too wet and too deep. "Open the door." I did not breathe. It tried again. "Come here." Closer now to his cadence than any human should have been able to hear and replicate after only a handful of moments, yet still wrong in the pressure of the syllables. It was not merely copying voices, it was refining them. I took the gun out and held it pointed low, not at the glass yet because I could not bring myself to believe in the usefulness of that action. The creature kept its forelimb against the pane and tilted its head slightly, as if listening to what my fear did inside me. Upstairs, Noah made a sound. I turned instinctively toward the stairs. And from downstairs, from the kitchen, from no more than 10 feet away, came Noah's exact voice. "I'm in the kitchen." Every hair on my body lifted at once. The sound was perfect. Not almost. Not close enough to be unsettling. Exact. The same child pitch, the same little breathiness on the front of the sentence, the same soft flattening on kitchen. It came from below the stairs, from somewhere I could not immediately see, while the real Noah was upstairs where I had left him, still crying quietly in his parents' room. I froze. Not metaphorically. My body actually locked for a fraction of a second under the force of that impossibility. Then the understanding hit. It was not trying to break in fast. It was trying to move me. That was the purpose of the pacing, the voices, the sounds from different sides of the house, the long, patient circuit around windows and doors. It did not need immediate entry if it could get someone to come down, come closer, separate from the others, choose the wrong room, answer the wrong voice. Every impact had been a question. Every appearance a lesson in where my attention would go next. And the thing at the patio door was not furious at the barrier. It was interested in what the barrier made us do. Chapter 6. Lights Out. After I understood it was trying to move us, the house stopped being a house in the normal sense and became a series of positions I had to choose between badly. That was the geometry of the next hour. Not comfort, not safety, just better and worse places to stand if something outside already knew the arrangement of the walls and wanted us to help it finish the map. I backed away from the patio door with the gun in my hand and my eyes still on the thing beyond the glass. It did not follow my motion with any visible urgency. It remained upright for another second, one forelimb flattened against the pane in that obscene, almost hoof, almost knot shape. Head angled slightly, as though it were studying what the perfect use of Noah's voice had done to me. Then it lowered itself again. Not all at once. Not dropping like an animal returning to a natural posture. It seemed to fold downward in stages, the spine bending where I did not want it to bend, the forelimb peeling from the glass with a soft, tacky sound I felt more than heard. By the time it reached the deck boards again, it had resumed that wrong 4-point motion that never quite matched any honest animal I knew. I did not wait to see where it went next. I took the stairs 3 at a time and got to Dana and Eric's room, breathing hard enough that Noah flinched before I even spoke. He was off the bed now, barefoot on the rug, clutching the stuffed shark with both hands, and already crying again in those little strangled breaths children make when they have been forced to stay afraid too long without release. "Bathroom," I said. "Now. Grab the blanket." He obeyed immediately. The master bathroom was the only fallback I trusted even slightly, and trust is generous. It had no exterior window, only one narrow vent over the shower, and a solid core door with a lock, meant for privacy rather than survival. But it was internal, tiled, and small enough that if I had to hold one point in the house with a child and a gun, it was the best bad option available. I shoved extra towels onto the floor by the tub, pulled one of the quilts off the bed, and moved Noah into the bathroom with all the hurried efficiency of someone trying not to let his urgency become contagious. He crouched near the tub with the blanket around his shoulders, face pale and wet, eyes huge in the bright vanity light. "Marlo," I called. For one terrible second, I thought he was downstairs. Then I heard his claws skitter on the hall floor, and he came barreling into the master bedroom in a low, frantic rush, all old joint stiffness burned away by terror. He nearly slid into the dresser, trying to make the turn toward us. I caught his collar with my free hand and got him into the bathroom too, though he resisted the threshold, as if entering a small room with no visible exit offended every survival instinct left in him. I shut the bathroom door but did not lock it yet. I still needed to hear the house. Downstairs, through the bones of the place, the storm was gathering in earnest now. The wind had finally arrived. Not a full sustained roar yet, but harder pushes against the siding and roofline. Rain began in scattered strikes at first, large drops hitting the windows and deck with enough space between them to count. Then more. Then many. The whole exterior world started developing layers of noise over which another sound could move without being immediately identified. I checked my phone. 1 bar, then none, then 1 again. A text from Dana hung unsent in my outbox from earlier. The last thing I had from dispatch was nothing useful, and no guarantee I would hear a siren before the thing outside heard it too. Emergency vehicles were supposedly on the way. Supposedly became a terrible word under that kind of sky. Time stretched strangely in that room. Every minute arrived with the weight of 10. I knew the police might be delayed by weather, by disbelief, by not taking something large circling the house as seriously as they would take a gunshot report. I knew Dana and Eric were still on roads made bad by rain and distance and human delay. Knowledge did not make waiting any cleaner. Outside the bathroom, the house held still for just long enough that I almost thought the creature had moved off to another side of the property. Then the power cut. No dimming first, no warning flicker, just total failure. 1 second the vanity bulbs were burning hot white over Noah's face and the shower tile. The next, the room snapped black and swallowed all depth at once. Noah cried out. Marlo made a sound too, not a bark, more like a crushed howl trapped too low in his throat. The entire house went dark, except for the next flash of distant lightning coming through the master bedroom windows and under the bathroom door in a thin, blue-white pulse. Then black again. Somewhere downstairs, the alarm panel chirped and died into a fit of glitching beeps. I felt, rather than saw, my own body turn colder. There is a specific kind of panic that comes with power loss during an already compromised situation. It is not merely darkness. It is the sudden theft, of your agreed map. The house you knew by lit distances and familiar shapes becomes a thing of thresholds and guessed corners. The creature outside, whatever it was, had already been using the house's layout against us in light. In darkness, the advantage shifted even harder. I got the flashlight on with my thumb and immediately regretted how bright it felt. The beam threw too much and too little at once. Noah's face, wide and bleached, the white lip of the tub, Marlowe pressed against the vanity cabinet with his ribs hammering, the chrome fixtures flashing like wet teeth. "Look at me," I told Noah. "Stay right here. Don't move unless I tell you." He nodded too fast. The alarm downstairs chirped again, then gave a pathetic electronic stutter and cut out entirely. I heard the HVAC die with it. House silence rushed in around the storm noise so abruptly that the whole structure seemed to inhale. Then came the deck. One board creaked under weight, then another. Slowly, not running, not pacing, just the measured complaint of old wood taking something heavier than weather. I turned off the flashlight at once. In darkness, hearing became the room. Rain hit the roof harder. Wind pressed briefly at one side of the house and moved on. Somewhere below, at the rear of the structure, I heard a breathy snort very close to the exterior wall. Not loud, intimate. Moist air forced through a nose too near the siding. Noah clamped one hand over his own mouth. Marlowe shook once so hard his tags clicked against each other. Then came a light, dry tick. Another. A third. Antlers against the siding. That was what it sounded like. Not enough force to damage, just the exploratory contact of horn or bone or whatever that rack had become touching the wall as it moved along it. Tick, slide. Tick, a pause. Then the faintest whisper of something long dragging under the windows, as though hide or antler tips or some lower part of the body were being pulled close enough to brush the house while it traveled. I clicked the flashlight on for 1 second and aimed it at the bathroom door. Nothing visible, of course, but the act of seeing the door still there helped more than I care to admit. I shut the beam off again immediately, unwilling to announce our exact room if light could bleed under the frame. The thing moved. I knew it not because I heard footsteps in any ordinary sequence, but because the sounds reassembled around the house in a way that denied any simple pace. A hard landing on the deck again, enough to make something downstairs shift, one of the braced chairs at the slider maybe, or the bench scraping half an inch under impact. Then silence at the back. Then, almost immediately, a faint pressure sound at the side entry below and to the left of us. The mudroom door area. I knew the angle of the house well enough by then to picture it without seeing. The little curtained window. The bells tied to the handle. The concrete stoop outside. Then a soft metallic chime. Just one bell. By the time I inhaled to move, the sound had already ceased. Next came the front porch. I know that sounds impossible, but I knew the front of the house as surely as I knew my own hallway. There is a certain way porch boards sound under wet weight. A different echo. More open. The rain there struck at another angle too, and between the weather, I heard one low wooden complaint from the porch near the front window, as if something had set down a careful amount of itself and then moved on. Then, back again. A scraping pass beneath the rear windows below us. Either impossible speed or perfectly calculated use of darkness and my own uncertainty. That was the whole terror of it. If it had been merely fast, that would still belong to some kind of animal category. What it was doing felt smarter than speed. It was relocating just enough evidence of itself around the perimeter to force the mind into overextension. Back deck, side entry, front porch, rear windows, all without giving me one clean direction to face. And in darkness, hearing became more dangerous than sight, because hearing lets a house multiply. A sound from the porch does not stay on the porch in your nerves. It opens the stairs, the front hall, the lower landing, the distance between rooms. The mind starts furnishing routes. It imagines approaches. And when mimicry has already entered the night, every sound carries the possibility of speech. It came again from somewhere below the master bedroom. Soft, hoarse, almost affectionate in tone. "Hey," Noah whimpered without meaning to. I reached backward until my hand found his shoulder through the blanket. No response from me. The voice tried again, from a position that sounded closer to the bathroom vent than to the walls, though that made no structural sense. "It's okay." This time it wore some trace of Dana again, but less stable now, as though the storm and the dark gave it permission to loosen. The vowels slipped. The warmth in it felt placed rather than felt. Then, lower and rougher, almost Eric's. "Open up." I shut my eyes for 1 second against the pressure of listening. The worst part was not how convincing it was. It was how the darkness made conviction irrelevant. If you cannot see the thing speaking, the ear begins doing labor it should never be trusted with. It starts filling in face, distance, posture. It starts giving shape to voice. That is why the mimicry became truly dangerous only after the power failed. In light, the wrongness in the creature's body kept breaking the spell. In darkness, the house had to rely on sound alone. And sound is a traitor when fear is already inside it. Rain hammered harder now, flattening the roof in sheets. Lightning flashed again through the bedroom and turned the bathroom doorway white-blue for less than a second, all edges and no detail. In that flash, Marlowe tried to climb into the bathtub. There is no dignified way to say it. He panicked all at once and lunged for the porcelain basin, as if height and enclosure might save him. His front paws scrabbled against the tub wall, nails screeching, body slipping on tile. He could not get purchase and turned himself sideways in the effort, knocking into Noah's legs and nearly tearing the shower curtain down with one shoulder. At the same moment, urine spread warm and sudden across the bathroom floor under him. Noah cried out and pulled his feet up onto the folded towels, trapped between pity and terror. I grabbed Marlowe by the harness of loose skin behind his collar and hauled him away from the tub before he could break a leg or shatter the curtain rod. He collapsed against the cabinet, still trying weakly to push backward, still whimpering in those tiny, involuntary sounds old dogs make when fear has finally shorted straight through pride. The bathroom smelled instantly of animal panic, urine, wet fur, stress, the raw mineral smell of fear turning bodily. And outside the room, the house kept listening to itself being measured in the dark. Chapter 6. Marlowe at the Stairs. The house broke open with a sound so violent it erased every smaller fear that had come before it. One enormous impact downstairs, heavy enough to shake the floor beneath my knees. Then the sharp, splitting crack of wood under pressure, followed immediately by a bursting shower of glass. Not a tap, not a test, not another patient circuit around the windows. This was entry. Noah screamed. The bathroom seemed to shrink around the sound. Marlowe launched himself upright from the puddled tile in one blind, terrified motion, his body choosing movement before sense. I grabbed for his collar and caught nothing but damp fur and air. He hit the bathroom door with his shoulder, bounced off it, then found the gap as I turned to shove the lock home and squeezed through with all the panicked force of an animal that suddenly believes the only possible safety is distance. "Marlowe!" The word came out of me uselessly. His nails scrabbled once on the hall runner. Then he was gone. I lunged after him on instinct and stopped with my hand on the knob, because the downstairs sound that followed froze me where I was. Barking. Not the frightened bursts from before. Real barking now, full-bodied, furious. The bark of a dog deciding, despite age and terror and pain, that the only thing left to do is meet what came in. It exploded through the house from the top of the stairs, a rapid, savage rhythm that I had not heard from Marlowe in the whole time I'd known him. Then the barking changed, turned rougher, closer. Mixed with a deeper sound from below, something like a guttural snarl dragged through wet lungs. Furniture crashed. One of the downstairs chairs I had braced against the slider must have gone over because I heard wood bounce and skid across tile. Something heavy struck a cabinet face hard enough to rattle what remained of the kitchen glass. Marlowe kept barking. Then came the wet impact. You know the sound when something alive meets force at the wrong speed. Body against body, body against edge. Not the clean smack of a dropped object, not the hollow crack of wood, but a meaty sound that belongs only to flesh. After it, one short yelp. Not loud, just terrible. And cut off too fast. I stood in the dark bathroom doorway, with the knob in one hand and the gun in the other. Every part of me bent forward toward the hall. Every part of me knowing at the same time that if I opened that door fully and went after him, I would take Noah with me into whatever had already crossed the first floor. "Don't," Noah said. His voice broke on the word. He was on the floor by the tub, blanket around his shoulders, eyes huge and blind with tears. I shut the bathroom door and locked it. I can still feel the turn of that little lock under my thumb. Plastic click. Absurdly domestic. The kind of lock designed to keep children from walking in on adults brushing their teeth. Not to hold back what was now downstairs in my cousin's house, with blood on it and the dog between us. I pressed my forehead once, briefly, against the wood and listened. Silence did not come. The first thing I heard after Marlowe's yelp was dragging. Not continuous, more like the stop-start pull of something heavy being repositioned across the lower floor. It scraped over wood, then tile, then wood again. Every time it paused, I found myself inhaling to hear whether Marlowe would make another sound. He did not. Then came a series of lighter skittering noises, irregular and dry. Antlers. That was the image my mind gave me instantly and with horrible confidence. Antlers striking the stair spindles or brushing the lower wall as the creature moved through rooms too small for its full shape to carry cleanly. I imagined the rack turning, catching, adjusting. That made the whole house feel more corrupted than if it had simply hosted an intruder. This was not a human being navigating human architecture. It was something else, learning the constraints of it in real time. Noah had gone very quiet behind me, not calm. Children sometimes go quiet when terror gets too large for crying to process. The silence means they've moved past asking the world to correct itself. I crouched by the bathroom door and clicked the flashlight on only long enough to find the bottom of the frame. the white edge of the bath mat, Noah's bare feet tucked under the blanket, then off again. The beam felt too vulnerable, too much like a finger pointing at our location. The sounds downstairs kept coming in pieces, snuffling through rooms. That was unmistakable now. Slow inhalations, wet nose to floor or wall or furniture edge. The way a tracking animal samples a place after the first violent contact is over. Then something heavy hit a cabinet face in the kitchen. One dull slammed note, followed by the shiver of pots or dishes shifting inside. Another pause. Then the dragging again, shorter this time. I knew without wanting to know that the thing was moving Marlowe's body, or part of him, or moving around him. The mind reaches for kinder alternatives in moments like that, but the body knows faster.
Blood and weight have their own acoustics.
I wanted to open the door. That is the truth I am least proud of, and therefore the truth I trust most now. Not because I thought I could save him in any sensible way, because the sound of a dog you know being taken apart in rooms you have walked all day does something to the deepest parts of loyalty and shame. For 3 or 4 seconds I was all impulse, every nerve in me insisting that if I moved fast enough, yelled loudly enough, fired often enough, I could reverse what had already happened downstairs. Then I looked at Noah. He was pressed into the angle between the tub and vanity, both hands over his mouth now, trying so hard not to make sound that his shoulders were shaking with the effort. He still had the stuffed shark wedged under one arm. The blanket had slipped to his lap. In the thin spill of lightning coming around the bathroom doorframe, he looked less like a child at home than a hostage in a room I had chosen because I had no better lie to tell myself. So I stayed. Cowardice or responsibility? Maybe both. In bad rooms, they often dress alike. The thing finished downstairs eventually, not with a final crash or an obvious end. The lower level simply entered another phase of sound. The sniffing moved toward the staircase. I heard one slow step on the first riser, then another, then nothing for several long seconds. Rain hammered the roof and outside walls now, hard enough to flatten all other weather into one continuous sheet. Inside that sheet, the movement on the stairs became clearer because it came from within the house itself. It was coming up. The stairwood complained in irregular intervals, not like a man climbing, not even like a large dog. Weight set down, shifted, paused.
Then a dry antler scrape against the wall or railing. Then another step.
The progress was unhurried. That was almost unbearable. There was no rush in it, no animal frenzy after the breach. It was ascending the way someone might come upstairs in a familiar home after checking what the noise was. I brought the gun up with both hands and pointed it at the bathroom door. My hands shook hard enough that the front sight bobbed in little white arcs in the darkness. I tried to regulate my breathing and couldn't. Noah watched me do it, which made me feel both stronger and more fraudulent at the same time. A man with a gun in a locked bathroom is not a hero. He is simply the last wall before something worse. The steps reached the hall. Stopped. For a few seconds there was only rain and the ringing pressure of my own pulse. Then something touched the outer wall just beyond the bathroom door. Not struck, touched. A slow glide of body or hide or antler moving past the frame.
I could hear it breathing now, with no floor between us.
Wet, heavy inhalations through a nose large enough to make each breath sound worked and thoughtful. The smell came next. Rainwater first, carried in on fur. Mud. Then the iron tang of fresh blood so strong it cut through the bathroom's trapped humidity and made Noah gag quietly behind me. There was another smell beneath it too, animal heat and opened meat and something rank from the mouth. Marlowe arrived in the room by scent before I saw any trace of him physically. Then the blood appeared. At first, just a dark line easing under the threshold where the bathroom door met the tile. So thin, I thought for one disbelieving moment it might be shadow. Then a thicker bead followed it, and another. And the line widened and began to thread outward in branching tracks. Rainwater had mixed with it somewhere, thinning the red into black-maroon streaks that spread around the grout lines. Muddy paw smears crossed through it. Not paw prints exactly. More like dragged arcs and partial contacts made by something wet stepping and turning in too small a space. The blood reached the edge of the bath mat and soaked into the fabric in a dark half-moon. Noah made a sound then, I hope never to hear from any child again. Not a scream, not words, but the involuntary little hurt noise a body makes when it has been shown more truth than it can use. I did not need to see Marlowe to know. Not all of it, not the full shape of what had happened. The blood under the threshold, the smell, the dragging, the silence where his barking should have been, those were enough. Something in me understood the dog was no longer downstairs in any living configuration, and had not been for several minutes now. The thought hit me with a clean, hollow finality that hurt more than the earlier panic. He had tried to hold the stairs. That was what I knew. Old, frightened, half-crippled Marlowe had bolted from the room and met the thing at the first floor, because he belonged to the house more honestly than the rest of us did. And now what was left of that fact sat beyond the door in blood and rainwater. I swallowed hard enough to hurt. Outside the bathroom, the creature shifted. I heard one antler tine click lightly against the doorframe. Then, with sickening precision, it spoke in Dana's voice. Almost perfectly this time. "Please open it," she said softly. "He's hurt bad." The words entered the room like poison. Not because I believed them, not consciously, not after everything that had happened, but because for one intolerable fraction of a second, my body reacted as if my cousin really were on the other side of the door, soaked from rain, voice breaking, asking for help while the family dog bled in the hall. That was how close the mimicry had become. I glanced back at Noah. He had both hands over his ears now, eyes squeezed shut, face wet, body folded inward around itself on the bathroom floor. The voice came again, still Dana, still low and urgent. "Please, he's hurting." Then the wrongness surfaced in it just enough. A syllable held too long, a softness where no grief-softened human throat would place it. A shape around hurting that made the word seem tasted rather than felt. My skin crawled so violently I thought I might vomit. I did not answer. Outside the door, something breathed once against the wood as though listening to what our silence meant. Chapter 6. 3 shots through the door. There was a moment, a real one, not something I invented later to make myself look weaker or more dramatic, when I almost opened the bathroom door. I need to say that plainly. Not because I believed the voice, not fully, but because the voice had learned enough by then to stop sounding like imitation and start sounding like emergency. It used Dana's exact strain, the way her voice tightened when she was trying not to frighten Noah. It used the shape of urgency a family member would use if something had gone catastrophically wrong just outside a locked room, and help was needed now, not after another 5 seconds of thought. "Please open it," it said again, softer this time. "He's hurt. Bad." My hand moved before my mind agreed to it. Not to the lock itself, to the knob. Just enough for my fingers to touch the cold metal. And from behind me, small and ragged with fear, Noah whispered, "Mom's not here." The sentence entered me like ice water. I froze. That was all it took. Not courage, not reason. Just a child in a bathroom reminding me of the one fact the voice could not survive if said aloud. Mom's not here. My hand came off the knob so fast I nearly scraped skin off my knuckles against the painted wood. Outside, for 1 second, nothing moved.
Then the creature made a sound I can only describe as a broken attempt at laughter. It was not human laughter, not even close, but it imitated the rhythm of it enough to rot the nerves. A wet, staggered expulsion of air through a throat carrying too much fluid and not enough shape. It started low, caught on itself, and ended in a thick, clicking choke that might have been breath, might have been amusement, might have been both. Noah buried his face against my side. I brought the gun up higher. "Stay back," I said to the door, not because I thought language mattered to it at all, but because I needed language to matter to me. The answer came as pressure. A dry, careful scrape at the bottom edge of the bathroom door. Then another. Then the unmistakable rake of something hard and irregular testing the wood just above the threshold. The bottom panel shuddered. Paint dust drifted down in the flashlight beam. I clicked the beam on for only a second, and what it showed me was somehow worse than darkness had been. The lower half of the white bathroom door, already scored where the first passes had landed, wood fibers raised and pale beneath the paint. Another scraping strike came, harder now, and one strip of wood peeled back with a splintering sound like fingernails ripping. Noah made a small choking noise behind me. The thing outside had stopped pretending. It raked again. The lower edge of the door bowed inward, not much, just enough to prove pressure. A thin crescent of black opened where the damaged wood no longer sat flush against the frame. Through that gap came the smell in full. Rainwater, blood, wet hide, opened gut, and under it all the rank musk of an animal body too close to human space. I crouched lower and kept the gun fixed on the weakening portion of the door, trying to decide whether I could shoot through it without killing myself from ricochet or sending a round somewhere stupid into the plumbing. Heroic people in stories make these calculations cleanly. I did not. I was simply trapped in a tile room with a crying boy, an old dog already dead somewhere beyond the wood, and something outside that had proved itself patient enough to learn our names before it forced entry. Then the bottom of the door tore wider. Only an inch, but enough. The flashlight beam, trembling in my other hand, caught fragments through the opening in quick, sick flashes. An eye first. Not framed like a face should be framed. Just an eye placed too low and too close to the floor, pale in the beam and turned with disturbing steadiness toward the gap it had made. Not glowing, reflecting. Flat, wet, horribly attentive. Then the tip of an antler slid briefly into view, scraping the frame as the head behind it shifted angle. Then the wet black shine of a nose pushing near the opening, nostrils working hard enough that I could hear the suction of scent. And then, caught in the edge of the beam when the mouth moved, pale strands of dog fur stuck to teeth. That was the final thing that decided me. Not bravery, not strategy. Marlowe's fur. Something in my body stopped waiting for a better answer and acted. I shoved the flashlight onto the floor, angled toward the damaged section of door, gripped the pistol in both hands,
and fired through the lower half. The first shot went wild. I knew it instantly from the angle and the sound. It tore through wood and tile and something in the wall beyond with a deafening indoor blast, all sparks and splinters and pain. My ears vanished into ringing again. The bathroom filled with smoke and powdered door paint and the bitter metallic smell of the shot. Noah screamed outright this time and flattened himself against the side of the tub. Outside the door, the creature jerked back fast enough that the antler struck the frame with a hard wooden crack. I fired again. This time, the recoil drove deep into my wrists, and through the ringing and the smoke and the torn light, I heard the shot connect with something that was not wood. A real impact, dense, bodied. Not a dramatic roar afterward. Just a violent thrash immediately beyond the bathroom threshold. Heavy weight smashing once into the hall wall, then dragging hard against the runner. I fired a third time before thought could interfere. The muzzle flash filled the bathroom white. Then came the collapse. It happened right outside the door, close enough that the floor under my knees felt it. Not a fall like a person slipping, more like something tall and overbuilt losing structure all at once and coming apart into the geometry of the hall. Antlers or bones or limbs hit first in one direction, bulk in another. The sound was huge in that confined space, final enough that for one insane second, I thought I had killed it clean. Then nothing. No voice, no scraping, no breathing against the wood. Just the rain on the roof, my own ragged gasping, Noah sobbing in hard little gulps, and the impossibly bright ringing that filled my head after the 3 shots. I stayed exactly where I was, still aiming at the door. The flashlight beam lay sideways on the tile, illuminating the bottom panel from the floor up in a harsh, tilted rectangle. Splinters. Soot around the bullet holes. Blood under the threshold, now stirred into darker, uneven streaks by whatever had moved or fallen outside. The smell had intensified for a second with the collapse, and then begun, very slowly, to thin. I waited for another movement. None came. I waited for the voice to try again, closer, more desperate, more convincing. Nothing. Noah crawled toward me on shaking knees and pressed himself into my side without asking permission. I let him. My arms did not lower. I kept the gun trained on the door long after sensation had left my hands, and they had become only hooks around the grip. Minutes passed, or maybe an hour. Time in rooms like that does not behave honestly. It stretches around the absence of sound until silence itself becomes an event you listen to. At some point, Noah's crying burned itself out into those exhausted, hiccuping breaths children get after shock. Then even those faded. He sagged against me under the blanket, body still trembling every so often, and eventually sleep took him in ugly, shallow starts. That broke something in me more than any screaming had. The body can only sustain that level of fear for so long before survival chooses unconsciousness for it. I do not know if I slept. I know I never changed position much. I know the gun grew unbearably heavy, and then, over time, seemed to become part of my hand. I know I checked the magazine at one point in the near dark and understood with a detached sort of horror that I had very little left in it. Maybe 1 round, maybe 2, depending on what Eric kept loaded. Not enough for confidence. Not enough for another full breach. Enough only to create the illusion that I still had agency if the door came apart. Lightning flashed now and then through the house, turning the bottom crack of the bathroom door into a white knife for an instant, and then taking it away. Rain came and went in waves,
sometimes hard enough to make the roof roar, sometimes easing to a dull whisper. Once, very late in the night, I thought I heard something shifting farther down the hall. But by then my nerves were making weather out of everything, and I trusted none of it. I never opened the bathroom door. Not for the smell, not for the blood, not even when the silence had gone on so long it became surreal. That silence was the trap after the violence. Long enough to make movement seem reasonable. Long enough to invite the terrible thought that maybe I had actually finished it. That maybe the thing was broken in the hall, and daylight would reveal some rational horror beneath all the impossible ones. I did not move. When the first true gray of sunrise finally reached the house, not lightning, not reflected streetlight, but morning itself, it leaked under the bathroom door in a colorless strip and made the room look used up. Noah stirred against me with the dazed, sick expression of a child waking into remembered terror. Marlowe made no sound. That fact, more than the light, told me the night had not been survived evenly. I lowered the gun for the first time and listened. Nothing outside the door. No breath, no drag, no patient shifting of weight. I clicked the flashlight on again and felt the weakness in the beam tell me the battery was nearly gone. The bullet holes in the lower section of the door looked uglier in daylight. Torn wood around the second and third shots had splayed outward. The blood beneath the threshold had gone darker, almost black in places where it dried thick and red-brown where water had thinned it. I made Noah stay in the bathroom while I checked the gun, and then, with my pulse pounding hard enough to shake the sightline, I unlocked the door. The hall beyond looked like the aftermath of something bigger than the house should have been able to contain. Blood, yes. Not everywhere like a movie, but enough. Dark streaks on the runner, drops and dragged smears on the hardwood. A broad, wet-looking slash along the wall where something had struck and slid. Clumps of coarse hair. Splintered white paint where the door had been raked and where antler or bone had hit the frame. One gouge low in the opposite wall, deep enough that the drywall paper hung open from it. The runner outside Noah's room was torn and shoved crooked. And yet, there was no body. No deer. No twisted thing with antlers. No carcass collapsed under its own impossible weight. No proof lying where the sounds of the night insisted proof should be. Just damage, blood, hair, and the empty hall, stretching away from the bathroom toward the stairs as if whatever had fallen there had either gotten up on its own or been removed by hands I could not bring myself to imagine. Chapter 7. What the police saw and what they didn't. The police arrived after daylight had already done most of its dishonest work. That is the problem with morning after violence. The sun, even a weak winter sun behind clouds, restores too much ordinary geometry to a place. It flattens the unbelievable. It turns blood into stain, shattered glass into cleanup, terror into statements to be taken by people with pens. By the time I finally heard tires in the driveway and doors slamming outside, the house had already started the long, insulting process of pretending it might one day be livable again. I had gotten Noah downstairs in stages, not because he refused, but because I did not want his first full sight of the damage all at once. I kept him in the upstairs bathroom while I checked the hall, then in the bedroom while I looked down the stairs, then finally close to my side as I moved him along the wall and around the worst of what the night had left behind. He stayed quiet in that over-controlled way children do when the world has exceeded their ability to react naturally. He clutched the stuffed shark under one arm and stared wherever I pointed him not to.
The first floor looked ruined in the direction of the back of the house, and mostly normal everywhere else, which somehow made it worse. The patio door had failed low, just as I had heard it. One of the lower glass sections was blown inward across the kitchen in green-white shards mixed with rainwater and bits of splintered trim. The chairs and bench I had dragged against it were overturned and shoved at angles no human would ever have chosen. One dining chair had a leg cracked nearly through. The mudroom side looked undisturbed except for one bell on the ribbon tied to the interior handle, still hanging there absurdly like a decoration after a funeral. There were blood trails across the kitchen floor, not huge pools, lines, pulled arcs. A dark, interrupted streak leading from near the back door toward the foot of the stairs, then breaks where something heavy had shifted or been lifted or moved under its own effort. Chunks of dog fur clung to the edge of the bottom cabinet near the laundry room and to a splinter on the broken slider frame. The smell inside the house had gone from immediate slaughter to something colder and more clinical. Wet wood, metal, spent gunpowder, dog, and opened tissue beginning to meet air. One thing I noticed only after several seconds of looking was a broken antler tine lodged in the drywall beside the staircase. Not a whole antler, not proof in the satisfying, obvious sense, but a fragment about 6 inches long, driven point first into the wall at shoulder height near the first turn of the stairs. Dark at the base, pale where the break had torn it free. It sat there with such ugly physical certainty that for a moment I felt almost relieved. Not vindicated, just relieved that some piece of the impossible had stayed behind in a form nobody could argue was imagination. Then I found Marlowe. He lay at the base of the stairs, partly on the hardwood and partly on the frayed edge of the runner, exactly where the dragging sounds had told me he would be, even though some part of me had kept hoping the blood and hair meant injury without finality. There are lies the mind tells out of mercy. They do not survive daylight long. I did not let Noah see him closely. I put myself between them and moved Noah into the front hall while I looked. Marlowe's rib area had been opened along one side, not neatly, not surgically, just torn apart with force enough to expose the underlying structure without taking much of him away. One eye was gone. The neck was twisted at an angle no living dog could hold for even a second. Around the skull, especially behind one ear and along the upper jaw, there were deep pressure marks where something had bitten down hard enough to crush without cleanly puncturing through. It was brutal. But what stayed with me most was not the gore. It was how quickly you could tell the real violence had happened, in 1 or 2 decisive moments. He had not been eaten there in the normal sense. He had been broken. I think that mattered to me because it matched the thing's behavior with the house. Not frenzy, not hunger alone. Force applied where force solved a problem. By the time the police knocked, I had already covered as much of Marlowe as I could reach with an old moving blanket from the hall closet. Not because I wanted to preserve dignity for a dead dog in front of law enforcement, because I could not bear the sight of him anymore and still keep Noah steady. The first officer through the front door was younger than I expected, maybe early 30s, rain on his shoulders, and a face that still had enough openness in it to show he had not been braced for what waited inside. The second was older, broader, with the sort of expression cops wear when entering domestic spaces, already thinking about paperwork categories before they've seen the room. Animal attack, burglary, disturbance, weapons discharge, whatever box would flatten the scene fastest. I stood in the front hall with Noah beside me and the handgun unloaded on the console table where I had set it before answering. My hands looked older than I remembered them, powder blackened in the seams, shaking even now, though not as hard. "I'm the one who called," I said. The younger officer took in the broken glass first, then the blood, then the overturned furniture. His eyes moved to me, to Noah, then back toward the kitchen. Anybody still inside besides you two? No. You sure? I looked at the blood on the floor leading toward the stairs and said, I'm as sure as I can be. They moved through the lower floor with hands near their weapons, but not fully drawn. The older one speaking in clipped, calm instructions I barely heard because the house itself was changing around the presence of outsiders. It was happening already. The event was being translated, not erased, not yet, but interpreted into the language of official concern. Secure perimeter, check upstairs. EMS en route, though not urgently, once they saw no one living was bleeding. When the older officer uncovered enough of Marlowe to confirm the dog was dead, he let out a low breath through his nose and covered him again without comment. The younger one found the antler tine in the drywall and stared at it long enough to show the discovery mattered, then carefully did not say what it meant. "What happened here?" he asked me eventually. I told him, not every impossible piece with equal emphasis. I knew how it sounded even while speaking, but I gave them what I had. The thing at the fence, over the fence, in the yard, the voice outside the glass, the break at the slider, the dog bolting, the sounds on the stairs, the 3 shots through the bathroom door, the collapse in the hall, and the absence of any body at sunrise. The younger officer listened with his jaw set in that neutral expression people wear when they are trying hard not to communicate disbelief too early. The older one wrote notes and occasionally glanced at the damage, as if hoping some more convenient pattern would emerge from it on a second pass. When I finished, neither of them accused me of lying. That would almost have been easier. Instead, they gave me possibilities. A bear, the older one said first, though not with real confidence. Sometimes they get disoriented, come too close to structures, do more damage than people expect. There are no bears with antlers, I wanted to say. There are no bears that mimic voices. There are no bears that leave one muddy print outside a child's room upstairs and then vanish with their dead weight from the hall before dawn. I said none of that. Or maybe I said parts of it and heard how useless it sounded in his notebook. The younger one offered feral dogs or a pack interaction, then stopped offering it halfway through his own sentence because the room around him did not support the theory. Then came the intruder explanation. Possible break-in. Somebody entered the house. Your gunfire caused panic. The dog was killed either by the intruder or during an animal event layered on top of it. The rest is confusion under stress. Even he did not seem to believe that one fully. The thing about institutions is that they would often rather hold 3 incompatible explanations at once than admit a single event does not fit the available drawers. That did not reassure me. It made everything worse. If one clean answer had fit, even an ugly one, even one that left me with trauma but not ambiguity, I could have attached the fear to something bounded and human-scaled. Instead, every suggestion failed in a different place. Too much damage for one theory, the wrong kind of damage for another. No sign of forced entry at the front. No identifiable animal tracks inside that any of them wanted to commit to in a report. Antler in drywall, with a dog mauled in a kitchen, and a man who fired through a bathroom door at something no one could now produce. No clean fit. And because there was no clean fit, I knew exactly what the record of that morning would become. A broken, embarrassed compromise between what had happened and what could be processed. Dana and Eric arrived while the officers were still inside.
I heard the tires too fast in the driveway and turned in time to see Dana coming through the front door before Eric had even fully killed the engine. She looked wrecked, in the particular way only guilt and sleepless travel can make someone look. Face blotched raw from crying or trying not to. Hair pulled back too hard. Funeral black wrinkled and wrong on her body after 2 days in the car. Eric came in right behind her, took one look at the hall, the police, the shattered kitchen beyond, and went white under whatever natural color he had left. "Where is he?" Dana asked. At first, I thought she meant Noah. Then I saw her eyes slide toward the blanket on the floor by the stairs. Marlo. Her mouth opened once and then failed her. The sound that came out was small and shocked, nothing like the guarded, practical woman who had laughed about deer on the fridge note 2 nights earlier. Eric caught her by the elbow when her knees buckled, but she pulled away and went to Noah instead, dropping to the floor in front of him so hard I heard bone hit hardwood. He let her hold him for approximately 3 seconds before his face folded and he finally cried the way he should have been crying all morning. It was the first time he had truly sounded like a child again. One of the officers asked quietly if they knew of any dangerous animal activity around the property. Dana laughed once, a broken, disgusted little sound. "This is the first time it came inside the property," she said. The room changed around that sentence. Not much, just enough. The younger officer looked up from his notes. Eric closed his eyes. I stared at Dana because there it was at last, the real center of the lie. Not that they had seen strange things before, not that they had heard them, that they had made a private treaty with distance. Fence as salvation, yard as still ours, woods as still over there. She admitted it in pieces after that, sitting on the hall floor with Noah in her lap and one hand over her own mouth between sentences. They had heard it before. Seen it at the back line. Lost chickens one summer when they still kept a few in a coop against Eric's better judgment. Found marks on the fence. Found one rabbit, or half of one, left by the sandbox. Heard tapping on the glass. Heard voices that sounded almost right and stopped before full words. Enough to terrify them, not enough to force them to leave. So they convinced themselves distance meant safety. If it stayed beyond the fence, if it never crossed fully into the yard, if they kept the blinds shut and the dog in and Noah away from the back windows after dark, then maybe what happened to other people happened only to people who had less warning. That was the ugliest thing she confessed. Not cowardice exactly, hope shaped like selfishness. The older officer asked whether they had ever filed any reports. Animal control, non-emergency, anything. Eric shook his head without lifting his face from his hands. To file a report, you first have to decide what kind of event you are reporting. And none of them had wanted that decision. The officers finished doing what officers do in such houses. Measurements, photos, radio calls, muted exchanges just out of the family's hearing that still carried the tone of professionals trying to make one scene answer 3 different narratives. A county wildlife officer was apparently being contacted. Someone from animal control. Maybe detectives because of the shots fired and the strange statements. Maybe not. The bureaucracy spread outward in rings while the thing itself had already retreated beyond any ring they could draw. At some point, while the younger deputy crouched to ask Noah whether he had seen an animal in the yard before, Noah looked at him with that same old, tired stillness and said quietly, "It doesn't like grown-ups who pretend not to see it." The deputy did not write that part down while I was looking. Chapter 7. The Selling of the House. They were out of that house within 4 months.
That sounds fast when I say it now, but at the time it felt impossibly slow. Trauma has a bad sense of scale. 4 months is not long in the life of a mortgage, school district, property disclosure forms, insurance arguments, and marriages trying to decide whether they are still marriages. But for the people still attached to that house, even indirectly, it was a season, and then some. Long enough for the yard to green again. Long enough for neighbors to start walking dogs past the driveway as if nothing in particular had happened there. Long enough for fresh wood to weather on the new fence, and for people to begin speaking of the whole thing in tones meant to suggest a weird event rather than a permanent change in how a family understood the world. I was not there every day, obviously, but I was there enough. Too often, probably. Part of that was practical.
Dana needed help with paperwork, with Noah after school, with dealing with a dead dog's absence in a house that still smelled faintly of bleach and damp drywall, and all the things people use to scrub away evidence they do not want emotionally attached to them forever. Part of it was guilt. Not useful guilt, the kind that motivates repair, but the slower kind that simply keeps a person orbiting the site of a wound because leaving feels like an admission that surviving was a private favor rather than a shared event. And part of it, if I am being honest, was that I kept thinking I would understand it better if I remained near it long enough. I never did. Noah stopped sleepwalking. That should sound like an improvement, and in some mechanical way it was. Dana told me one afternoon while we were boxing up kitchen stuff that she had not heard him in the hallway once since the night of the attack. No murmured fragments from bed. No small barefoot figure at the landing. No waking to find him standing in a doorway with his eyes half open and his mouth moving around words he would not remember in the morning. But the end of the sleepwalking did not bring him back to himself the way everyone had quietly hoped it would. He withdrew instead. Not dramatically. He still went to school, still answered direct questions, still watched cartoons sometimes and laughed at stupid things when he forgot himself for half a second. But the spontaneous part of him seemed to step backward inside his own body. He no longer moved freely through houses with windows at night. He would not sit with his back to glass. If somebody forgot and left blinds open after sunset, he would notice before anyone else and leave the room rather than ask for them to be shut. Once, during a family dinner at my aunt's place, somebody tapped accidentally on a sliding door while carrying a plate outside, and Noah dropped his fork so hard it bent one of the tines. He never apologized for that. He just stared at the glass until Dana took him into the bathroom and shut the door for a minute. Dana and Eric did not survive the spring gracefully. That is the kindest way I can put it. At first they fought with purpose, about the obvious things, the surface things, the things married people can still pretend are practical. Whether to report more, whether to stay until the house sold, whether to move Noah's schools immediately or wait until summer, whether Marlowe should have been buried there or not, whether the broken slider had been replaced too quickly, as if preserving damage longer might have made the event more legible to insurers or police or themselves. Then they started fighting without purpose, about how much each of them had known before the breach, about whether Dana's insistence on minimizing it had trapped them in the house longer than necessary, about whether Eric's refusal to say certain things out loud had made those things stronger or simply harder to plan around, about Noah, about me, about who had failed whom first. The truth is that both of them were guilty, in ways that fit together too neatly. Dana had built rules around the fear and mistaken those rules for control. Eric had insisted on rational categories, long past the point where rational categories still described what was happening. Between them, they had created a household system strong enough to manage dread,
but too weak to survive escalation. There is no marriage manual for that. I felt guilty too, though my guilt was less rational and therefore harder to discuss. Marlowe died at the stairs. That fact never moved inside me, no matter how many versions of the night I later replayed. He had been old, terrified, slipping on tile, half blind with panic. And still, when the house broke open, he ran toward the threat, not away from it. He did not stop it. He did not even slow it in any measurable way. But in the moral structure of memory, that hardly mattered. He held the lower floor for whatever few seconds an old hound could buy with his body, and I survived upstairs with a gun and a child and just enough intelligence to stay behind a locked door. No version of that sat cleanly in me. For weeks afterward, I heard phantom versions of him in other houses, nails on hardwood, the wet little exhale dogs make before they settle, tags clicking once against a bowl. Once I woke in my own apartment because I thought I had heard him shake rain off in my kitchen. I stood there barefoot in the dark for a full minute before remembering that he was dead and had died in another house entirely. That was when I began noticing the other changes, small at first, then total. I started checking yard lines before I entered homes. Not consciously every time, more like a reflex that outran thought. If someone invited me over for dinner, I noticed whether the backyard backed onto another yard, a road, a creek, or real woods. If I stayed in a rental cabin or a roadside motel, I checked what stood behind the last visible structure. If there was a fence and then trees, my whole body prepared before my mind did. I began hating uncovered windows at night. Not disliking, hating. Open blinds after dark made me feel exposed in a way that had nothing to do with privacy and everything to do with reflection. I could not stand seeing a room layered over darkness. That visual grammar had been ruined for me. I stopped sitting in living rooms where I had to see my own outline floating in glass. At my apartment, I started closing the blinds before sunset without thinking about it, and checking them twice after. Once, I nearly drove home from a restaurant because I remembered halfway through dinner that I had left my balcony curtain open. Tapping on glass became a bodily event. Not an unpleasant sound. A trigger in the truest, ugliest sense. Branches in wind, a pebble kicked by a lawnmower. Rain starting in larger drops before becoming a full storm. Any irregular knock on glass pulled my heart hard enough against my ribs that I would lose the next few seconds to old adrenaline before context repaired them. Even now, all these years later, there is a phase of storm before full rain, where each separate drop has a shape and spacing that can still put me halfway back in that kitchen. I stopped house-sitting. That was the easiest change to explain to people, because it looked like preference rather than damage. Busy, I'd say. Don't sleep well in other people's houses. Hard to commit with my schedule. Harmless lies. Social lies. What I never said was the true version. I would rather offend every relative I have than willingly spend another night in a house with a sliding glass door and a tree line behind the fence. I looked into other cases for a while, not obsessively, at least not compared to what obsession could have been, but enough that I know how little the world keeps of things it cannot classify. I searched old county reports, local pages, hunting forums, archived newspaper items, missing pet groups, homeowner apps, and the digital scrap piles where suburban fear goes to be diluted by neighborhood chatter. I found pieces,
always pieces. An animal incident behind a middle school field. A livestock complaint that sounded less like coyotes than the report writer wanted it to. Another mention, years later, of something large and deer-like clearing a fence without effort 2 townships over. A woman claiming her child kept hearing voices outside the playroom window until they moved. Her account was deleted by the next week. Fragments and silence. That was all that remained whenever I tried to build anything larger. And over time, the subdivision itself resumed its normal appearance, with a speed that now strikes me as one of the coldest facts in the story. People adapt visually long before they adapt morally. The broken slider was replaced, the drywall patched, the flooring section near the kitchen refinished. The old fence came down, and a new one went up, with taller posts and cleaner boards, as if height and fresh lumber might succeed where habit had failed. Kids rode bikes past the driveway again. Amazon boxes reappeared on porches. During one visit, I saw a father 2 houses down teaching his daughter to ride without training wheels, while Dana's place stood half-packed and still in the background, curtains drawn like a patient refusing light. Eventually, a sign went up. For sale. It looked obscene there. Not because houses should not be sold after violence. They are sold all the time. But because the sign reduced the whole history of the property to square footage, updates, school district, and lot size. Nobody writes backs to protected woods where something patient once learned the arrangement of your family. Nobody writes child's room faces rear line where voices seem to carry too far. The language of real estate, like the language of police, exists partly to flatten the irregular. I thought seriously about warning the buyers. There was one afternoon, I remember it clearly, when I drove past and saw a young couple standing in the driveway with a realtor. The man was maybe 30, broad-shouldered, baseball cap, one hand resting on the roof of a crossover SUV. The woman had a toddler on one hip and a paper coffee cup in the other. They looked tired in the normal way parents look tired, not haunted, not yet burdened by the shape of the lot. I slowed almost to a stop at the curb and imagined getting out of the car. What would I have said? Don't buy this place because something deer-shaped and not deer-shaped tested the windows and killed the family dog and mimicked the child's voice from the kitchen while the child was upstairs. Don't let your daughter sleep in the back bedroom. If your new dog refuses the yard after dark, leave? No language existed for that conversation that would not have turned me immediately into the neighborhood lunatic people later mention in lowered voices. So I kept driving. That was the moral corruption I had not expected. I had imagined, in the first raw months after the attack, that surviving something like that would make a person cleaner in certain ways, more honest, less patient with social lies. The opposite happened. I became quieter, more selective with truth, more willing to leave other people in peace if the alternative was sounding insane. I told myself I was respecting uncertainty, respecting lack of evidence, respecting the fact that no one can build a life around one man's impossible account. Maybe that was partly true. It was also cowardice. A year later, after the house had sat empty for a while and then sold, I drove past one last time on my way back from helping a friend move furniture across town. I had no practical reason to be on that street. I took the turn anyway. That should tell you something. The new owners had not fully moved in yet. There was a storage pod in the driveway and cardboard stacked just inside the front hall where the door stood open. The backyard fence was new and taller than the old one, its boards still blonde where weather had not touched them. Someone had planted mums by the porch. Ordinary optimism. Expensive optimism.
I slowed as I passed and looked toward the back of the house. The blinds in the old family room were open just for a second. Through the reflected afternoon light and the moving shadows of branches beyond the property, I felt certain I saw something tall standing inside that empty room, turned not toward the yard, but out toward the street, as if watching the neighborhood from the safety of the house itself. I braked hard enough that the truck behind me honked. When I looked again, the room was empty. Maybe it had always been empty. But I did not drive that street again. Chapter 7. Third floor. For a while, I believed distance still meant something. Not safety exactly. I was past using that word in any simple way by then. But distance, yes. Geography, density, elevation. The ordinary protections people trust when they are tired enough to start bargaining with the world again. If the thing behind Dana's house belonged to those woods, or to that kind of edgeland where suburbs thin out and tree lines begin, then surely there were places where its logic would fail. Places too bright, too human, too vertical, too far removed from the habits it had learned there. That was how I ended up back in my Pittsburgh apartment, thinking I had, if not outrun it, then at least stepped outside whatever pattern had made that house possible. I lived on the third floor of an older brick building in Bloomfield at the time. Not luxury, not rough. Just one of those narrow apartments with radiator heat, neighbors you mostly know by footsteps, and a little balcony tacked onto the back like an afterthought. The street out front stayed busy enough that even late at night you got the occasional car door, siren in the distance, somebody laughing too loudly on the sidewalk under the street lamps. The building backed not onto woods, but onto another building, a narrow alley, a row of detached garages, and then the confused backsides of city lots, where chain-link fences divided trash cans, tomato planters, busted patio chairs, and the permanent residue of urban life. No tree line. No dark wall of forest beyond a fence. No child's room facing anything except brick and utility poles. That mattered to me more than I admitted to anyone. By then, I had mostly stopped talking about what happened at Dana's. Not because I had healed. That word belongs to the wrong kind of story. I had simply learned that repetition did not make the account clearer to other people. It only made me sound either obsessive or uncertain. If I told it honestly, people caught on the impossible details and drifted toward polite silence. If I softened it, the whole thing turned into a bad animal story with a dead dog and a frightened family. And that felt like a kind of betrayal. So I stopped offering it unless someone had a right to hear it. Dana knew the full shape of my silence because she carried her own. Eric never asked me to repeat my version again after the first few weeks, which I took as either mercy or cowardice. Probably both. Noah, when I saw him, never spoke of the thing directly. That worried me more than if he had. As for me, I folded the event into habits and let those habits pass for personality. I closed blinds before sunset. I checked balconies and backlots before sleeping anywhere unfamiliar. I hated glass doors at night. I refused guest rooms if their windows faced woods. People accepted these things as quirks because adults are allowed a certain number of quirks without being asked what built them. And so life, or something close enough to it, resumed. Work, groceries, laundry, radiator hiss in winter, news on low volume. The little mechanical repetitions that make survival look almost indistinguishable from ordinary adulthood if you do not stare too hard. Then, one rainy night, I woke to tapping on the balcony glass. Not a crash, not a branch scrape, not the irregular peppering of rain. Tapping. Soft. Patient. Spaced.
I came awake all at once,
every part of me already ahead of thought. That was what years and half-healed fear had done to my body by then. Certain rhythms bypassed consciousness entirely. They went straight to muscle, breath, pulse. By the time my eyes opened in the dark, my heart was already hammering, and every inch of skin along my arms felt tight. The bedroom was black, except for the faint sodium orange bleed of streetlight coming through the curtains from the alley side. Rain struck the world outside in a broad, wet hush, but the tapping had a shape separate from the weather. One knock, a pause, another. Not loud enough to wake a normal sleeper, exactly loud enough to wake me. I did not move. That is important. People who have not lived through this kind of thing imagine courage as action. Pull the curtain, check the source, prove the fear wrong. The truth is that sometimes the only thing you have left is refusal. Refusal to complete the pattern. Refusal to help the night define itself. So I lay in bed on my back, eyes open, listening. The curtain over the balcony door hung still. There was no branch that could reach that high from the alley. No loose sign, no hanging decoration, nothing at all I had ever noticed on that side of the building that might explain a repeated touch against glass in weather like that. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. To reach that door from outside required either a ladder, a fire escape from the neighboring building with a very specific angle of access, or something I did not want my mind to begin measuring. The tapping came again. Closer this time, only in the sense that I was more awake. One soft contact, then another after a long enough pause for hope to begin and fail. I could hear myself breathing and hated the sound of it because it made the whole room feel inhabited in the wrong ratio. Too much me in too little dark. I did not pull back the curtain. I sat up instead, very slowly, and reached for my phone on the nightstand, without taking my eyes off the black shape of the window. The security camera app was on it. I had installed the camera months earlier after Dana's house sold, not because the neighborhood demanded it, but because some part of me had become incapable of fully trusting an unseen exterior. I could have opened the app right then. I knew that. I even unlocked the phone and saw the dim spill of the home screen over my fingers. I still didn't do it. Another sound came then, not tapping this time. A faint drag, hard across glass. Not long, not enough to be theatrical. Just a small, traveling friction, like something narrow and rigid, moving an inch or two while under light pressure. It stopped. Then silence again, except for rain and the small, strained machine of my own body. I stayed like that for what must have been hours. Sometimes sitting against the headboard, sometimes frozen halfway forward, as if I might stand, and then never fully choosing to. The tapping did not continue endlessly. It came only a few times more, each one separated by enough quiet to let doubt assemble itself, and then enough precision to kill doubt again. No voice followed. No visible shadow crossed the curtain. No further drag sounded after that first one. The city went on outside in its ordinary, wet, nocturnal way. Distant traffic, somewhere a siren, a bottle dropped and rolling in an alley, rainwater in gutters. And inside all that, my balcony door waited in the dark like a held breath. Gray morning finally arrived. Not sunrise in any generous sense, just that urban winter dawn where black loosens into slate and the world outside the curtain becomes visible as a lighter wrongness rather than a darker one. I sat for another minute after I knew it was morning. Not because I believed daylight solved anything,
but because crossing from night knowledge into day evidence always requires a small act of will. Then I stood. I did not go straight to the glass. I turned on the bedroom light first, then the hallway light, then the kitchen. Ritual again. Domestic brightness, as if illumination could reassert jurisdiction over what the dark had touched. Only then did I step back into the bedroom and pull the curtain. The balcony door stared back at me with 3 clear signs on it. The first were the muddy streaks, 2 of them vertical at roughly eye level on the outside of the glass. Not handprints, not a sliding smear from rain and dirt. More like 2 narrow contacts made by something damp that had leaned close enough to transfer grime while peering in. One streak was longer than the other. Both had begun at a point slightly higher than my own eyes and drawn downward by an inch or 2, as if whatever made them shifted its weight after touching the pane. The second was a broader curved smear just to the right of the handle, not centered where a person would press a palm. It arced instead, like the side of a wet face or muzzle had rested there for a moment, testing reflection and view. The glass around it held the faint fogging patterns left by dried rain and city dust. The smear broke those patterns in one clear crescent. The third thing lay on the balcony mat. At first glance, it looked like a wad of alley trash blown in by weather. Dark, twisted, damp from the rain. I unlocked the door only after checking the latch 3 times and easing it open the smallest possible amount. The cold city morning air came in carrying wet brick, exhaust, and underneath, both a smell that turned my stomach before I even knew why. The object on the mat was a small, cleaned bone wrapped in black wet hair. Not large, maybe 4 inches long. Pale where it had been stripped, darker at one end where weather or handling had stained it. The hair bound to it was coarse, clotted by rain, and not enough to identify anything human or animal with confidence. But the bone itself was not deer. Too small, too shaped for some other creature. Bird or rodent or cat-sized mammal, I could not say. I only knew immediately what it was not. And there was no way, none, for a deer-sized animal to reach a 3rd-floor balcony in the middle of the city, leave signs at eye level on the outside of the glass, and retreat without noise enough to wake the whole building. I stood in the doorway, with one hand gripping the frame so hard my fingers hurt, and understood, with the kind of certainty that makes a person physically colder, that I had been wrong in the way I most wanted not to be wrong. It did not belong only to those woods, not in the simple geographic sense. Maybe it moved through places where houses bordered tree lines more easily. Maybe those places made it visible first. Maybe the fence at Dana's had been less a limit than a stage of approach. But whatever logic governed it, that logic was not bound to timber and rural lots and game land maps. If it had crossed into a city balcony 3 floors up, and something had, then distance had not saved me. The thought that followed was worse. Maybe seeing it had mattered more than proximity. Maybe recognition itself was a trail. That sounds like superstition, and maybe it is. I have had years to test that sentence against reason and never fully succeed. But what else was I supposed to do with the pattern? It had studied Dana's house because it had found a household willing to keep seeing it while pretending not to. It had refined voices by attention, not by accident. It had learned the arrangement of rooms because people inside the rooms acknowledged it, feared it, oriented around it. And now, months later, in a 3rd-floor apartment far from any tree line, something had come to the glass with enough patience to knock like memory. I looked at my phone.
The security camera app icon sat there where it had always sat, small and clean and dumb. I still have not opened the footage from that night. That is the truest last thing I can tell you. Not because I do not want evidence, because I do. Because I want it so badly that the two available outcomes have remained intolerable to me for years. If I open the app and there is nothing there, no shape, no contact, no movement at the balcony door, then I am left with an emptiness that does not reduce the horror so much as spread it inward, toward memory and mind and the parts of myself I no longer fully trust.
But if I open it and there is something there, then I have to accept not only that it came, but that it climbed high enough to look in. So I have never watched it. The muddy streaks dried. I cleaned the glass. I threw the bone away in a dumpster 3 blocks from my building because I could not bear the idea of leaving it in my own trash. I moved 6 months later for reasons I gave other people that were all practical and all true enough to function. But none of those things touched the real understanding. I used to think the fence had failed us. Now I think the fence was only the first place it stopped pretending to stay on its side.